Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Tuesday to you. I'm hopeful that all your Tuesdays started off a little better than mine. Sustain my own objection. I'm going to sustain the objection to how this morning started. Oh, man. First of all, Kim, congratulations. You were first in chat today. The internet is all yours, my friends. Everything IP-related worldwide, it's your responsibility. And we're punishing you with this because of your promptness and punctuality. So in case you don't know why we're doing it, that's why. You were first in chat. Good riddance. The internet's yours. All right. I am just a teensy bit late, and I do apologize for that. Let me tell you how my morning started. I was rudely awakened from I think it was a good dream, but I can't remember, honestly. So it must have been good. If it was a nightmare, I'd probably remember it. I was rudely awakened by my wife, Jen, Mrs. R.A., saying, Scott, what's that rushing water sound? That's never a good thing. It's never a good thing to... The rushing water sounds in a house that was built in 1915 should not happen, period. Even on a good day, there's no rushing water sounds. If you get a little water, that's normal, but a lot of water is not. Lucky for me, it was just the fact that our sump pump, that's because, we live in the South, we're about, what's our elevation's 60 feet above sea level? So water table's about 3 feet underground, and we have a basement. So our sump pump, which pretty much works year-round, had decided to turn into a fountain this morning. Mrs. Ari heard it turn on and turn into a fountain. And we have frozen pipes because it's 12 degrees outside. It's really, really, really cold. And believe it or not, inside the house, we don't have any frozen pipes. All the water's working fine. The only frozen pipe we have is the drain for the sump pump. So when the sump pump turns on, it just builds up pressure in the pipe and finds the weak spot and makes a fountain. And so we have a fountain, beautiful fountain, creating ice in the basement. Yeah, so we have... So I had to figure out how to fix this, and I'm like, the only way I can fix this is just force the ice out, right? Because I know it's not frozen solid. It's just like a chunk of ice in the way, preventing the water from the sump to actually drain out to the drain. And so I'm holding the pipe together, manual force, and plugging the thing and turning it on. It's like, boom! The boom was a good sound. It was the ice shooting out. I guess it drains out to the street, actually. It's funny. I'm not sure if that's legal, but that's where it drains. And it drains out to the street, and it just shot, and all of a sudden the water drains, shoop, pump turns off. It's good. It's done. I fixed it. I probably popped somebody's tire with an icicle that shot across the street from the drain. But the drain is fixed, and I thought, oh, that's good. We should probably go check on the Airbnb. Because we have a renter who's here right now, but she's gone for the week. So it's rented, but there's nobody there. So we've contacted her and said, okay, we're going to be accessing the property just to make sure the water isn't. Well, the tub's frozen. So all the other pipes are fine. The tub's frozen. Turn it all the way on. I could get just the tiniest of drip. Finally, I've got the hot water working. Cold water is still frozen. I'm just turning it off and hoping that it gets warm enough today that it'll freeze, unthaw, and then I'll keep it running from there. But so fingers crossed for that. That was my morning. How are you guys doing? Welcome. Good morning. Good to have you here. I've been working since a little bit early this morning, but fingers crossed that it's all working. We have no leaks, right? We have no broken pipes. It's all PEX, and usually PEX can handle freezing. So we just need to probably insulate the pipes in the Airbnb better. So we let all the water run in the Airbnb except for the tub. The tub was the only thing we forgot to turn on. And it's the one that froze. So, all right, we're here though. We're here, and court's going to start in just a second. Well, we're going to start court in just a second. We are still in catch up, even though they're still going. But there's always something. There's always something. Good morning. Virginia courts are still off today, so we're going to be back with Paul Caneiro, doing more catch up, and it just got good when we rested. It just got good. Just eat cake and milk; it will solve all your problems. We're out of cake, Josh. I was looking everywhere for it this morning. Unthaw would be frozen. Thaw would be not frozen. Unfreeze. Does that work? Okay, I'm with you. Bite me. I hope you had a happy birthday the other day. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, that's all. That's all. So we're all good. Let's do the birthdays. Let's do the birthdays, and then here we go. Red Pen, thank you very much. Happy birthday to Classic Rock RN and Jesse Yordy. We're going to sing happy birthday to these fine folks. And by we, I mean all of us, everyone, wherever you are. Stand up, deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Although I don't have any water. Greeners are going to do the jazz hands. Awesome. Greeners, thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Classic Rock RN and Jesse Yordy. Happy birthday to you. Classic Rock RN and Jesse Yordy, happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully you can turn that joy back to you. Make your day just a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. First try. Nice cartwheel, Sherry. It looks great. Classic Rock, you missed it. You can't miss it. We just sang to you. You have to rewind. You have to rewind. We nailed it. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. All right. Let the dancers do their thing because they've been practicing so hard. We're going to be starting off with the Paul Caneiro trial in just a moment. We're going to try to get through a day and a half today because we're still on catch-up. And tomorrow we anticipate the au pair trial. We anticipate the au pair trial is coming back and hopefully wrapping up. So, yeah, good times. Bite Me, your birthday was yesterday. We sang to you yesterday, Bite Me. Get ready for the drum solo to finish this up. Thank you very much, everybody, for kicking the day off the right way by singing happy birthday to those who need to be celebrated. And with that, we're going to go to, well, if we can get it to work right. Yes. We're going to go to court. That's what we're going to do. Okay.
Happy birthday. You look good.
You look great.
I apologize, I had a court-related issue I had to deal with, so didn't mean to make you sit here. All right, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Then we were talking about the potential separation of items found in that corner of the basement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, I think, just to recap, you ultimately let the lab take care of the separation of items. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, did you, I think you started to say it, but how did you package items that were originally located in that area?
Originally, as one item, wrapped in paper, butcher paper or lab paper, and then placed in a large paper evidence bag, sealed, and then marked.
Now,
I'm Super D. We'll keep you in mind at him in our thoughts and prayers today.
At some point,
thank you.
The evidence taken from that area was sent to the New Jersey State Police Lab. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to crank the volume a little bit so you can hear, but we're going to get a lot of ASMR today, I think.
Just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S417 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a evidence delivery receipt to the Central Region Lab, New Jersey State Police in Hamilton.
Okay, does it contain any of the evidence that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, does it have your item number and potentially the state police item number?
Yes.
Okay, and what items are we looking at on that receipt?
This one, the item number, state police item number is 40. My department item number is 12-1. And then it has a code for where it was recovered from. And then the description is one envelope containing biological specimens, question, label located on the interior waistband of jeans, NJSP sub-item number 6-1, from pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton Drive. And then it originally came from my item number 18-0861-1-6, previously part of lab item number 6.
DSN, you are an OG.
The other two items, do you want me to describe as well?
35 months.
Briefly. State Police item number 41. My department item is 14-1. One paper bag containing biological specimens. Question, long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt, dark gray, size tall XL. And then item number 42. My item is 14-6. And then it's a biological specimen questioned. Black and gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic, separated from item number 18-861-1-5.
Does it indicate who took that evidence to the lab?
Yes.
And who did that?
It was delivered by Detective Stephen Boat of the prosecutor's office.
Okay. And is he someone that you work with?
Yes.
Okay. Was he involved in this investigation?
As far as 27 Tilton, no. He was assigned to handle 15 Wilbur.
Okay. I'm just going to show you S411 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's, again, a New Jersey State Police evidence receipt to the delivering evidence to the Central Regional Lab in Hamilton.
Okay. And does it talk about any of the items that we discussed from that southeast corner of the basement?
Yes.
And what items are we talking about?
Item number 5, New Jersey State Police item number 5, and my department item number 5. One paper bag containing biological specimens questioned, pile of charred clothing with potential biological staining. And then item number 6, State Police item number 6, my item number 6. One paper bag containing a pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Lieutenant, what was the number on that?
The exhibit number?
Yes, please.
S411. Yes.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as 231D. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
So that was part of that initial pile I was talking about. It's got my evidence label on it, pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton.
Okay. So one of the items sent to the state police was a pile, you described as a pile of charred articles?
Yeah, I couldn't really describe without separating everything, so since I didn't separate everything, I just kind of kept it very general as that.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S231C. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a part of that pile initially, after it came back from the State Police Lab. They were in parts, so this is one of the parts. What's in it is part of the bedding, blankets, some paper towels, other melted plastic, parts of jeans that are adhered to it.
And we see some, we said paper towels, correct?
Yes.
And then we see some yellow material in here?
Yes.
Did you draw any conclusions, at least in your head, as to what those represented?
Yes.
And what was that?
The melted lid?
The yellow lid that we just discussed?
Yes. And for display purposes here, they were all sent back, and then because they were all loose, we packaged them each individually in, I guess, 5 separate packages for display purposes.
This doesn't look good on Paul, this being in his basement.
Just going to show you S231. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the evidence bag that I packaged everything in to send to the lab for that specific item.
And then S231B?
Would be all the lab paper that the articles were wrapped in either by me or the one when it came back from the state police lab. It's got their lab numbers on it, initials where the seals were placed, and the lab sticker identifying the number.
And this yellow sticker is what?
It's the lab barcode.
Okay. Which lab?
The New Jersey State Police.
Purple sheets will be tomorrow, Bree. It's fun to do 2 trials at once, huh? All the facts jumble around in our heads.
Just going to show you S235. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is it?
So it's an evidence bag for my item number 1-5. On it's got my evidence label, my markings for the case number, the lab item number, and then it's going to have at the very bottom here, it's the debris that was left over, and then the wrapping, the butcher paper the lab paper that was wrapped in.
This would be from the pile of charred clothing?
1-5 specifically is going to be a pile of charred clothing with potential biological stainings, yes. It's referred to S411, the record.
That biological staining will all need to be tested, and the results are going to be important.
Now, you talked about genes that were located, correct?
Yes.
And were these, as you said, were they part of what was sent to the New Jersey State Police lab?
Yes.
Okay, for purposes of testing?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S232. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
There's a lot here.
There's a lot.
So there's a lot here. Could you explain what a lot here is?
At the very bottom, it's going to be my evidence bag. Once it was returned from the state police, we had to account for it because it was a separate item, so I put it in its own evidence bag. And in that evidence bag, the genes were in butcher paper with subsamples. And then throughout the course of this investigation over the months, they were opened, photographed, repackaged, things like that. And in preparation of the trial, they were mounted on this display board.
Now, there's some white tags on the genes, correct?
Yes.
And what do those represent, if you know?
Those are areas of testing that were done by the New Jersey State Police.
Okay. So you didn't grade those, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, again, this is heat sealed, correct?
Yes.
And this is the presentation as it stands today is for purposes of so people can see it. Is that right? Now, was there a point in time that you were provided with information that the lab located something in these fuels?
Yes.
And what was that?
Live cartridge, unfired cartridge. Bullet.
Bullet?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S241. Let's see if you recognize the numbers.
Yes.
What is it?
So I have it described as a NJSP lab item number 6-4, which was the live round from the genes.
You referenced a T-shirt earlier, correct?
Yes.
In one of the photographs that we saw?
Yes.
Was that something that went to the lab?
Yes, it did.
Let me show you what's been marked as S231E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the Eddie Bauer gray short sleeve T-shirt.
Is this the item that part of what you delivered to the lab?
Yes.
Okay.
And all of this packaging is consistent with everything else. My own evidence bag, the lab paper from the lab with seals, and then mounted on the display board and heat sealed for presentation purposes.
And again, there's also some other tags that are on this shirt, correct?
Yes.
And they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police.
Did they reference any case item numbers and/or item sub numbers?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police Lab?
You referenced some gloves that were located in the pile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you specifically itemize the gloves, or did you do something else?
At the time, kept it with the pile and sent to the lab.
Just going to approach and show you what the mark is S233 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
It's got the lab number on it. Yeah, so the lab number.
Okay. Do you see any markings on these items?
Yes, I do.
And what are those again?
Those are areas of interest that were marked on them by the lab, New Jersey State Police Lab.
So these markings, here we got a circular tab, we got a square with some writing in another circle?
Yes.
And those came from?
State Police Lab.
Okay.
On these other labels, I just noticed that it's got my case number on it as well.
To be clear, what is your case number?
Well, we had two separate case numbers. This one is MCP 18-00780. We also have case number MCP 18-00782. Initially, for submission, I submitted everything under 782 case number, and then the Colts Neck end of it was submitted under 780 until they were scientifically linked. We kept everything separate.
When you say scientifically linked, is it fair to say that there were items from Colts Neck and from Ocean that were compared to one another?
At some point, yes, they were.
Let me show you what's been marked as S234. See that?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Those are additional gloves.
Okay. Found where?
Inside that pile.
Okay. And is there a variety of case delineating information here?
Yes.
From whom?
From the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. Does it have your case number on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
The 780, I believe 780.
And these gloves here, they were sent to the state police for potential DNA testing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll show you what the mark is. S236 again. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a like a long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt.
Okay. And is there an associated, some other bags that are associated with the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, and they represent what?
Just like the other ones, my bag with my case identifiers on it, lab paper from the State Police Lab or mine. Both of them were from the State Police Lab. There's a subsample on that package, the first package,
okay,
the one you're holding with your right hand, and this one is the actual shirt, heat sealed, mounted for display purposes.
Okay. Are there any markings on either side of the shirt?
Yes.
And what we're looking at here, do you see like a label here on the shirt?
Yes, I do. The Caneiro.
Does that say Eddie Bauer?
Yes, sir, it does. Eddie Bauer, and the size is tall XL.
Okay. Now, there's a label right here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that representing it?
Something of interest by the New Jersey State Police.
Got a lot of display boards. All this clothing. This was all frozen together when it was found initially after the fire. It's now been separated and boarded up.
Now, amongst the items that are found in that southeast corner of the basement, was there a point in time that you identified a scarf?
Yes.
Okay. And was that ultimately sent for some forensic testing?
Ultimately, yes.
Now, prior to it being sent for testing, did you, what did you do with it?
Initially photographed it and then conducted a visual exam.
Okay. When you conducted a visual exam, did you make any observations?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
Multiple defects into it, meaning marks that appeared to be like cuts in them, and then multiple free hair or fibers.
Let's just show you. That's 1A. Slide 161. You recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the black Brooks Brothers scarf.
Okay. And can I have slide 162? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the label.
Brooks Brothers.
Slide
100% cashmere, made in
What
Scotland.
are we looking at there, Lieutenant?
Those were those
Quality
defects
clothing.
that I had noted. The yellow, those yellow triangles are just kind of like evidence markers, just trying to draw your attention to what was in the photo.
And you talked about defects in the scarf that you observed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are they represented, at least in part, in that photograph?
Yes. So behind them, I placed some white paper to help with some contrast so you can see them a little clearer.
Okay. And again, did you locate anything else physically upon the scarf that was of interest to you?
Some hair and fibers, and then there was some unknown type staining I couldn't identify.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as S237. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is that stuff?
That's the Brooks Brothers scarf we were just talking about.
Does this contain some evidence bags and samples and the like?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. Now,
I think I could tell you the brand of any scarf we own. I can tell you it's not cashmere. Not that much.
show you what's been marked as S238 for identification. Make sure you recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
The hair or fiber A, that I identified as A, removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And then it's slide 162, I think. Sorry. Ooh, 4, sorry. Okay. What are we looking at on the screen? I think we
So that's a scale with the letter adhesive scale A, and then you'll see in the center of the photograph, though it's blurry, a hair or fiber.
Okay. And there's an A there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
It's just a marking so we can identify it visually.
Okay. Does that correlate to what's in S238?
Yes.
Okay. That would be, you described as being hair fiber A, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to show you S239 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Hair fiber B, removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Okay. And who removed them?
I did.
Okay. And where were they taken to?
Ultimately to the New Jersey State Police Lab for testing.
And S240, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Hair fiber C, removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And again, sent out for forensic testing?
Yes.
Now, just earlier, I wanted to circle back for a second. Show you S230 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the small piece of black glove from the rear passenger floor, driver's side.
Okay. Is there any markings on that within that envelope?
Yes.
And what are those markings?
Markings by the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. And does that represent the square that's in there with the handwriting?
Yes.
Okay.
It's good presentation. I like that the jury's able to handle all the evidence without, worrying about biological contamination, as well as the close-up photos, the pertinent evidence. Paul's just like glaring at this guy. He's not. He's like, "Why are you going through my stuff?"
Now I'm going to show you. I guess
Paul
drawing
doesn't
your attention
seem
back to November 23rd 2018, approximately 8:50 p.m. Did you have any contact with Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, what was the reason for that?
To obtain a buccal swab control sample, it's a DNA control sample from him, and to obtain additional photographs.
Bry Bear, good morning, OG. 21 months on the jury. Thank you, thank you. The one-way staring contest. May we approach? What's going to happen?
Just reach out one moment. Sure.
This is really good. I like the pace. I like the style.
Mr. Mark is S242 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a buccal swab control sample from Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And who took that?
I did.
Okay. From?
Mr. Caneiro. Okay. Paul Caneiro.
And were there photographs taken at that point in time?
Yes.
Can I just have slide 154, please? Tracy, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And the point of that photograph is what?
Just to document injuries that I observed.
We got the pit view.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Paul Caneiro's left hand.
Have you photographed that previously at a different location?
Yes.
There's slide 156. What do you see there?
That would be a photograph of one of Mr. Caneiro's knees with a scale, just some bruising that I observed that I attempted to photograph.
In slide 157. What do you see there?
Again, a photograph of Mr. Caneiro, I believe it's one of his lower extremities with what would appear to be bruising.
And then lastly,
talking about legs.
158.
And
What do you see there?
that's the side of Mr. Caneiro's right foot with some bruising as well.
Now, on or about November 26, 2018, did someone take the handguns and maybe some other evidence to the state police ballistic lab for potential testing?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was done by you or someone else?
I believe that was done by somebody else.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S350 for identification. See if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a ballistics unit evidence receipt from the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, what is it? Does it indicate that items have been delivered there?
Yes.
And what type of items?
The ballistics lab, it was all of the handguns that were recovered in the basement of 27 Tilton, along with the gun barrel and the unknown firearm parts from the book bag of the Cayenne.
And does it say who delivered that?
Yes.
And who did it?
Detective Vogt?
You work with Detective Vogt?
I do.
You talked about him previously?
Yes, sir.
Now, just for purposes of clarity, just show you S349. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a New Jersey State Police ballistics unit evidence receipt.
And it indicates
The delivery, I'm sorry, the delivery of evidence to the lab.
Okay. Now, is that different type of ballistic evidence?
A different type, yes.
And where's that from?
This was from 15 Willowbrook Road. It also has a different case number and a different lab number that was assigned because we were treating them separately. It's two different incidents.
Now, was there a point in time when you took a buccal swab or a DNA sample from another individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Sean Edson.
And who's he?
He was a volunteer firefighter for one of the local fire companies that assisted with 27 Tilton.
Why was a buccal swab taken from him?
We had located two areas of blood staining, one at the front door and one in the foyer. It was ultimately determined that he had injured himself while fighting the fire, and we had identified those stains as coming from him.
When you said you identified you potentially identified the stains as belonging to him, is that accurate?
I'm sorry, yes.
Now, okay, just for purposes of that, did you swab those areas where the firefighter may have drawn blood?
Yes.
And were those swabs sent anywhere for testing?
Yes.
Where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
I just want to show you S245. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a swab of biological staining from the left side of the front door frame of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And I'm going to show you S246.
It's a swab of biological staining from the foyer wall of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And these were sent to the state police lab?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell based upon anything that's on these envelopes?
Yes.
What was that?
The state police case number and the item number and all of their markings on it.
Okay. Including that sticker?
Yes.
And that sticker?
The yellow stickers, yes.
And they have item numbers, is that accurate?
Yes.
S245 is what number?
New Jersey State Police item number 2.
And S246?
State Police item number 3.
And I'm going to show you the mark as S243. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Local swab control sample from Sean Edson.
Okay. Is it DNA sample?
Yes.
Was that sent to the lab?
Yes, it was.
Now, we talked about yesterday. S165, is this gas can?
Yes.
Right. What, I think you may have said it yesterday, but just to be clear, what did you do with the contents of this?
I reserved 2 ounces of that after it was measured, how much was the content of it. I reserved 2 ounces for laboratory testing and preserving it, and then the rest was discarded.
Did you do anything with the container?
Yes.
What did you do?
Attempted to develop latent fingerprints on it.
And how do you do that?
In this particular case, because of what it's made of, it was exposed to cyanoacrylate, which is a superglue fuming. And then once that was done, I applied a black fingerprint powder to it in an attempt to develop fingerprints.
Is there anything on this container currently that would be indicative of the fingerprint processing?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
All the black powder that's on it still.
Were you able to identify any potentially identifiable fingerprints on here?
No.
Now, we talked earlier about that pinch and slide bag that was in the Porsche Cayenne within the backpack, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything with that item?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
Attempted to develop fingerprints on that as well.
Did you do it in the same manner or a different manner?
The bag itself, the superglue fuming, the paper towels that were in it, I used a different process using a chemical called ninhydrin. So that reacts to the different proteins found in a blatant fingerprint. If there's any fingerprint proteins in it, then it will turn purple and expose the fingerprint.
Purple fingerprints, huh?
Now, as far as we were talking about the shirt, the long sleeve shirt, the short sleeve shirt, the jeans. Obviously, I think you said that they went to the state police in a big pile, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And then, obviously, were they separated by state police personnel?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so when did you ultimately get them back?
Yes.
Okay, obviously they're here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they come back with different numbers or specific numbers as it relates to the separation thereof?
Yes, through the state police lab numbers, they were divided into additional numbers.
Were those represented at times also, like the actual numbers, are they represented on these little white tabs, say on the jeans? Do they reference those numbers?
Yes, they do, sir.
Just to be clear. Showing you S232, just briefly again, the jeans. You have these markings, correct?
Yes.
And there's a number, for instance, I'm pointing at the right shin area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number this is here?
They have it marked as item number 6-1-8.
Okay. There's one up here on the left thigh area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number there?
6-1-7.
So the 8 or the 7, they're subsamples of areas from 6-1?
Yes.
Now, just showing you just going to show you, for purposes of clarity, S-131.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It's my a supplemental technical report that I drafted.
Okay. Now, what I don't want you to read it or anything, but what are you documenting in that report?
Photography and additional processing.
Okay, and do you make note in your report, like the delineation of the items that came back to you from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and is that contained partially on the first page?
Yes, it is.
And just to give us like an overview, you list one item towards the bottom of the first page, right?
Yes.
And what does that say, item number and description?
It says NJSP item number 6, pile of articles.
Okay. Then, for instance, underneath it, what does it say?
NJSP subsample 6-1.
Okay, and what does it say?
Jeans.
I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we just talked about subsamples when we were looking at the genes, right?
Yes, sir.
Here at the top, we have subsample 6-1, 6-11, correct?
Yes, sir.
6-1-2.
Yes, sir.
And it continues on down to 6-16, correct?
Yes.
Do you delineate what those subsamples represent based upon information received back from the state police?
Yes.
Okay. And do you document like locations on the genes?
How they are listed in their report is how I wrote it in mine.
Okay. So you want it to be consistent with what they said because they did it?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also some similar information with respect to the T-shirt and different gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Real quick, was there a point in time when a label was taken off the jeans?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the label?
We retained it.
Okay. Did you take note of the size of it?
Yes.
And what was the size of it?
I believe it was 34, 32.
Okay. I'm just going to show you again real quick. S-131, I'm going to ask you to look at the first full paragraph on page 3. To yourself. Is there a point in time where you documented the waist size?
Yes.
Okay. Was what you said a moment ago accurate?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
The waist was what?
34.
The length was what?
32.
Now, just a couple more questions. You talked about, I believe at some point, having been in the garage of 27 Tilden.
Yes, sir.
And I showed you slide 120 again of S1A. You told me if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, did you locate a safe in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe where the safe was?
In the center of that picture against the back wall, you'll see like a bag of plastic bags hanging. That is the safe.
Plastic bags hanging is the safe?
Was a search conducted of the safe?
Oh, okay, they're hanging on the
Slide
safe.
121. Now,
Patriot.
can you tell us what, if anything, you located in the gun safe in the garage? No guns?
Nothing.
There was nothing in the safe? He has a basement full of guns and nothing in his safe?
To the New Jersey State Police Laboratory for DNA testing, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as for ballistic testing?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time that another lab, a private laboratory, was used?
Yes.
Okay, and was that for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall who brought the items to that laboratory?
Detective Vogt was tasked with that.
I'm a man of many talents, MJ. Seems weird that the safe would be empty.
Just have one moment, Judge. Sure.
Maybe that's where he had all his passports and documents and saving bonds and everything. Just grabbed his go bag out
No,
of
I have no
there.
further questions.
Okay. Cross.
Good morning.
There's no objection if I just publish photos that he's
No,
taken.
no, not at all.
Can I have the front?
We're going to see some pictures here.
Lieutenant, we heard testimony about the jeans, right? So you testified that when you performed the search in the basement, right, you found like a pile of items, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I want to focus on that for a moment, and specifically the jeans. So in that pile of items, when you originally found them in the basement, you took some photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then you brought them upstairs and you put them in the garage for a while, correct?
Actually in the driveway first, and then the garage.
Okay, we're going to talk about that in a moment.
Yeah.
And then, I think as you testified, you sent the jeans the items to the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Yes.
You tried to kind of separate some of the items yourself, but ultimately you decided better to just send it as is and let the lab figure it out. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and at some point, when the lab had the items, they were able to separate them.
That's correct.
And, for example, the jeans, they separated the jeans.
Yes.
And when they sent them back to you, you took more photographs of those jeans.
Yes.
And so I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-141.
Okay, a little clearer view of the jeans here. You can see some of the blood staining and the burn marks as well.
Now, we saw the jeans as they're packaged for preparation of the trial, but they're in a plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
So there's a little bit of a glare. So I want to be clear with this photograph. In the photograph, you can see the red staining, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there's red staining throughout the jeans?
In multiple places, yes.
Multiple places. Why don't you take the stylus and can you just circle where on the image you can see some of the staining?
How does this help, Paul?
Top portion is not very clear, so I'm not going to... These are two obvious areas that I can see.
Two obvious areas. We do know, though, that there's some additional staining above and below that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But those are the two main areas.
141.1.
And if you don't mind hitting the end, too. Well, one of the areas that was just captured, I'm going to publish what's 1-145. And this is, looks like the left leg. Or the right leg. The jeans. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a close-up of some of the staining, correct?
That's correct.
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-146. And this is the lower end of the right leg, it appears, correct?
Correct.
And so we can see some of the staining here, but then we can see more staining throughout the body.
Yes.
Throughout the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't circle that in the original photo, it wasn't as visible, but in this close-up version, do we agree that we can see it better, that there's more staining?
Yes.
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-147, and this is, this would be the left leg, correct?
That's correct.
And this is more toward the bottom of the leg?
Yes.
And we can again see more staining, correct?
That's correct.
Maybe it wasn't as visible in the original photograph, but here we can see that there's not only staining here toward the rib, but there's some additional staining like at the bottom here.
That's correct.
I have another photograph, it's D1-148, and again, it's just more staining. It's a close-up of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show two more photographs, it's D1-149 and D1-150, and again, we're just looking at more staining. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. And the last one is the 1-150, and more staining, correct?
Yes.
And again, these are the jeans that you had were in a pile that were sent to the lab. You then received them back from the lab. They were tested.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Now, one of the things that you did when you arrived on scene on November 20th, you were on the scene of 27 Tilton for multiple days, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were there November 20th, that was the day of the fire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also know that you were there the following day, correct?
Yes.
The 21st. And that was one of the days that you performed a search.
Yes.
And then I think the next day was Thanksgiving, so there was a break.
Yes.
You continued that search on the following day, which is the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay, because the 22nd was Thanksgiving. And then there was a subsequent search, I think, on the 28th, correct?
Yes, I believe it was the 28th. I'd have to refer to my report to get the exact date, but yeah, there was another search.
And then there were, so there were multiple searches of both the house and multiple searches of the vehicles, correct?
The vehicles, all of the vehicles, no, just the one time. The Macan, there was the photographic documentation the first day, and then an actual, ultimately a search.
Okay, so yeah, let's break that down. So there's 4 vehicles that were on scene, right?
Yes.
And one of them was the 2014 Porsche 911 convertible white, correct?
Yes.
And another one was the 2016 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
Yes.
Now those 2 vehicles were searched one time?
One time, yes.
And there was nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
No, they were done on the 21st.
The 21st.
Yeah, not the day of the fire.
The vehicles that, for investigation purposes, that were more focused on were the 2018 Porsche Macan.
Yes.
And that's a SUV, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the 2016 Porsche Cayenne, which is a larger SUV.
Okay, yes.
And the Macan specifically was searched multiple times, right?
Just the one time. The first time, again, I just took photographs of the damage that was done to the car.
Okay. So maybe we're not agreeing on the term search. So on the 20th, the vehicle was, are you aware that Mr. Caneiro consented to a search? He was presented with a consent to search form.
Yes.
And so on the 20th, there was a search performed of the vehicle where they looked under the hood and they looked inside, and I think you took photographs.
Yes.
And then on the 21st was the day that you returned to the house to search the home?
Yes.
And then did you search the Macan again on that day?
Yes, that's where I physically went in the car and I looked in all the compartments, looked through all the property that was in there. That didn't occur on the 20th.
So there was like sort of just a cursory search on the 20th and then a more like an actual in-depth search on the 21st.
I wouldn't call it a cursory search. I didn't go in the car except to open the hood, and then I just photographed the engine compartment of the car. So if you want to call it a search.
Well, there was a consent to search form
Yeah, I
signed.
think it was just more of a formal way of documenting me being allowed to go into the car and to do the photographic documentation.
Right, because without the consent to search, you would not be permitted to go into the car at that point.
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Caneiro agreed you can search the car, and then law enforcement looked inside the car, opened the hood, and you took photographs.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what I'm referring to as the cursory search. It's a form of a search. And the second is the actual search where you looked through things more thoroughly.
Search for evidence, yes.
Search for evidence. And at some point you processed the Macan as well.
Yes.
Was that same day or a different time?
Can you...
Is it the same day as the 21st that you processed the Macan?
Where I thoroughly searched it, and then, yes, that would be the 21st, yes.
Okay, so you did that when the vehicle was still in the driveway of Mr. Caneiro's home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you performed the search of the Macan, you're obviously looking for evidence.
Yes.
Anything that could be helpful to your investigation, right?
Yes.
And you learned that the Macan was, you probably didn't know this on the 20th, but by the 21st, perhaps, you were aware that the Macan was significant to the investigation because it had, you've seen surveillance videos of the vehicle leaving and coming back to the house. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. As far as any surveillance videos go, the way our office operates, especially with the crime scene unit, we're not really privy to surveillance video, all of the other aspects of that investigation. As they're collecting it, we're just focused on the physical evidence at our crime scenes.
Okay.
So getting a request to photograph, like at night, the lights, we would just get the phone call, we need these photographs taken.
Okay.
And then ultimately I later found out it was in relation to video surveillance, but how that tied in at the time, I have no idea.
Okay, so you later learned why this vehicle was significant?
Yes.
Okay. Not at the time you were searching, but at some point, because you were part of this bigger investigation, you were made aware why this was important. So, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-10. And this is a photograph that you took of the Macan on the 20th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like it.
And this is the driver's side. It's the inside of the driver's portion of the vehicle.
Yes.
It's not
and
super
so this
clean,
was
but
from the time that you arrived on scene, which was
I don't think they found blood in it.
8 o'clock, 8 a.m.?
8:06 a.m.
8:06 a.m., so approximately 8 a.m. When you arrived, this is the first time you're coming into contact with this vehicle?
When I first arrived, yes.
But it was taped off with crime scene tape, correct?
The whole property was.
Right, including the driveway.
Including the driveway.
And so the point of that when you arrived was that obviously law enforcement had created a barrier to protect whatever was inside of the crime scene taped area, correct? So it hadn't, to your knowledge, it hadn't been disturbed?
No.
Okay. And when you took this photograph, did you measure the distance between the vehicle and the gas pedal, the driver's side chair to the gas pedal to see what the distance was?
No.
Okay, so we don't have any record of that distance.
No.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-9. This is the inside of the McCann, but the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show the inside of the McCann. This is the passenger, but the side with the back side.
Did the rear seat passenger?
Yes.
Yes.
It looks like we
What's the
have...
number on the last photo? Sorry.
I'm sorry, that was D1-6.
6, thank you.
And D1-12, we have photographs of the rear passenger, but from the driver's side.
That's correct.
And this is D1-11, and it's just a close-up of the driver's side chair, seat.
Yeah.
And lastly, we have D1-7, and this is the trunk of the vehicle, the inside of the trunk.
The cargo area.
Now, unlike the jeans, when you were just taking these photographs, you didn't notice any red staining in the vehicle, did you?
I wasn't even looking for it at that time.
Okay. But if you had seen it, if you're taking photos of the vehicle and you saw red staining, it's something you would note in your report or something to that effect, right?
Depends, but yeah, that would draw my attention to it. Yeah.
Your attention would be drawn to it. That's fair to say. So the next day is when you processed the McCann, right? And at that point, you're actually looking for things like blood, right? And when you processed the McCann, what did you do exactly?
At the scene there, it was just pretty much just an article search inside the interior of the car. Later on, I don't know if it was that night, I'd have to look at my report, or a different night, we applied Blue Star. It's a blood reagent to the inside of both cars with no results.
So, first, upon a visual examination, you didn't see any red staining or anything that you suspected to be blood, correct?
No, did not.
And then you used an alternative light source, correct? And an alternative light source, or an ALS, is basically like a special type of light where you can see things that ordinarily with the naked eye you can't see.
Yes.
And some of the things that you can see with an alternative light source are things like biological fluids, like semen or urine, saliva, and blood.
That's correct.
You can also see you can better see hairs and fibers, things of that nature.
Yes.
What about gunshot residue?
I'm not so sure about gunshot residue with ALS.
And what about explosive accelerants? Can you see that with an ALS?
That I'm not sure of as well.
So you use the alternative light source, and in this case it was the Searchy Mega Max ALS?
Yes.
And you used it throughout the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
It was a thorough search.
Yes.
I mean, obviously you're not going to miss anything because it's important to document everything in your investigation, right?
What was the brand? Is this a setup?
Okay. And so
What
you
was the
searched
brand?
the front driver's side, right?
ALS?
And the passenger side of the front.
Yes.
And the entire rear.
Yes.
And the trunk.
Yes.
And I think you even lifted up the cargo area and you looked underneath as well.
Yes, I did.
And when you are performing the search, you're looking not just at the seats, but at the floors, right?
Yes.
And you're lifting up the armrest in the back.
Yes.
And you're looking at you're looking under the seats, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you searched that entire vehicle with the alternative light source, you did not find any blood.
That's correct.
Okay. And after that, you then used what's called a Blue Star agent.
Yes.
And do you want to describe Blue Star really quickly? I think you sort of did.
So it's a chemical agent. It's mixed with either it comes pre-mixed or you have to mix it with a solution, and you spray it on the interior of the car. The chemicals react to blood, and it fluoresces at that point. The purpose of that is to visualize any blood staining.
I think she subscribes to the theory that if he answers questions for me, the jury will think the testimony was good for Paul. But she's asking the same questions the state
This is
asked.
a photograph that you took, I think, on the 21st, correct?
I believe so.
And this was when you were in the midst of processing the vehicle, right? And we can see that the back seats look a little bit dirtier. Is that from the Blue Star?
That's not from the Blue Star.
What is that from? Do you know?
We had an accelerant dog come to the scene and search, and that's the paw prints from the dog.
Okay. So
Is that a dog in the Porsche?
that's what
Muddy
we're seeing on there
footprints.
is from the dog, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see how, the armrest is sort of moved and the floor mats are lifted up, correct?
Yes.
Because again, it's a thorough search. Yes. Now, again, with the Blue Star, it's a chemical that you cover the item with, in this case the vehicle, the inside of the vehicle, and you're looking for evidence of blood or trace blood, right?
Yes.
Because Blue Star, what it does is it can detect even minute traces of blood that you wouldn't necessarily be able to see with your naked eye, or maybe even with a, magnifying glass, but the Blue Star is a chemical reactant to trace amounts of blood, correct?
Yes.
And it even can detect blood if it's been washed or cleaned.
That's correct.
Right, so if if there was blood on the seat, but it was wiped or attempted to wash it away, even with different types of detergents, the Blue Star can detect it.
Yes, it also reacts to other chemicals as well, and that's where we have to determine if, based on the patterns, if it was something that contained blood or didn't.
And Blue Star, things like the ALS and Blue Star, they're very useful investigative tools because a lot of times with crime scenes, evidence is cleaned up or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
So this allows law enforcement to find things like blood or other biological stains on pieces of evidence or in areas or in places that otherwise they wouldn't have observed.
Yes.
And in this case, that was done to the Porsche Macan, right? The vehicle that we now know is alleged is left to the property and come back. There was not found any blood in that car.
No.
There was not found any blood in that car.
And there were no, what about gunshot residue? Did you ever test the vehicle for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay, so there was no testing for gunshot residue, so we don't know whether there was any gunshot residue in the car.
No.
Did you swab any portions of the vehicle for DNA?
No.
Okay, so the handle to the driver's side wasn't swabbed, nor was the
gas tank,
the steering wheel, or the buttons in the car, or the inside trunk latch,
No.
or the outside trunk area,
No.
passenger side.
No.
Seatbelts.
Okay, no DNA swabs taken whatsoever from the Porsche Macan.
No, there was not.
So we don't know who, if any's DNA would have been on that vehicle if we don't have results, right?
That's correct.
Now the Blue Star, what else did you use the Blue Star on? The gas can?
Not on the gas can.
Okay, what else did you use?
Just the interior, I believe, of definitely the Macan, and I have to look at my report if I included the Cayenne or not.
Look at your report.
It might take me a second to find it.
No problem. If it makes it easier, is your testimony that if you used the Blue Star, it would have only been on the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. So the Blue Star, the special chemical that shows trace amounts of blood even when washed away, that was not used anywhere inside of the home.
27 Tilton, no.
Okay. So the bathrooms, it wasn't used in the bathrooms upstairs to search for blood in the sink area, to see if blood was maybe washed down the sink?
No, ma'am.
And not in the shower area?
No, ma'am.
Not in the kitchen sink?
No.
Not on a single thing inside of the entire house was there a search for blood?
Well, with the exception of the 2 blood stains that were found at the front door and the foyer, no.
Right, that was from firefighter Edson.
Yeah.
Because firefighter Edson, in the process of fighting fire, he injured himself.
Yes.
And left like a small little, I don't think we saw a photo, but it was like a little blood smudge on the door frame, the outside door frame.
And the foyer wall.
Okay.
So yeah, we did search for blood, and the only blood that we did find at the scene was those two areas that I had already discussed.
But that blood you saw with your naked eye, right?
Yes.
Because, you took photos of it and you can see it in the photos. With respect to blood that would not have otherwise been visible with a normal observation of looking at it, that was not searched for anywhere in this house.
No.
Now the gas can, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-48, 1-94, and 1-95. Lieutenant, is this a photograph of the gas can that you observed near the garage area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is a photograph you took, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that the gas can looks pretty clean in that photograph?
Yes.
And in this photograph,
sprayed by the fire trucks.
D1-94, it's a little bit more zoomed in. But again, you can see the gas can and it looks fairly clean, right? And then I'll show one more zoomed in photograph of the gas can. Does it look like it's pretty clean?
Looks like it's wet.
When we saw the gas can, though, it had like stuff all over it. What was that from?
Fingerprint powder.
That's fingerprint powder.
Yes.
So when the prosecutor showed the gas can and it looked dirty, that's not because it was dirty at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
It was not found that way.
Not when I found it, no.
And later on, when you were trying to see if you could find any fingerprints off of the gas can, you covered it in powder, and that's why it appears to look dirty.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct that you didn't ultimately find any fingerprints on the gas can.
That's correct.
Did you
find glove
DNA?
prints?
No, I did not.
Now, you observed gas cans in the shed, right?
Yes.
Did you fingerprint
And you took
those?
photographs of those as well.
Yes, I did.
Also, you note in your report, ultimately this was determined to be a, you can kind of see it in the photograph, it's a 1 1/4 gallon. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a small gas can.
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-96. And these are, this is a photograph that you took of 3 gas cans that you observed in the shed, correct?
Yes.
And these gas cans are larger than the small one, right? Yes. And they're also dirtier. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. These 3 gas cans are, you can see that they're sort of covered in various areas with glue, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified in direct that you visually observed this like sort of empty spot there, right?
Yes.
And you approximated that it would fit the gas can, right?
Yes.
Did you ever measure it?
No, I did not.
Did you ever take the gas can and see like if it fit there, if it was too big or too small?
And I knew at the time of collection that I was going to attempt to develop fingerprints on it. I didn't want to fit it into that space and potentially destroy any fingerprint evidence, so that wasn't done. It was just a visual observation that there was a space there that can could fit in that area.
When you say that, to potentially damage the fingerprint of it, like what do you mean by that?
Well, that's a small space. If I were to put it in that space and the sides would, say, rub together, if there were fingerprints on the sides, I could potentially destroy those fingerprints by smearing or smudging them.
Okay. Well, you are aware that the gas can had been moved prior to you arriving on scene.
I just found that out recently, but at the time, no, I did not know that.
Okay, you didn't know that at the time.
No.
But now you know that Craig Flanagan, who was the fire marshal guy, he had moved it to take some photographs before you arrived.
I'm not aware of who actually moved it, but I am aware that it was moved and then it was placed back where I found it.
Okay. But you never measured it, right?
No, ma'am.
And you never asked Mr. Caneiro, hey, is this your gas can?
I never did know.
And you never asked him when you were on scene, does this gas can belong there?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to these 3 gas cans, you also observed 2 additional gas cans, correct?
Later on, yes.
And those were also in the shed?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-15. And this is a photograph of 2 additional gas cans, right?
Yes.
And these were, what, toward the back of the shed?
Well, towards the south side, where I was referring to the front, with the more decorative side, it's got the one door and the two windows, as opposed to the rear or the north side has the double doors.
I'm sorry, this is toward the front of the shed. And again, these gas cans are larger than the other one, right?
That's correct.
And you can also see from the photograph what appears to be some dirt along the bottom and sides of the gas can.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-29, and this is just kind of to orient ourselves a better view of the inside of the shed, right?
That's correct.
So where the view that we have currently, we're at the back of the shed.
Yes.
And we're looking toward the front.
Yes.
And this is like the door you were mentioning, the nicer door.
The more decorative door.
With the like window panes.
Yeah.
And so the 3 gas cans are toward the back of the shed, right?
Yes.
And then the 2 that we can't see in the photograph are more toward the front.
Yes.
And the reason why we're at the back of the shed, looking into the shed and can see a door, is because the shed had a door in the front and a door in the back.
That's correct.
So you could walk through the front door and then walk out the back door and vice versa, obviously.
Yes.
And the gate to the shed, though, kind of like if you were in the shed, you walk out the front door, you're inside of the gated area of the backyard, correct?
That's correct.
But if you walk out the back door, now you're outside of that gated area.
Yes.
So if you wanted to get from inside the gated area to outside the gated area, one way to do it would be to go through the shed.
That would be correct.
And you also note in your report that you observed 3 gates.
Yes.
And one of those gates was directly next to the shed?
I don't believe so. The one gate was by the garage and the driveway. The second gate that I observed was, I guess, midway in the backyard along the back fence there. And then the third was on the south side by where the main fire was.
To publish what's been marked as D1-126. This is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And we can see the gate here in the photograph?
No, there's no gate there. I mean, that's definitely the fence, and it goes to the left in this picture, and then comes towards you around that white box, but the gate is behind and to the left, if you're looking at this picture.
Are you defining gate as the door that opens?
The gate is, that allows entry through...
Through the fence?
Through the fence.
So this is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show what's been marked as D117. This is the back of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a gate?
It could be. I didn't identify it as a gate.
I'm going to show you one more photograph. This is D1-31. Can you tell whether that's a gate?
Yeah, looks like a gate.
That's a gate, right? Okay. So there's actually 4 gates on this property.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Well, you identified 3 in your report, correct?
Yes.
And then you just told the jury what those 3 gates were, right? Yes?
Yes.
And this is a 4th one.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree?
We're good, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's next to the shed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So you missed a gate
Did you ever do any processing?
of the gate.
I know that on direct the prosecutor showed you what appeared to be like a handprint on the shed door.
Yes.
And you attempted to lift fingerprints from those markings, but there were no bridges, or you couldn't do it, right?
I examined them. I didn't attempt to collect them. We would only collect them if I observed any potential bridge detail for identification purposes.
Okay.
I did photograph them though.
I misspoke. You saw the potential fingerprints on the shed door.
Yes.
And you observed them visually to see if there was anything there that you could potentially try to lift.
Yes.
Okay, and you did not see anything at that point.
That's correct.
So you made no attempt to lift those, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What about DNA swabbing with the shed? Did you swab the shed for DNA anywhere?
No, I did not.
What about that gate we just saw?
I didn't even know that the gate was there, so no.
Defense is going to jump all over this. It's the gate. It's like Watergate and Pizzagate. This is the gate. The gate did it.
We also heard testimony previously, as well as I think on your direct, about the footprints that were found near the shed.
Yes.
And specifically, there were two. Originally, there were two footprints, correct?
I was told about one, and then when I went to go look at it, I did not observe one, but then I did observe another one.
The one that you observed is the one we saw in your direct testimony on the wood, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the one that you were told about that you didn't see, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-17, is where this bucket was.
Yes.
Right? And that was an attempt to preserve the boot print, correct?
Yes.
But it didn't work, right?
It did not, no.
And the boot print had essentially dried at that point, so that's why it didn't work?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a boot print or not, but whatever they were protecting wasn't there to observe, or at least for me to observe what it was.
Some version of a shoe print?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-21. I think the jury's already seen this, but just to be clear, this is the photograph I think you took where you could no longer see the boot print, correct?
That's correct.
And it's the dry stone.
Yes, you could see the line where it was covered on that center stone, where to the left is wet and then to the right is dry. Yeah.
The corner of the center stone.
Yeah.
And were you able to observe any other boot prints or footprints in the area?
Just that one that we spoke about that I photographed.
By the way, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-116. What we can see in this photograph, if you agree with me, sir, is that this stone, so this is where the boot print was that we lost, right, the bucket. And the stones are actually going to the gate, right?
Yes.
Now, when you searched Mr. Paul Caneiro's home, we saw photos on direct examination. I'm going to show it's been marked as D1-55. I think we saw a photo like this during the direct examination testimony. This is sort of a collection of clothing articles, maybe some coats and some shoes downstairs.
I believe that was in the mudroom by the back door area.
So the first floor.
First floor, yes.
And in addition to that, this wasn't the only area in the home where there were shoes, correct?
No.
You've observed shoes in the bedrooms and in other locations?
Yes.
And anywhere from the first floor or the second floor of the house, did you take any of the boots or the shoes, particularly belonging to Mr. Caneiro, to process those shoes?
No, not from the first or the second floor.
In other words, to process the shoes for DNA, to swab the bottoms of the shoes for DNA?
No.
Any visual observations of blood on any of the shoes?
No.
To see if there was maybe mud on the shoes or anything like that?
No. We did collect the shoe
from the
basement.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, after we had located the pile of clothes with the blood on them, we took right in that general area. There was a metal crate with a shoe in it.
Okay, and when did you find that?
That was Friday as well, the 23rd. The 23rd.
Okay.
Friday.
Okay, so on the 21st, though, when you were there, you didn't take any other shoes, right? No. And you later took a crate of things from the basement. It had one shoe in it?
I believe it was one shoe, yeah.
Okay. Did you do anything with that shoe?
Sent to the state police later.
Okay. And the rest of the shoes in the house, no observations, no swabbing or of any kind?
No, there was no observations made.
Okay. And with respect to the search of the home, you also observed, I'm going to show a more zoomed out version of what we just saw. So it's D1-56, and this is, again, that mudroom area with the clothing and the shoes, correct?
That's correct.
And in addition, there's like a laundry basket there,
That's
right?
correct.
And
thanks, Sean, for the pictures from the au pair trial.
Appreciate that. 1-57, another photograph that you took, and it appears like there's some additional clothing articles drying.
Yes.
When you searched
red pen.
You talked about
for
the
the
bedrooms
warning.
upstairs, right?
Yes.
And there were 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
One's the master bedroom.
Yes.
Correct. And then there's 2, one for Marissa, one for Katie, the daughters.
Yes.
They each had their own room.
Yes.
Right. And there was a room that you designated as Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. That bedroom is actually it's a guest bedroom, correct?
I was told that was the bedroom that Paul Caneiro sleeps in, so that's why I called it Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay. Regardless of where Mr. Caneiro sleeps, right? You had the opportunity to search that room and the master bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you know that Mr. Caneiro's clothing was all located in the master bedroom.
Most of it was. I'm not completely sure about whether there was clothing that belonged to him in that other bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show what's been marked as D-158. And this is a photograph of the master bedroom. I think we saw it yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And then here is
Remember that a lot of that damage is from the
master
fire.
bedroom, but now you can see the walk-in closet, correct?
The fire suppression efforts.
And that was D1-59.
It's probably not what their house looked like
D1-60 is
on an average day.
a close-up of. We're getting closer. We can see the walk-in closet.
That's correct.
Right? And D1-61 is your photograph where you can actually see all of the clothing articles in the closet. Correct?
Yes.
Now, this clothing, did you search through the clothing?
It's a terrible
The very first day of the fire, no. Subsequently, yes, during that.
On the 21st?
On the 21st, yes.
And so, did you learn that these clothes here, they belong to Mr. Paul Caneiro?
No, I didn't take note of who they belonged to. It's just they were clothes that were there and they were searched.
Okay.
And nothing of evidentiary value was located in there.
Sean, thank you very much. 5 gifted memberships. I'm just waiting for it to get above freezing here. It's currently 25 degrees. It's a heat wave.
Apologies, I just 1 minute.
I'm on my 3rd bottle of water trying to stay awake.
Turn the lights on for a second. Can I have you guys stand up for a minute?
The judge saw me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was good, doesn't it? Sure. We're going to come out here. Each one of you are going to do 10 jumping jacks. Go back.
See, it's
Whenever
not
you're
just
comfortable, you can sit
it's
back
not
down.
just me. It's not just me. I go through 8 of these a day. I do 4 before lunch and 4 after. Going to add to the judicial displeasure.
When you stated that there was nothing of evidentiary value, did I hear you correctly? You said there was really nothing of evidentiary value in the jeans, the clothing in the bedroom, including jeans that we saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Well, what about the size of those jeans?
I didn't make note of any size of any of the clothing in the closets.
Okay. But we do know, you testified about it on direct.
So they size extra
we do
small.
know that the jeans that you ultimately found, the ones that are still over there being presented in court, those jeans are a size 34 by 32, correct?
Yes.
34 meaning being the waist size?
Yes.
And 32 being
Inseam.
the length?
That's correct.
Okay. So one thing that was not done was to check the size of all of Mr. Caneiro's jeans to see if they matched the size of the jeans that were worn that have all of the blood staining on them.
We weren't able to determine the size of the jeans that we found in the basement until many months later. So
Okay.
it didn't occur to me to check clothing sizes at the time that we had the search.
Okay. So it didn't occur to you that potentially you'd be able to ascertain the size of those jeans, whether the tag or measurements, and we don't know whether, we don't have anything documented what the size and the waist and length of those jeans are in comparison to the jeans that are sitting here in court today.
Allie B. Oh my goodness. That's price gouging. $500 for a night? Better have come with like full room service and a butler.
Another, when you were searching the home, you also took photographs of the garage area, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-134. And this is, we've seen this before, this is the garage area, correct?
Yes.
And I just wanted to orient ourselves again, that the left garage bay, that's the one where you indicate a car could not have pulled into that area because it was full of stuff.
That's correct.
Whereas in contrast, the right bay, that was an open area, and we know that the Cayenne was parked in there at some point, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this one, this open one in the corner that you can't see behind the red top convertible, that's where the fire was. It's this far left corner, correct?
That's correct.
And this view here, 1-136, this just enables us to see the shape of the driveway, correct?
That's correct.
So we can see that it's like an L shape, essentially. I mean, like an upside down L.
That's correct.
Because you pull out horizontally and then vertically toward the front of the photograph is the length of the driveway.
Yes.
And here's D1-137, which is just you can see the bottom of the driveway in that photograph, correct?
That's correct.
When you were taking photos of the garage, you also took some photographs of the keys, correct?
Yes.
D1-64 shows an area in the garage where there are some keys hanging up, correct?
That's correct.
This was in the garage, right?
Yes.
And was this also in the garage, D1-65?
Yes.
Okay, so this is more keys that we see in the garage.
That's correct.
And D1-66 is a close-up of those keys, correct?
Yes.
And actually at least one of these keys was seized. It's the one where we see the little tag, correct?
That's correct.
That went to a storage facility?
Yes, it did.
You were not part of that search, were you?
No, I was not.
Allie B., talk to the Attorney General's office. I think Tennessee declared a state of emergency. Price gouging is illegal in Tennessee. If there's a
now, in the garage, also,
state of emergency, they can't be more than 10% above pre-emergency
we saw a photograph
prices.
earlier of where the DVR that was taken, where that was located on top of the refrigerator, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple closer up versions. It's 1-204 is the first one. You took this photo, correct?
Yes.
And what we can see here is this is the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And this is a Power Max box.
Yes.
That goes to the cameras themselves, not the DVR, correct?
I have no idea where that goes or what it is. I was just photographing that general area to document where I was told Ocean Police took the DVR and that switch.
Okay.
So I have no knowledge whatsoever about what any of that stuff does.
And this is another photograph. It's D1-205. And this is, again, sort of another photograph of the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And there's no other photographs of, like, you can't see what is plugged into what from this photograph, correct?
That's correct.
There's no photographs of any outlets in the area?
No.
You didn't move the refrigerator to see what was potentially plugged in behind the refrigerator?
No.
There's no photographs of, like, what's back here, whether there's any power strips or extension cords. We don't have photographs of that, right?
No.
And this item here, this white circle on the ceiling, that are you aware that is what's called an access point?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, you don't know what an access point
Looks like ubiquity. tearaway
I think we saw this
Adidas?
one
Aren't they like warm-up
D1-202.
pants?
You took this photograph as well, correct?
Yes.
And I know you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of this when you took this photograph? Did that have any significance to you?
No.
I just took pictures. They told me where to point the camera, and I pushed the button. This witness has no clue what some of the items are. Katie Bug, I've told you my theory. I think she thinks that as long as she asks this witness a lot of questions, the jury will think that it was good for Paul. I'm not sure if that's working.
I actually have the same slide 59. Actually, we do 57 first. In this photograph, there's a circular object on the top right of that window, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
On the wall there?
Yeah, above the curtain rod?
Yes, above the curtain rod?
Yes.
Yeah, can you click on it, please?
Looks to be burnt.
Okay. Again, I know you indicated you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of that circular object as
No, it was
not
just in
access point or anything of significance?
No, it was just in the photograph I was taking. It was the subject of this photograph was the burn patterns on the wall. So.
All that will just buff out. You can just wipe it down and buff it a bit. It should be good as new.
When you, we saw from the garage photograph, this is B1-63, if I could have the front table again. Was that the item that the bags were hanging off of in that photograph we saw in your direct examination? It's the safe in the garage?
Yes.
Safe with the keys left in it?
The bag of other plastic bags, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I used as a landmark to what I was talking about.
You had, in this photograph, the bags are taken off.
That's correct.
And we saw...
Keys are left in the safe.
On direct...
It's not very
I
safe.
don't know if you saw a close-up of it, but this is the... essentially the gun cabinet that was in the basement, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you had mentioned that you used bolt cutters to remove this sort of like a bronze lock.
Yes.
Did you? There's no note in your report as to whether it was like actually locked or unlocked.
Lifetime member,
It was
National
locked, so you
Rifle
did try
Association.
to unlock it.
I did not have a key, and I wasn't going to. There was a lot of keys there between at the house and in the book bag. I just used the bolt cutters to get into it.
Right. That's not noted in your report, right?
Then I used bolt cutters to get into it.
No, that part is, but the part where you checked to see whether it was locked or not is not noted in your report.
No, but it was obviously locked.
Okay, obvious to you because you were there,
Yes.
right? Now.
If it was unlocked, I wouldn't have used the bolt cutters. So.
Okay.
If it
No,
was
you said
unlocked,
that
I
you didn't
wouldn't
have a
have used
key,
the
but
bolt
that
cutters.
lock, doesn't it have it had numbers on it? Like it was like there was a number combination on it?
I don't know if it was a combination or a key lock. It was locked. I used the bolt cutters to cut it open to get into it.
Okay, well you mentioned the key, so that's why I was wondering.
Okay.
But we don't have any closer photographs of that lock, right? Do we?
No.
Okay, so
This
that
might be as close up as I have it.
Okay, so you didn't take the lock off and take more photographs of the lock, see
Is that
what
a
the
master
numbers
lock?
were showing or anything like that?
No.
Or American?
And did you try to collect fingerprints or DNA from the lock?
No.
What about the door or anywhere on the cabinet?
No, there was so much fire damage in that basement. To throw black fingerprint powder on a soot-covered bait, it just seemed...
What about DNA?
That's not so
No,
covered, though.
No.
Because you did find other stuff that was covered that
Yeah, but
you sent for DNA, right?
The stuff that we recovered was, fortunately protected at some point in it, encased in plastic that, I guess, melted and protected it from the heat and the water and the fire damage. So this was not protected like that.
Are you talking about what plastic are you talking about?
Talking about the chart articles where the jeans were, it had the plastic lid that it was adhered to that I sent to the state police lab for testing.
I see. Okay.
So that I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that, but that's what I was referring to.
Okay. So.
Ms. Maslon, can you just tell us the number of that photo, please?
Sure, it's D1-62.
62. Thank you.
Good luck with that, Phil. Can we approach? So far, what have we gained from defense cross-examination? That they didn't do testing that they didn't say they did. Does that make sense? They, the witness knew about 3 gates. There were 4. So that 4th gate is obviously suspect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch very early.
We're going to skip lunch.
All right, 7 minutes early. That's kind of early, right? Juror number 1, stop hiding. I can see you. All right, so we're going to break for lunch now. I'll bring you back up at 1:35. I hate when I can't see everybody. So I'll bring you back up at 1:35. We'll start right back up at that time. I hope you have a nice lunch. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'm going to see you back up here at 1:35. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go right here for just a minute while we skip ahead on lunchtime. During lunchtime, I will say that if you guys were following the storm tweets and on Twitter, you may have run into an account called LMPD, the official Twitter of Louisiana Metro Police Department. I was following them over the weekend, and their tweets were quite humorous, considering that this is a very serious storm system that is affecting everybody. And is that not going? There it is. Very serious storm system, and the tweets were quite humorous, so much so that I thought, this almost feels wrong. It's like maybe they got hacked, right? And they're still going. They're still going. They're joking about getting sent to HR. They're joking about also, the mayor getting questions about their tweets. It's really, really funny. So in case you missed it, news stories are trying to catch up on what happened and what's the story behind that as well. So okay, we're going to put that right there and this one right here. Lunch is over. Should the department's social media remain balanced or stay unhinged? That's the poll they did. It's unfiltered. It's just nuts.
All rise. Support the court in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Feel strong, ready to go? This room feels different. You have a choice?
No.
I'm going to call lunch. Sorry.
Screen down. Judge Lawson behind there, just in case you're wondering. Judge Lawson was the assignment judge here for well over 20 years. And then after Judge Lawson, then Judge Thornton took over for 9 years before, unfortunately, she passed away, and then I took over after that. So that's a lot of history back there. Yep, of assignment judges in our county throughout the years of this courthouse. So
that's yours right there, right? Your portrait?
Me? No, I'm not up there. They're not going to put me up there. Let's be honest. So no. It doesn't happen until after you're done. So maybe.
A while.
Yes. They can just say forget him. Whatever they want to do. All right. We're back on the record. It's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Becker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone for Mr. Caneiro is present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Berry from Mr. Caneiro.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. Okay. Lieutenant, you're still under oath? All right. We're ready for cross-examination, Ms. Mastalone, as soon as you're ready. Thank you.
All right, and she is ready. Let's see if we can get somewhere this time. Did I say Louisville?
So one of the things I just wanted to circle back to earlier, this is what I was looking for. Basically,
Louisville Metro.
When
LMPD.
we talked about the size of the jeans that were ultimately found in the basement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about how they were a 34 by 32, correct?
Yes.
And the reason one of the reasons we know that, or the reason we know that, is because when the lab was able to separate the jeans out from the pile of items, we were able to access the tag of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photographs of that.
Yes.
So I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-52. And we can see in that photograph it says W34, L32. Do we agree that's what it says on the tag in the photo?
Yes.
And that would be width 32, width 34, length 32, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just a zoomed in version,
Appears to be made in China.
D1-151. We can maybe see it just a little bit better in that photograph.
That's correct.
What brand of pants were those?
Now, I want to talk about the French doors for a moment. You testified yesterday in direct that there were 3 back doors, correct?
Yes.
And there's like a single door, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That goes into the mudroom.
Yes.
And then there's sliding glass doors that go into the kitchen, and then there's the French doors that go into like a dining room area.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to show. So to be clear, your testimony yesterday was that you did or did not process the French doors?
I photographed them and then I examined them.
Examined them.
Yes.
Okay. Did you? So and I guess I'll just publish 1-127. Again, just to orient ourselves, on the far right of the photo is the single door that goes into the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Next to that would be the sliding glass doors from the kitchen,
That's
correct? And then these doors here are the French doors, correct?
That's correct.
And now you said when you arrived, obviously, I think you mentioned just before we broke for lunch that you arrived on scene around 8:06 a.m.
That's correct.
And that's a few hours after this all started.
Yes.
Right? So I think you said yesterday you come to the scene and you kind of get it as it is when you get there,
That's
right?
correct, yes.
So you had no control over the fact, for example, that someone had moved to the gas can, right?
That's correct.
And there's firemen, there's police officers, so whatever's happening between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., those 3 hours before you arrive on scene, you're not involved with that.
That's correct.
So when you arrived, you found that all 3 doors were unlocked, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but were you informed, though, that the first officers on scene indicated that only the French doors were unlocked?
No, no knowledge of that.
So no one told you, hey, pay close attention to these French doors, those were the only back door unlocked when they first arrived?
I'm hearing this for the first time right now. So.
I'm telling you for the first time now?
Yes.
Okay. So when you observed the French doors, you didn't take any swabs for DNA?
No.
On the handle or the door's frame or the door itself?
Charred
or
With that obvious fire damage.
Okay.
That's why I concentrated my examination to just visual.
Okay.
And same thing, even though the other 2 doors didn't have obvious fire damage, my visual exam, like I said yesterday, surface disruption, there was no obvious sign that anybody had touched those doors.
Well, just to be clear though, when you say fire damage, right? Yes. Fire damage can mean it's more difficult to get evidence such as DNA, right? But it doesn't mean it's impossible. We know that.
No, but heat and fire generally do destroy DNA, fingerprints, so it's not impossible. I've never had any experience where I recovered either fingerprints or DNA from a fire damaged surface. So.
Okay, all right. We'll put a pin on that for now.
We'll put a pin on that for now.
Inside. This is
Stick a pin in it.
1-116. This is the inside of the house. Those are the French doors?
Yes.
Okay. On the inside, did you take any swabs of the inside of the doors or look for fingerprints on the inside of the doors where perhaps there's less fire damage on the inside?
No.
What would it show?
Again, that was part of my overall observations and checking the doors themselves, so exterior and interior.
Okay, but you can't see DNA, right?
No.
Okay, and you didn't swab it for DNA, right?
No. I didn't observe any blood either. So.
Okay, well, we talked earlier about alternative light sources and Blue Star, right?
Correct.
Because you can't always see blood, right?
That's correct.
Sometimes it's wiped off.
That's correct.
And, okay, so the fact that you didn't see blood doesn't mean that there might not be DNA there, right?
That's correct.
And I know you're not a DNA expert, so I'm not asking you to get into anything specific, but I think we all know, would you agree, tell me if I'm wrong, that you can get DNA from things other than blood, like touch DNA and, sweat, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so, and you can't always see that when you're looking at a surface.
Sweat DNA?
Okay. And moving to, since we're inside the house, yesterday we saw a photograph of the lighters inside of the house. I'm just going to show what's been marked as D1-400, and this is a photo. I think we saw this photo yesterday, or something very similar to it, right?
That's correct.
This is a photo you took of it's a lime green lighter and a blue lighter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-52, and this is a zoomed out. Would you agree with me that this is a zoomed out version of what we just saw?
Yeah, overall photograph of that room.
Yeah, and I know
Probably the opposite side of where that first picture you showed me was.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that's right. This is the first photo was taken from like you were standing closer to the door.
Right in that area. Correct.
And now you're standing more in the living room.
Opposite side of it. Yes.
Okay. And we can see the same too. We see the lime green lighter in the center of the photo, and we see the blue lighter on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also in this photograph, we see a candle on top of the where the TV is in the living room.
That's correct.
Just a few feet away from the lighters.
Yes.
And it might, I don't know if you can see it, but do you see that there's also additional candles on the bottom right of this photograph?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show it's D1-51, and you might be able to see some additional candles in this photograph.
That's correct.
So that's why the lighters were there?
Now, I know we talked a lot about the shed throughout, not just with you. So I'm not going to show any more photos of the shed, but I am going to show near the shed, because we heard a lot about the black nitrile gloves, right? Yes. And we know that there were, which we'll talk in a little bit about, in the pile of items, there were numerous black nitrile gloves.
That's correct.
And then there was also the box of black nitrile gloves that was kind of burnt.
Yes.
And I think you showed the jury the contents of what was inside of that box, which was like a pack of black gloves, right? But those weren't the only gloves that Mr. Caneiro owned, right? Those weren't the only gloves that you photographed on his property.
That's correct.
So I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-35. And this is a box of blue, either nitrile or latex gloves, that's close to the shed, correct?
Yes.
And was it found like this, or did you remove it from this bucket?
I don't recall if I removed them from that bucket. I believe I did, looking at this picture.
The reason I ask is because if I show you D1-34, we see it appears to be the same bucket, and it has like a glove in it and something else.
Yes, you're correct. They were in the bucket, and then I moved them out to photograph and examine them.
So these were blue gloves that he had, right?
Yes.
And then also, I think this is now we're inside of the shed. Some photographs that you took. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-36. And I don't know if you can tell from this photo, but do you see this gray item in the middle there?
Yes, I do.
And is that, can you tell whether that's a gray, like latex or nitrile glove?
Yes. It was very similar. It was very similar to the other gray or white gloves that I found on the exterior of the shed in the back, strewn throughout the yard there.
Okay, and those ones, I think, I don't know if you testified to this, but you didn't bother to collect them because they looked old and...
I believe I didn't testify to that. In my report, I articulate that they were all examined. The ones in the bucket were either submerged in water or the ones out in the grass or the curtilage around that area were either soiled from the elements or things like that, just not worthy of collection. There was no visible blood staining or anything like that. Some of them were brittle.
Not worthy of collection, you said,
yes.
Right? Okay. And then, just so the jury sees what we know, the 1-37 is a more zoomed in version of that gray glove.
Yes.
And then 1-38 is actually, I don't know if this is the same glove or a different glove, but this would be an example of one of the gray gloves that were found.
That's correct.
I want to, going back to the Porsche Macan, when you performed the search, this is a photograph, D1-81. This is a photograph of the inside of the Macan, correct?
Yes.
And what we see here in the center console, do you know what that is?
In the cup holder there, that's like a gauze pad with like tape.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you D1-80. That's a close-up of what we just saw, right?
Yes.
And that's like, would you agree with me when you go to the doctor and you get a shot and they put the little thing on your
Yes, I would agree that that is very, very consistent with that, yes.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you took photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right?
Yes.
You saw some of them?
Yes.
Here's one of the photographs where it shows perhaps an injection site consistent with that, correct?
Yes, sure.
And I'm going to show...
What number was that? I hadn't seen that before.
D1-401. That was
Thank
this
you.
one. And then I'm going to show D1-402, which is
See
just...
this one, that was the picture that you, just for the record's sake, that was the first picture you showed with his arm, which you asked the witness questions about. Now you're going to 402.
Correct, yes. And 402 is just a zoomed-in version of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
You took this photo?
Yes, I did.
Now, we also saw a couple photographs during your direct testimony. I'm going to show what's D172. I think this was shown, something similar to this, and it appears to be a marking on his on Mr. Caneiro's arm.
Yes.
And I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-73. This is just a zoomed-in version of that.
Yes.
And D1-74 is just same thing, but now you're holding up a ruler to measure it.
Yes.
It's very small.
Yes. Well, not to measure it, it's for scale. If I have to reproduce that on a one-to-one level, meaning actual life size, that scale helps me be able to do that.
Right, so we know the size if we need
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Now, you testified that on direct that originally you testified at some point you assisted with getting Mr. Caneiro's medications out of the house.
Yes.
And then we saw a photograph of the back of the Cayenne, the larger SUV,
Yes.
and there was a pillowcase full of some medications.
Yes.
Okay, one of the medications, I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-53, was a collection of insulin in the refrigerator, correct?
I didn't examine the medication. If you're saying it's insulin,
Well, you took these photographs, right?
yes.
So 1-54.
So did that of
appears
vodka
to be
mini
a
bottles.
The photograph you took, and it appears to be a collection of insulin.
You're saying they're insulin? I just knew
You-
that.
you don't know,
I don't
okay.
know. I just was told that's where the medications were,
When Mr.
and I collected them and then turned them over to the family.
When Mr.
That's a
Caneiro
lot
and his
of
family
insulin.
were asking for the medications, you were not made aware of the fact that he was diabetic?
No, just that they wanted his medications. There was no reason for me not to provide them. I didn't want them going into the house because of obviously the nature of the fire. So I asked them where they're kept, and then I went to those collection points, put them all in the bag, the pillowcase, and then brought them out to the family.
Okay.
Is that a normal amount of supply to keep on hand?
Yeah,
like
so
a month's
these,
supply?
the
What
insulin
is
with these vials that we see, that was in the refrigerator, right?
Yes.
And then there were additional medications upstairs.
That's correct.
And you have no idea. You did take photographs of the medications, right?
Yes.
But you're not a doctor.
No, I'm not.
And so you have no idea what the potential side effects of those medications are as far as bruising.
Objection,
easily.
Judge. I think she's testifying to facts.
I agree, sustained.
With respect to the injuries in this case, right? We saw some photographs,
Yeah.
and again, you're not a doctor,
No.
right? You can't tell us. You have no personal knowledge. We saw some like minor bruising, right?
Yes.
You can't tell us because you have no personal knowledge of how that happened, right?
No, I'm not. All I was doing was documenting what I saw.
Right.
And that was it.
So no, and nor do you know when that happened, right? Whatever caused.
I think based upon her question alone, he's not a doctor. So
Right. He doesn't know how they got there or the time frame of when they got there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You only documented what you saw, period. End of story.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Next question.
When you were documenting the McCann on scene, I think we've seen this before, 1-119. This is the burn mark that you, on the vehicle that you photographed, correct?
That's correct.
And below the vehicle, I think we saw this 1-118. This was like a ring of something.
Something.
Yeah. What can you tell us about the something, or what do you know about it?
I just knew that it was odd looking, so I photographed it.
Okay. And did you do any like testing with respect to it?
No, ma'am.
In the basement, I just want to show you a few photographs that I believe you did take. This was on the 20th.
Okay.
These photographs. This is.
Are there two displeasures?
We're going to return back to that. Focusing on some of the other things that you testified to on direct examination. You testified about.
Got it.
I'm going to show it's D1-4 332. This was the microtech knife that we saw you like retracted on the stand,
Yeah.
right? And you
I
sent
like
this to
that.
the lab.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
gonna
And
look for one online.
obviously you're not here to testify about results, right?
That's correct.
You just know that you sent it to the lab.
That's correct.
But visually, you didn't observe any blood on that or anything like that.
No, I did not.
Did you fingerprint it?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also testified on direct about 3 separate things that were found. One was the FLIR, another is a laser target,
Yes.
and the third is the Mantis X.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's start with the FLIR. The FLIR comes in a little case. I'm going to show what's 331. Do you recognize that as the FLIR
Yes, I do.
case? The case, and you can see that's even your hand.
That is the cheapest
so
FLIR
it's
unit
small,
they sell.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Most of
I'm
them
gonna
run
show
thousands of
what's marked
dollars.
as D1-330, and this is the inside of that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The FLIR item is on the left,
Yes.
and I'm going to show what's marked as D1-329, and this is just a close-up of the FLIR, right?
That's correct.
This way? Okay, so this is something that you put into, like it plugs into your phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it essentially is like a heat vision type thing. It's an application on your phone.
Yes.
So you plug it into your phone, and then you can use your phone and look around and see if things are warm, if they're red colored because they're warm, or they're blue colored because they're colder, things like that.
That's my understanding of how that operates.
Okay, so it's almost like an external application for a smartphone.
It's definitely an external device. I don't know if it has an app that goes with it or how that works, but
You didn't test it, or?
no, ma'am.
Okay. But what we do know about it is that it's not a firearm specific accessory. It's just, it can be used for anything.
It's a device that attaches to your phone that can be used for any purpose.
Okay. And I'm going to show what's marked as D1-328. This was this is the laser target that we saw earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said, like, if you shot a real gun at this, it would break.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not meant for live fire.
That's correct.
And lastly, there was the Mantis X. That one, I think, is State Slide 171. Do you want to just pull that up? Oh, never mind, actually. That's not, I'm sorry. I can't recall. Did we show a photograph of the Mantis? Did you have that? What slide is that? Do you know? We didn't.
I don't know if I see a picture of it. I don't know if I saw a picture of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we did, Judge.
It's around 66 is around where I think what we're talking about. It's 68 and 69. I could be wrong.
Restocked my water because I drank my 4 bottles already. It's almost frozen. Like if I shake it, it might freeze. It's like 35-degree water. So we're talking about the forward-looking infrared camera. It's basically an additional camera that plugs into your phone. So it would sit like it's about this big off the bottom.
The last item was the Mantis X, right?
Yes,
ma'am. It allows the camera to see in the dark.
Can you just describe it for the jury, maybe to jog their memory if they saw
It's
it?
a small black rectangular device. It's really nondescript, just it's small and rectangular. It's like a cube, but not a rectangle shape.
Is it about the same size as the FLIR?
No,
But
it's a lot smaller.
it's not
No,
night vision.
the
It's
FLIR,
heat
no,
vision.
it's smaller.
So smaller, I'm just showing again, D1-329. Smaller than,
It's definitely wider, but smaller width-wise, not width, deep. It's wider, it's deeper, and thinner.
Okay. And is it also something? Well, it's to be clear, the mantis that we're talking about,
Yes.
right? It's a dry fire training system.
That's correct.
And what that means, what dry fire means, is you don't use live rounds. You don't use it with bullets, right?
That's correct.
So you attach it to the firearm.
That's correct.
And it's just for to help assist with your firing form, so to speak.
It's a training, yes.
It's not meant to be used with live ammunition.
I don't believe so, no.
And it's not like a scope or a laser sight or anything like that.
No.
And it wouldn't help you actually hit the target in real time because you don't use it with a real bullet.
That's correct.
The FLIR cameras
Now, we
nowadays
saw
run
a lot
about
of photos of,
$400
a lot
for
of
the one
bullets.
he had there.
I don't think I need to show them again, but 170 is an example of one of the metal tins with all of the bullets.
Yes.
And then 1-97 is an example of like what each of those would contain inside.
Yes.
And then I think you said there were so there was a bunch of those, and on top of that we have loose rounds.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say loose rounds, you're talking about there were metal containers of basically unused bullets that did not have, they weren't in like a box.
That's correct.
And so I think you said in direct testimony, you're guesstimating, you're approximating to be fair, but I think you said like thousands of bullets.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just based off the math of that one can that I had here was 650 in that one alone, and then that's where I got that number from.
That's how
so
you
we're clear.
arrived at that number, that estimate.
Yeah.
But it's a lot. We can agree it's a lot.
I'm going to show you guys what a
And
FLIR looks like when it's
if we're
plugged
talking
into a
about- if
phone.
we
really
can
quickly.
focus on the basement for a minute.
Looks like this.
When
It's a small device. You can see it
You
plugged in
arrived
on the
on
bottom.
scene on the
That's the
20th,
kind of
right, the day
picture
of the fire.
it gets.
You
Hot pipes, hot
went
wires,
at some point
things
into the
like that.
basement that day,
Yes.
and you noticed that there was approximately 4 inches of water on the floor.
That's correct.
So when you went into the basement, you were getting wet.
Yeah, I had to put boots on.
You put boots on, okay? Because
Pretty common with house fires where all the water that's used to put out the fire collects in the basement.
okay, so when they're doing the fire suppression and they're throwing water with the hoses and things at the live fire, water ultimately can collect in that area.
Yes.
And that's what happened here. There was approximately 4 inches of water in the basement as a result of that.
Yes.
And when you returned the next day on the 21st, was there still water in the basement?
No, the fire department after the 20th, after we left, they pumped out the water in the basement,
Okay.
which they commonly would do.
And on the 21st, when you were in the basement, I think we saw something similar to this on directives, D1-120. This is the unfinished portion of the basement,
Yes, ma'am.
and we can see how like a lot of things are melted and from the fire.
That's
There's
correct.
fire damage.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you mentioned that there's a bunch of these, what we see as kind
Bins.
of black crates with yellow lids.
That's correct.
And I think you mentioned that you repurposed some of them, right?
That's correct.
So you took some of those crates and you put evidentiary items in them and then brought them upstairs outside.
Yes.
Did you have permission?
D1-121 is another photograph of the unfinished basement area. And what we just saw was like this area here, which is more sort of the center of the photo, I think. And now we're stepped back a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the left side, is that a workbench? Is that what you're referencing it as?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the workbench, that was D121. I'm going to show D124. On the workbench, we see on the left side like a monitor to a computer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And right next to that, we see like a tablet computer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those items were, I mean, I don't know if you can tell from these photographs, but they were plugged in.
I don't recall if they were or they weren't. I would imagine they were.
Okay. This is D1-125, and this is just a close-up of the tablet. And obviously we see fire damage, right?
That's correct.
Now D1-123, we saw this on your direct testimony, and this was a photograph of one of the many black metal gloves that we've seen, right?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor asked you, what is that on top of? And you said the workbench area, correct?
That's correct.
But actually it's also on top of a keyboard.
Okay.
What's that round thing with the screen there?
You agree?
Sure. Yes.
Did you seize the keyboard, or did you take it or no?
That keyboard is melted.
Okay. So fast forwarding a little bit to the 23rd, because again, you were there on the 20th, came back on the 21st, started a search, but then stopped at some point, came back on the 23rd because you skipped over Thanksgiving. And I think just to go back for one moment, on the 21st, right, when you got there to search, you were going to search the vehicles and the home, right?
That's right.
And you noted in your report that there was media outside, so you searched the house first.
That's correct.
By the time you were done, you came outside, the media was gone, and then you searched the cars.
That's correct.
Okay. And on
He
the
doesn't
23rd,
like working
you
in
came
front of
back,
cameras.
that's when can we agree to like a more thorough search of the basement?
Yes.
And D1-85. Again, I think we saw something similar to this on direct, but this is what we're talking about when we reference the pile of items, right?
Yes.
And the jeans that we saw.
Yes.
The jeans that we saw were in this pile.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a lot going on there, right?
Oh, yes.
When you said earlier they were protected.
Yes.
They're like somewhere in there. Is that what you mean?
What I mean by protected is at the start of the search, all of this was covered. And remember I was explaining how I started at the top and slowly moved away, excess articles, and then looking through. This is at some point through that process. So everything that was covering all of that had been removed. And then what couldn't be removed, I brought upstairs as a whole, and then did the thawing and then further examination in the garage, and then ultimately stopping.
Okay, you bring up the thawing.
Yes.
So tell me if I'm wrong. You collected this item, and then you bring it upstairs, and you put it in the driveway.
Not in that state. It's in the basement. I put it in a paper bag.
Okay.
And then I bring it upstairs, and I lay with it in the paper bag in the driveway in the sun.
Okay. And the reason you did that was to thaw it.
Yes, so I can thoroughly search it and try and separate as much of non-biological, potential biological items from it. So I didn't have to send it all as one big item, but that ultimately did not work. So.
Okay, so the thawing, though, just so that the jury understands, the reason why you had to thaw it is because we talked earlier about the water from the firefighters.
Yes.
And the water got into the basement and it got all over things, right?
Yes.
And then overnight it froze.
That's correct.
Okay, so these items were sort of like they were tell me if I'm wrong, sort of simultaneously melted together, but also frozen together.
There were parts of it that were melted that I couldn't separate the plastic from the cloth material, whether it's blankets or dog bed. I thought initially it was a dog bed. Couldn't separate that. There were parts of that pile also that were frozen. So again, I couldn't separate all of that together. That's why I brought it all to the driveway to try and separate it some more. And then once I saw additional blood staining, what I thought was blood staining, that's when I decided to just stop it right there and then send it to the lab.
Okay, so just a yes or no on this question. So we do agree that some portions of it were melted together and some portions of it were frozen together.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you put it in the driveway in the sunlight so that it could thaw or melt.
Just so we're clear, in the bag still, not out in the open.
Right.
It's possible he ripped apart the dog bed, and that's where the feathers were. As he's trying to pull apart the pile. That's where the feathers came from.
Did you take any photographs of what's inside of that trash?
No, ma'am.
Can? Okay. Do you recall what was in that trash can?
No, I do remember searching it. I don't recall what was in it.
Were there more gloves in that trash can?
I probably would have collected if I saw more gloves.
So we don't know.
I didn't collect any, so.
I'm going to show what's D187. Is this what the pile looked like before? When you said, when I showed D185 and you said this was like in a stage of like uncovering it, was this what it looked like and it was when it was more covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or substantially similar to what it was looked like. For best reference would be a photograph of the basement the morning of the fire when I first got there. And in the background, I can't really tell in the background of this photograph, it would be like the fire hoses in the window.
Okay. And this is a zoomed in version of that, right? And this is D1-86.
It's hard to tell with that reflection, but it is, generally speaking, a more close-up photo of the pile of clothing and articles.
I'm just going to show a few more photographs of, so D1-84, this is part of that pile.
Yes, ma'am.
And D1-88, is this part of that pile?
I believe that was underneath that pile, so that was that second art pile of, so it was blankets, jeans, the gloves, all that nonsense. Then the yellow lid, then a black container that was searched, and then these were underneath that.
Just want to make a note. And D189 is the close-up of that, right?
Yeah.
D190, this is a photograph I think you saw in Direct where you had to label J for jeans, G for glove, and something else for the crate.
The shirt.
The shirt?
Yes.
Oh, maybe this is a different photo then. This doesn't have a shirt? Or it does have a shirt?
It's a different
gray Eddie
photo.
Bauer
Okay.
short sleeve shirt.
Mm-hmm. All right, so these are the items together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
D191 is a photograph of the jeans.
Yes, ma'am.
And D192, we can start to see some staining in that photograph, right?
Some staining and some fire damage.
This is D192, 1-92. And again, closer up, you can start to see staining.
Yes.
And lastly, D1-93, same thing.
That's right.
And the jeans are touching the gloves, and the gloves are touching the crate, and maybe the shirt's in there somewhere. We see some feathers, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm getting rumblings on my social media that there's another storm. This one looks like it might hit me.
Do we have the jeans? These are the jeans that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the front of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
These markers, these white markers, who did that?
The New Jersey State Police.
Okay, what do they indicate?
Just areas that they examined.
Okay, and they leave that there so that law enforcement, when you receive it back, you know where it was tested, right?
It's really for them, where they find their items that they tested.
But once they give it back, now you know where it was tested, right? Like they're not keeping it, they give it back.
No, yeah.
Okay, and this is how they give it back to you.
Yes.
Now,
Well, obviously, if you look at this, like, we're not in this condition, but
I mean, they gave it back to you with the indicators, with the white marks on them.
yes.
What is it like a piece of, it's a tag.
It's a piece of paper.
Is
It's
it a
like,
sticky note?
Like a garment tag that you would find, like it holds a receipt for, not a receipt, a tag on it.
On a clothing item.
Yeah.
So these are little white tags throughout the jeans that show where.
Why does it matter what the tags are made out of?
And then we have the back of the jeans, right?
Yeah.
And we can see pretty clearly what the back of the jeans look like, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I can leave those there for one moment.
Yeah, they're gonna fall.
Lieutenant, when we're talking about the jeans, we're talking about S232, correct?
I'd have to look, Judge. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, I just want to make sure the record was clear because we didn't identify it.
S232, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Okay, so this is S-231, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does this appear to be a second pair of jeans?
I don't believe so. They could be a part of those. I don't know if they were, if it's a transfer, but I just...
Well, how
Dun,
about this?
dun,
Can I
dun.
for a second? Do you mind holding this?
Can you open this up
He's
and
gonna
try
hold
these on?
And I'm going to show you the back of these jeans, right? And do you see how the back of these jeans, we can see both pockets and this label here?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see a piece of the label here.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And then if we look at these jeans, we also see the back of the jeans and the full label.
Yeah. See how the border here is missing on these jeans, but you have it all on here. It could be just a mirrored image of this on the back here.
So if you turn that around, though.
I mean, I haven't done an exam on these, so it looks like it to me.
Well, so but we see this has a whole piece here.
Yeah.
And this piece is here. We have a full label, right?
They're on the outside, so some of it's missing, like right over here.
You can see that
You can see that it could be generally the same shape if it's mirrored.
How about this? If you take a close look at these jeans, can you tell that they're two different colors?
One looks, this is blue, that looks blue, but like a rusted blue. I don't, it's
Okay.
not really.
I'm gonna put this down for one moment.
It's not really. Okay, we found the extra gate, we found the missing gate, and we're now found the missing pants.
So, can I have the front table? What I'm showing you,
The state's finally, or the defense has revealed their theory.
the
Traveling pants.
420. This is a photograph of the full jeans that we have right next to you, that are next to you right now,
Okay,
correct?
I'm looking. I'm with you.
These are the jeans that were, that we just saw these photographs with the staining on them that were sent to the lab, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were returned back with the white tags.
That's correct.
And now I'm going to show what's D1-166 and D1-167. Though that's the second item that's on the ground at the moment, right?
That's this one right here.
Okay. And can we see how, and I'm going to show you 167. This is the same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am. Judge, do you need the item number?
That'd be great. Thank you.
It's S231C as in Charlie.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we see them side by side?
So, can we see how, kind of like how you testified to in direct, that
Get out of the way
one
here.
jean is more of a rusted blue and the other jean is more of a bright blue? And it's hard to tell through the plastic, but you can tell in the photos, can't you?
There's a slight difference in the shade of blue, but yes. At least to me.
Now, these jeans, the ones that you're holding, they don't have any white tags on them, or do they?
No.
Okay, so that's an indication that those jeans weren't tested?
I believe so.
There we go. The untested gate and the untested pants. Photos, yeah. You could be looking at the inside of the cloth versus the outside of the cloth. Different colorations.
Just a few more questions.
Camera.
We saw photographs
Camera adjustment.
of Mr. Caneiro, right? When he was at the Ocean Township Police Department, and you took some photographs of his body.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever test Mr. Caneiro for gunshot residue?
No, ma'am.
What about accelerants or fizz accelerants?
This was significantly later than the time. This was like late evening by the time I had an opportunity to interact with Mr. Caneiro, so I don't know if he used the bathroom or anything like that.
You never know, right?
You didn't test him for using the bathroom, did you?
I don't think I did. That's sustained.
Objection
Doesn't hurt
sustained.
to try. I'm not sure that that's a question.
I can rephrase it.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, that there would be no downside to trying to ascertain whether there's gunshot residue or accelerants, trace accelerants on Mr. Caneiro?
At that particular time, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a downside. It's just something that, because of the lack of time or the passage of time, that it just wouldn't have been probative.
You made a judgment call.
Yes, I did.
Just like you didn't look for that other gate, and just like you didn't look for that other pair of
At
pants.
the police station, at some point, I think, did you testify on direct, am I remembering correctly, that you collected Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
I didn't testify to that at all.
Okay. Did you collect his cell phone?
I believe it was turned over to me, yes.
Okay. And then you gave it to Detective Migliorisi?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get the passcode to the phone?
No, I did not.
You didn't have the passcode?
It was more of a conduit to getting it to Detective Migliorisi.
Okay.
So I didn't...
You just gave him the phone, you didn't give him the passcode?
If there was any paper, I don't remember if there was any paperwork or anything written anywhere.
Okay. You didn't personally ask Mr. Caneiro for the passcode?
Objection, Judge.
Yeah, you can.
Objection, can we be heard? They're trying to make it look like the investigation was done poorly. It might be one pair of pants, might be two. Definitely have 4 gates, not 3. We have a lock that has a combination, not a key. We cut it anyway. We didn't ask for the passcode. Not the sort of stuff that would make or break a case, but maybe they can build up some reasonable doubt out of this somewhere. Let's see. Oh. Susie Hatt lurking this morning. It's been a crazy morning. My 4th granddaughter, 7th grandkids total, was born this morning via unplanned C-section.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow.
I'm just going to strike the testimony as it relates to the passcode and getting the passcode. I want to take out that number 2 pencil, the eraser.
Eraser from your
right. I'd like to add a few things to mine, but it's a little late for that. But go ahead.
Also had frozen pipes and no running water. Wow. Congratulations on the grandchild. I'm with you on the frozen pipes.
You've referenced a few times in this case your technical report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you also wrote a few supplemental reports.
Yes, ma'am.
And those supplemental reports, they discuss things that you did later on in the investigation.
That's correct.
Because your initial report is everything that happened, let's say, the first week or 2 or so, and then if you did anything later on, you would write an additional supplemental report.
Yes.
One of those supplemental reports, you testified under direct that you would transport items back and forth to the New Jersey State Lab.
That's correct.
That's for testing,
That's
right?
correct.
One of the things I think you testified was getting a bubble swab from Mr. Paul Caneiro.
That's correct.
And that's a cheek swab for his DNA.
That's correct.
And you also at some point transported DNA cards for Keith, Jennifer, Sophia, and Jesse, correct?
I don't recall if I did the actual transport of that, if it was another detective, but somebody from our office did. I'd have to look at the lab receipt or report.
You or someone did, is what you're saying?
It's either me or one of the other detectives assigned to the unit. To be completely accurate, I would have to look at the, to answer your question accurately, I have to look at either the report or the evidence receipt.
Are we really going to go into its report to see who transported it?
So I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as S-130. Do you recognize this as one of your supplemental reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's dated at the bottom, I think it's March 8th,
Yes.
2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's a few months after all of this happened.
Yes.
And if you want to just read that to yourself, and then let me know when you're done, it's a short paragraph.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether it was you or someone else who transported
It was me.
It was you. Okay, so you transported the DNA for the 4 people I just mentioned?
Yes.
You never transported or took possession of any DNA related to Corey Caneiro?
No, ma'am.
And you also, we talked before about how you used things like an alternative light source as well as Blue Star, right? Which are 2 mechanisms that law enforcement can employ to try to find evidence that, particularly maybe trace evidence or evidence that isn't totally visible or isn't visible at all to the naked eye.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing that you did consistent with that was use a Fujifilm X-T1 infrared camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that basically a camera that has an alternative light source aspect to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can use this camera to take photos, and you can see hidden details like blood stains and maybe gunshot residue patterns or things of that nature?
Yes.
And you wrote a report on you using that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your report, you indicate that you used it on the thermal shirt, the scarf, the sock, and the cord, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also indicate that there was no additional evidence found based on that.
Yes.
There's nothing in your report where you used it on the jeans that we just saw?
Yeah, that's the reason why that wasn't. Is those items that are detailed in that were not actually examined by the lab. They were returned. These were. So I was looking for additional areas to maybe submit to the lab for retesting or any other sort of additional testing.
And but those didn't have any of the tags on them, right?
No, no, they did not.
And you mentioned, so there was, we talked earlier how there was multiple searches of Mr. Caneiro's home, right?
Yes.
You did like a walkthrough on the 20th.
Yes.
Then there was the search on the 21st
Yes.
of November. Then it was carried over to the 23rd.
Yes.
And then there was a later search on, I think it was what, the 28th or something?
That sounds about right. Yes.
And that search was more geared toward like electronics.
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of electronics were seized from the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said under wraps something about like there was a bunch of spare phones that were found.
Yes, those were found. Not on that. There could have been phones, but the ones I testified to were about the ones that I found in the basement on the 23rd, or whatever date that was.
And of course, everything that's found is itemized, right?
Yes.
Everything that's found is documented with photographs. Everything that's taken is listed and itemized in evidence receipts.
Yes.
The prosecutor showed you some of those during your direct testimony. Okay, and at no point, at any time, was Jennifer Caneiro's phone found in Mr. Caneiro's house or vehicles or possession?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't examine any of the electronic evidence. In some cases, I'll collect it, but our computer crimes unit generally handles all of that sort of examination.
So to your knowledge, no?
No, ma'am.
And I think the prosecutor asked you about this on direct. We heard a lot about the various firearms and guns that Mr. Caneiro owned.
Yes.
Right? Those guns were lawfully owned.
To the best of my knowledge, they were.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Can we approach sidebar?
Another little sidebar discussion after, I would say, a very unproductive cross-examination of this witness. Instead, just parroting what the state had said, maybe showing a little more detail in some areas. And once again, I say that she subscribes to the idea that if you can get the witness to agree with you a lot, maybe the jury will think that it's the witness was testifying for the defendant. Our birthday command's not working. Have seats been broken this whole time? Let me reset them. I'll turn them off and on again. That usually fixes everything. Don't think it was very beneficial. The extra gate, not a deal. Didn't move the needle for me. Extra pair of pants. I'd need more information. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but there was a big pile of clothes there. All sorts of stuff. Dog bed, everything in that pile. Are her questions really questions or reaffirmations? I think reaffirmations. Few inconsistencies, being able to point out where the detective doesn't remember who did something.
Happy birthday.
That helps.
You look good.
There you go. Sounds are working again. There we go. They're working.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
I'm going to sustain my own objection. Thank you. Real government name for that. think it's going to be a quick sidebar. Let's see if it ends here in just a moment. This is an old trial. This is like 6 or 7 years ago that this took place, and the reasons why we're just now going to trial. This is not a retrial.
I'm not going to argue about semantics.
The reasons why are many, but this was a heavily litigated case in the pre-trial phase, and portions of that litigation went all the way up to the state Supreme Court, which takes time and put a hold on everything. You also had during that time COVID, which took some time for courts to figure out as well. So, hey, did you break it? Is this the new one?
No, I want to print the new one, but I need permission to use the other computer.
Yeah. My daughter's been printing these tops. She printed a toy where you can pull this little rope and this will spin and take off like a helicopter. Is this one you just printed?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Yeah. She's loving the 3D printer. Thank you, y'all. I know many of you contributed to their wish list, and they're loving it. It's crazy that you can make a toy out of just plastic, and it melts it, and you can make your own toys, and that's what they're doing. They're loving making their own toys. All right, done with the sidebar. Any any redirect or
took a little bit longer than I expected. Sorry.
Did.
Redirect.
Now, barriers intended.
Talk about the
pants. We talked about it, and then you were asked questions about that Mantis device and the laser light.
Yes.
What is the purpose of those two devices, generally speaking?
For training purposes, for firearm marksmanship.
To assist one in becoming
Objection leading.
Is it designed to assist one in an attempt to become better or worse?
Still leading.
Better.
You were asking questions about blood in the house and things that you looked for in the DNA context, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about identifying ultimately 2 swabs on near the front door area. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that you had been provided some information before swabs were taken and sent to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
And that was that someone injured their hand, correct?
That particular information I didn't learn about that until afterwards. So
Okay.
not before.
But at some point, did you learn that someone said they hurt their hand in or around 27 Tilton?
Yes.
And was the area swabbed?
Yes.
And ultimately, I think Ms. Mastalongo told you that the DNA returned to be consistent or to be the DNA of Sean Edson, correct?
Yes.
And he's who?
A volunteer fireman?
Okay, so those 2 areas of blood near the front door, I think it's inside the house, correct? But near the front door?
One of them, I believe, was on the exterior, right at the front door, and the other one was the foyer wall just inside the front door.
So that blood near either the entrance point of 27 Tilton or near the exit point of 27 Tilton, it didn't belong to Mr. Caneiro, right?
No, it did not.
You were asking questions about that little bandage in the car, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, we didn't talk about that on direct examination, right?
No, we did not.
Because it was consistent with blood being drawn from someone, correct?
Yes.
There was a doctor's appointment that day?
I understand, yes.
November 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't think it was relevant?
No.
Now, just to get back to that, and I'll be quick, the southeast corner, ultimately you locate what is later determined to be some items of evidence, the jeans and the like, correct?
Yes.
Were you with anyone when you discovered those items at the house?
Yes.
Who were you with?
A trooper with the New Jersey State Police?
Okay, was there anyone with it?
Not another person, no.
Was there another animal?
Yes.
What was the animal?
It was a cadaver dog?
And based upon your observations, did you then look at that pile more closely?
Yes.
You asked some questions you asked a bunch of questions about the shed and the gas can, right?
Yes.
And when we looked at the gas can, I'm not going to bring it up again. Was there any liquid on the gas can in some of the photos at 27 Tilton?
Yes.
Okay. And did you determine or did you make any observations of how that happened?
Yes.
How that happened?
Like I said, one of my first observations when I got to the scene, there were periods of rain, and then all the fire suppression activity in and around the house.
And could you see any evidence of rain on some of those slate tiles near the shed?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Recross.
All right. No recross, please. Sorry.
So when we saw photographs earlier, and I think maybe it was on your direct testimony, we saw when we. Oh, can I have the front table? Sorry. So when we saw some of these photographs earlier, such as D1-84 and D1-166. You were trying to ascertain like what's in this pile, right?
Yes.
One of the things that was in the pile was a dog bed.
What I thought could have been parts of the dog bed, yeah.
Okay. And then a cadaver dog alerted to the dog, to that pile with the dog bed.
Yes.
Okay. And that cadaver dog also had actually come straight from, or earlier that day was at 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I don't remember the exact sequence. I believe you were the first area that they stopped at 27, I believe. I'm going to have to look at my report again. I know that he was going back and forth, whether I was the first stop or meaning 27 Hilton or the other address.
Do you know if that's something that you would have documented in your report, or if that would probably be in the cadaver, in the...
No, I documented it in my report. I just need to look at it real quick.
Do you have it up there?
I do not, no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S129. If you have it in there, let us know.
So on page 27 of my report at the very bottom, Friday, November 23rd, 2018, 8:55 a.m., I arrived at the Tilton. And then other members of the prosecutor's office arrived, and then around 8:40, so around that time, sorry.
Around that time is when...
8:40 in the morning is when the trooper arrived?
And that was at Canine Creed?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have an indication in your report of where Canine Creed came from?
We were the first stop that morning, I believe. I don't know what time he arrived at 15 Willowbrook, but based on those times, I would believe that he would be the first.
So you're assuming?
My assumption would be.
Okay. Obviously, you don't have...
So you don't know.
Canine Creed's handler's report in front of you, right? You're just looking at your report.
I am looking at my report. I do believe... So, yeah, at 117, it's on page 30. I guess the third paragraph at 1317, so 117, completed his assignment and responded to 15 Willowbrook Road.
So I do know.
Okay. So the canine was going back and forth between the two addresses.
At 8:55 I arrived. He shows up. I'm sorry, not 8:55. Yeah, 8:55, and then at 1:17 he leaves to go to 15 Willowbrook.
I got you.
I'm sorry, 12:32. We go to the Ocean PD, where the dog searches the Cayenne.
Okay, there's no question pending. I could just have.
Okay, hang on. Don't talk anymore. It's hurting my narrative.
Ultimately, sir, you're not the handler for the canine, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't know what this canine's history is with respect to his certifications, his accuracy rate, or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
You just know he showed up?
That's right.
Yeah, she was wrong. Has to eat a little bit of crow.
Nothing else.
Mr. Decker, anything else?
Judge, I don't have any further.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh my
All right, ladies
goodness.
and gentlemen, before we start our next witness, we're going to take our break now, so give you a break. We'll be back out at about 3:05, 3:10, depending on how long you guys need, and then maybe I need it. I don't know.
It was a great witness.
3:05, 3:10, and we'll get started right back up.
But
Thank you.
even good witnesses.
Don't do any research.
Even good witnesses can run a little long. All right, let's skippity-doo-dah through this break and move on to the next witness, which should, I think, get us wrapped up for the day, and then we can start the next one because we are trying to get ahead.
Just watch your step as you come up, please. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, please?
Sir, I do.
All right. Once you get seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is John H. Lightbody, Lightbody.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
I currently own an investigation firm. I'm the chief investigator and president of Find the Cause Investigations, a firm I opened up 4 years ago.
Find the
Find the Cause
close.
Investigations. What's the nature of the investigations that you guys most commonly conduct?
Fire origin and cause investigations, fire suppression strategies and tactics, as well as code, building and fire codes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to November, December 2018. Where did you work there then?
At that time, I was an investigator doing fire origin and cause investigations for James F. Valentine and Associates.
Okay. Now, I guess it's safe to assume that at some point you left there and you started your own business.
Correct. 2022. I was with his firm for 17 years.
Before I go any further, I'd just like to show you something that's been marked as S343. Ask you if you recognize that document.
I do.
What is it?
This is my CV.
Okay, what's a CV, just so we understand?
My curriculum vitae, which outlines my work history, as well as my educational background, predominantly related to this particular one is for fire investigations.
Now, to be clear, I guess at some point you were asked to become involved in an investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
Yes, I was.
And who actually asked you to become involved?
It was you, sir.
I was contacted by Chubb Insurance Company, Mr. Steve Costanzo.
Now, back when you were working for Valentine and Associates, and even currently with your own business, is it common for you to do work for insurance companies?
Yes, they're my primary clients.
Okay, so to be clear,
Big spenders.
were you or were you not involved in a criminal investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
I was not.
Okay. Now, that being said, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us for how long and where you worked?
I worked at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office. I retired as a detective sergeant. I was the architect and built the arson task force there in the Major Crimes Unit from 1988 until 2004. Prior to that, I was a career firefighter at the Naval Air Engineering Center, Lakehurst, now known as Joint Base McGuire-Dix, for 8 years from 1980 to 88.
Okay, so from 1980 to
Solid background.
Your primary job responsibility was what?
Full-time firefighter, career firefighter.
And is it fair to say that you had to get some training to be able to do that?
Quite a bit, yes.
Can you talk about that initial training?
In that aspect of my career, I was involved in fire, all the disciplines of the fire service. So it's fire prevention, protection, suppression, and investigation. In that particular point of my career, I was in the fire suppression aspect. I joined the Eastover Volunteer Fire Company at 16 years old, and I took a ton of classes, and when I was 18, I was appointed as a firefighter at Navy Lakehurst because of that education that I had. So from there, it was primarily a fire suppression strategies and tactics area, and I worked in the crash fire rescue crew, aircraft crash fire rescue, and that's when I began in that 8 years taking classes in fire origin and cause investigation, as well as in inspector's licenses.
Okay, at some point thereafter, did you attempt to transition that investigative training into law enforcement?
I did.
Is that when you joined the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
In 1988, yes.
And
excuse me.
During the course of your time at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office, where was really the focus of your investigation? What units?
At the prosecutor's office, I was hired specifically for then the arson unit in 1988 under Sergeant Larry Wilson in major crimes. And then subsequently, when he retired, I was appointed as a sergeant, and they gave me the opportunity to develop and build an arson task force, which was a task force, a multi-agency task force for the investigation of fire and arson matters, as well as environmental crimes.
On your CV, which is marked as S343 in front of you, do you document the majority or the most important investigative courses that you took with respect to fire investigation, cause and origin?
In this particular CV, I do.
Okay, can you just give us a summary of the investigative trainings that you had completed?
So, in this particular piece, there's 110 classes. I'll give you some of the highlights.
110.
I attended the DCJ Academy 90-hour arson class, which was put on by the state of New Jersey, and subsequently, after in 1998, I became an instructor, lead instructor for that class. In addition, I went to the FBI fire arson class in Quantico, Virginia. I attended between 5 and 10 international conferences for the International Association of Arson Investigators, and probably 20 to 30 for the state chapter of that same association. Extensive investigation in origin and cause, building construction, hazardous materials as it relates to that, and fire suppression classes as it relates to fire origin and cause investigations and the effects suppression have on our investigations.
So fire dynamics and what other people do, like firefighters do before investigations start. Is that understanding that, is that important?
Very important, yes.
And also, I think you talked a little bit about building construction. Can that sometimes be important?
It's extremely important because you can develop a theory as to how fire spreads. In the scientific world, there is a whole science to fire, and how it spreads, how it moves, how it's deflected, and how it ends up from point A to B, C, and D. There's variable ways that happens, and building construction is one of the primary factors in that concern.
Now, as far as any certifications in the field of fire investigation, do you have any?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
I'm what's identified by the International Association of Arson Investigators as a certified fire investigator. That is a extremely difficult position to get. In this state of New Jersey, I think there's 50, maybe 60 of us. Also, I'm a certified fire and explosion investigator through the National Association of Explosion Investigations, NAFI, fire investigators, and a certified fire investigation instructor, as well as a level 1 fire instructor.
Now, working predominantly on the civil end of fire investigation, I mean, is that accurate based on what you do now on the civil end?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you have more opportunity as a result of the civil end than you did, let's say, when you worked as a criminal investigator with the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
Currently, yes. 99.9% of my job is civil matters. I do get called into criminal stuff, and I may evaluate it and not get involved.
Okay. Now, for criminal investigations, there's not always a reason if the fire is not suspicious for police to investigate. Is that fair?
Agreed.
Okay. Now, from the civil context, your job is to come in and make a determination for the insurance company, right?
In the civil side of the case, it's more for identifying potential subrogation matters, and what that's for is, say, if a product fails and causes fire damage or damage to a building, and one insurance company insures the owner, somebody insures the product, we pursue against the product failure for subrogation to recover any monies that are spent. And on the same side, liability, say a plumber works on a house and he causes a fire, you defend those people if you can, or those incidents if you can.
Now, any professional associations that you hold?
Yes.
Okay, can you just tell us what those are?
I'm currently a life member of the New Jersey chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators. I belong to the International Association of Arson Investigators probably for a good 35 years. I'm a life member of the Ocean County Fire Chiefs Association, as I was a past fire chief in Toms River and a past district fire chief in Toms River. And I'm a life member in the Ocean County Firemen's Association and several others.
Now, have you ever had the opportunity to be offered as an expert in Superior Court in New Jersey in the field of fire investigation or origin and cause determination?
I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times in the criminal and civil matters, both Superior Court of New Jersey and federal courts.
At this time, Judge, the state would offer John Lightbody as an expert in the field of fire investigation,
He's
origin
good.
and cause determination.
He's good. Let him in.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you. We are satisfied with Mr. Lightbody's experience and qualifications.
All right, thank you. You heard me read this twice already. I don't want you to sit there and say, did he forget that he read it already? It's my job to make sure that I remind you every time that there is a new expert that may come in on this case, so I'm just going to do that for you now. So here we go. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by an ordinary juror, and who thus may not be able to assist, who may be able to assist the jury in understanding the evidence presented and to determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it its weight as you deem it should be entitled, whether that be great or slight, and you may reject it. In examining each opinion, you should consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true only in part. And in light of those findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts that you rely upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. So with that, we'll go on to the question.
Read.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Leib, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S344.
You recognize that? I do.
Okay, what is that?
This is a copy of my report I authored on behalf of Chubb Insurance for them in this matter.
Now, you have that in front of you. You also have your CD in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to refer to S344, that report, if you could just let us know, that would be great. Now, I want to ask you about an investigation conducted at 27 Tilton, obviously. Okay? Now, you talked about how you were hired on the civil end, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you have any contact with law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. Why was that?
Generally, before I go to any type of fire, I contact the local authorities and determine whether the scene is accessible by the private sector, that would be me, or any of our people, so as not to interfere with any ongoing investigation they may be performing.
Do you need to correspond with law enforcement in order to actually go on the property?
I do not.
Okay. What if the scene is being held by law enforcement still?
I would defer to them, so as not to interfere or contaminate anything they're doing with their investigation.
And during the course of your investigation, did you at any time work with any others as part of your team?
On my team, I retained Michael Plick of Plick and Associates. He is a mechanical engineer, as well as Mr. Martin Grant, who works for Mr. Plick, who is an evidence technician.
Now, you said Mr. Plick is an engineer, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you often utilize the services of like experts, so to speak, in fields like electricity or engineering?
Yes.
Now, is fire investigation, or can fire investigation be collaborative?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, with respect to your overall investigation at 27 Tilton, did you use a specific method?
I did. I used what's known as the scientific method. It's a methodology in how we perform fire investigations.
Okay. Now, is that the scientific method pursuant to NFPA 921? Is that something that you learned during the course of your training in fire investigations?
Yes, sir.
Is that also something that you teach in fire investigations?
I do.
Okay. Because you said you had been for a period of time the lead instructor at the Attorney General's Office fire course, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you just tell us what that scientific method consists of?
So in general, it's a collaborative effort to structurally perform your investigation. So there's 7 points to this whole thing, and how it goes is you recognize that there's a problem that has to be addressed. That's step 1. And then the problem here is you identify the problem, and that's step 2. We have a structure fire in Ocean Township at Mr. and Mrs. Caneiro's home. That's step 2. Step 3, we begin to gather empirical data through interviews, contacts, fire scene examination, photographs, documents, whatever we do when we do our investigation. We gather that data. And once we gather the data, we then look at, we assemble the data and we examine it to see where we're at with this. And step 4 becomes develop an hypothesis as to what potentially could have been the cause or contributing cause to the fire and the spread of fire. And then subsequently we test that hypothesis. Once we test the hypothesis, we come to an opinion as to what the cause and the potential spread of the fire was.
I think you mentioned steps 1 and 2 are kind of simple, correct?
Yeah.
You know, we have a problem in that there was a structure fire, right?
That's correct.
And step 2 is I got hired to go investigate, right?
That's step 2.
Okay. Step 3, we talk about doing an investigation, bless you, and gathering empirical data, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how you start to do that in this case?
Well, generally mine starts from the minute I get the case, as soon as if it's a daytime call and I can contact the local authority, I start calling them again to affirm that I'm not going to interfere in anything. And then I go to the site and I conduct witness interviews of those who may or may not be there. If they're not there, I can't talk to them. But generally, I meet with a family member or an owner of the home or the policyholder and conduct an interview as to the circumstances surrounding the event. Not only the fire, but the circumstances previous to that. Did somebody work on a house in the last 10 years? Were there any problems with electrical and mechanical devices? Does anybody smoke candles, incense, etc.? And we try and get those
smoke candles,
circumstances known before I go in to conduct my scene examination.
Can you start with who lives there, right?
Yes.
Could you also gather some data on the internet or anywhere else regarding, who owns the property, what year the home was built, and the like?
Correct. My office does a search for the structure, and hopefully most times we can get the type of construction, the square footage, when it was last purchased, etc. In this particular case, I came up with the construction year, the square footage, I think over 4,000 square feet, and the home itself.
Now, can I just put up S1 E, please? Can I? There's a PowerPoint that was put together for your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And it was based upon photos taken by whom?
Wow, we're in the dark here.
By whom did you say?
Yeah, who took the photos?
I did.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you would recognize the contents of the photos in that PowerPoint?
I will.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you basics. I want to show you slide 25, please. Can you just tell me what that shows?
This is the front of the Caneiro house, which faces west to the street here. Tilton Drive.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Now, that is the, you can see that that's basically the west side or the front side or the A side of the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you take note of any damage to that area of the home?
I did. I know as we do damage assessment as well as the lack of damage, because that becomes important to us as we do our investigation. And we could probably talk about that shortly.
Sure. So, is part of your initial assessment, is it exterior based?
Yes.
You walk the house and try to make any observations. Is there damage here? Is there not damage there? Those sorts of things?
That's correct.
And then eventually you go where?
Into the house.
Okay. I just want to go to the north side of the house, or the B side of the structure, and I'm going to show slide 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
So this is the north side of the house. You can see that the garage area is a two-car garage. It's a one-story in height, and it's attached to the two-story residential portion of the home. What I note here is that the gable, where the roof comes together, that little window, is there a pointer or something?
There's a stylus up there, a little pen. And if you wanted to mark what you're talking about, we'll preserve it before you undo it.
No.
I'm not good like this.
Is that use this point? Or you can go this way?
I don't think I need to draw.
Yes.
Where are you going to draw?
If you draw, then everyone will see what you're talking about. So if you wanted to,
So I just draw this?
there you go.
Okay.
Why did you circle that, sir?
Because I wanted the jury, if they don't know what a gable wall is and a gable vent, that is a gable vent in the roof system. It's ventilation for the attic of the home. You'll note there that there is soot damage coming out from the attic because smoke and heat did get into the attic. So that vented out of the north side.
Okay. Now, can I have slide? Can we preserve that, sorry?
26.1, it's S1D.
Gable vent.
So once you hear that print, if we do that again, you could just hit that undo button.
Okay.
And it'll go away. Have slide 27, please. And just, could you tell us what you're looking at here?
This is a combination of a photo of the north side and the east side of the structure. The photo is taken from the north facing south. This particular photo, you see much better. On the bottom left side of the garage, you'll see a fire pattern. It's at ground level, and it causes damage to the door jamb of the garage, the door of the garage, and the ground and the underside of the garage door.
So what you circled there, was that an area of damage that you were able to identify based upon your exterior survey of the residence?
I did.
Okay. And again, is that something that you're going to further investigate as you continue with your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we could preserve that.
27.1.
That's slide 28. And sir,
You can hear the printer now. They must have fixed
can you
it.
tell us what that shows right there?
It's a close-up view of the previous photo showing the fire damage to the door jamb and the garage door and the ground and the underside of the garage door itself.
Next slide, 29, please. What do we see there?
Additional view focusing more on the door jamb, displaying fire damage to the jamb and the door again.
And based upon your observations only at that point in time, were you able to deduce anything about the door jamb there, the fire patterns, or anything of the like?
It's at ground level. It burns up and out from there. It's pretty isolated, but more importantly, there's no electrical or mechanical devices in that area which could have caused or contributed to this fire pattern or caused the fire at this location.
Now, based on what you just said, you just said that there's evidence of fire damage, correct?
Yes.
Then you said there's no electrical or there's no cigarettes burned out over there. At that point in time, just based upon that information alone, do you draw an ultimate conclusion or do you do something else?
I don't draw a conclusion to that yet because I haven't seen the rest of the house, and I don't have the rest of the knowledge of what I have to look at. That will be included in the totality of my conclusion later. Again, because fire does travel in different ways, and I want to make sure that this isn't a fire that communicated from somewhere else somehow. So there's no conclusion yet on this, although it's certainly a point that needs to be addressed.
Okay. So it's something that you kind of take note of and then you continue to go on with your investigation?
That's correct.
And as part of that investigation continuing, do you go to the east side of the residence?
I do. Everything I do is clockwise.
Now, can I have slide 30, please? And what are we looking at there?
This is an overall view of the east side of the house. Strike that. Yeah, east side. I'm sorry, yes. East side of the house prior to any boards being removed, as I found it on November 24th was when I first went there. So this is what I encountered when I got there.
And I'll ask you an obvious question, but were you able to identify where the majority of the damage on the rear of the home was located?
Yes, that's identified as the southeast corner of the home.
Okay. That's slide 31. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
This is a close-up view of fire damage to the exterior of the home.
After the windows and doors are boarded.
Up. The boards are there covering some windows and a window well. And the fire communicated to the underside of the roof system, what's known here as the soffit, and communicated into the structure at multiple points from this area.
Now, there's some plywood in that photo, obviously, right?
Are you the new plywood?
The new plywood.
Yes.
And that was put there to cover windows, right?
Cover windows and provide security on the home, yes.
Now, obviously, based upon when you took this photo, this was at some point days after the fire. Is that accurate?
Yes, I took this 4 days after the fire.
Have slide 32, please. Oh, sorry.
Undo.
As soon as you hear the printer. Slide 32, what's that show?
Slide 32 are the plywood boards removed, obviously, and what you see here, folks, is you have a gas meter here. It's a gas meter set. The meter's still intact. It's still there. There's a window well right here, if I may. I'll just do this for you. That's a window well. The well is the hole in front of the window, and the window enters into the basement. Above that, these windows are on the first floor. They enter into a living room in the east wall. And then above this, you'll see what appears to be almost new plywood. That's actually a piece of plywood that was installed because it appears there was a window there. Behind that plywood is a walk-in closet. And then to the right, you'll see the new plywood here. This is the bathroom window, which was boarded up as well.
Before we preserve, that's fine. Preserving print is fine. But do we see, are you able to determine when you take this photograph and observed it a few days after the fire, anything about fire patterns?
Yes.
Okay, can you talk about that?
So when we recognize fire patterns, fire traditionally burns up and out. Okay, so that's why when you're told to crawl in smoke, it's all rising above you. So is the heat. In this particular case, it'll burn up and out. Fire will burn up and out until it's deflected by a horizontal surface. In this courtroom, it would deflect across the ceiling once it hits the ceiling. So that redirects the fire, as we talked about fire spread before. So in addition, there's what's known as a V pattern, the letter V. Now this is more of a U pattern because it's pretty spread out right here.
I'll get rid of this one and print it again.
Let's not print until after it's done.
So traditionally, the base to a V pattern or U pattern is what's known as the point of fire origin. So as you can see in this photo, the fire was later determined to originate in this window well in the ground area there. It burned up and out. It communicated on the vinyl impression sidings, which allowed it to continue to burn vertically. So you see how this burns from here. It goes up this way, and the reason why it turns left here and then right over here is because we do what? We hit a horizontal surface, and that is the soffit. So once that soffit's
Compromised.
penetrated, sorry about that, once the soffit's penetrated, it allows the fire to enter into the attic. This particular fire, I can look at it and bring the fire all the way down to the ground level and show that the fire originated at ground level.
Now, two things. I think you talked about a point of origin or an area of origin that was depicted in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon everything you said, you seem to be able to identify that with that photo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, do you draw your ultimate conclusion, though, at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And that's going to be at the end, right?
So this is a suspected area of origin, subsequent point of origin, and that has to be identified once we determine, so let me just, if you don't mind, once we determine where the fire originates. So we do an investigation, determine the area of fire origin. And in this particular case, it's on the outside of the house right here. And then the point of fire origin is later determined. Once we determine that, we determine if there's any electrical, mechanical, any other heat devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire. In this particular case, we would probably looked at improper discarding of smoking material or other heat sources that may have been there.
Now, as part of this investigation, I think we could preserve it now. Thank you.
32.1.
Now, I'm going to show slide 33. I'm going to do that.
So just hold it down for 2 seconds.
You hit it a bunch of times and it'll eventually. Sometimes you have to hit it more and more.
Undo.
We switch slides. Just get rid of it. Sorry. So I'm showing you now slide 33. I'm going to ask you whether or not you examined or investigated that basement window.
I did.
Okay. And how do you go about doing that, and what did you see?
In this particular photo, oftentimes when we deal with area of origin and point of origin, there are variables to this, but I will tell you that oftentimes the most extensive amount of fire damage and deepest and heaviest charring is normally consistent with the longest area of fire burn. Now there's variables on that. In this case, there's not a lot of variables. So what I'm showing you here is, you'll notice on the plywood right here, the sheathing is consumed. It's not consumed anywhere else. So that would tend to suggest to me that it burned there for a longer period of time. If you also notice, in construction, this is called a double plate. So you have two 2x4s that form the base of a wall system. There's a bottom plate, which is the lower one, and a top plate on top of that. This fire penetrated there into the wall system, consuming the plywood, and caused heavy charring on the 2x4 bottom plates. As you move away from this area, you'll notice that the fire damage, although extensive, is of a much lesser degree in comparison to that.
Okay, we could preserve that.
33.1.
I have slide 35. Now, you talk about progression, extensive damage versus significant damage, but maybe of a lesser extent. Can you talk about what you see in slide 35?
I see the fire communicating. On the previous slide, I didn't point it out, I apologize. You could note that the underside of this windowsill, these windowsills, had fire damage to the underside of them. So you remember, if fire's burning up and out, it's underneath it burning up, attacking this ledge. It's the same thing on that windowsill. So that's what occurred here. It continued to communicate up, and at the same time, it penetrated the windows on the first floor and entered the structure on the first floor within the living room. It continued to burn up and out until it hit that soffit system, and then continued to burn horizontally to the left and right until such time it penetrates that soffit and enters the attic.
And when we talk about penetrating the soffit, entering the attic, is that ultimately how you made the observations above the garage?
Yes. That's once it enters the attic, that cavity called the attic fills with smoke and heat, and it's pressurizing, so it starts to push out. And in this case, it pushed out on the north side gable vent.
Now, just briefly, the areas, did you identify areas where the fire penetrated the interior of the home?
I did.
Okay, and where were those areas?
Based on my observations and fire patterns, the areas were located first in the attic, the basement window at ground level. The fire got into the basement, and then the first floor windows into the living room, and then subsequently it got into the attic via the soffit, and it also entered the master bathroom window.
Okay, so while you're making observations on the exterior of the home, do you examine at any point the gas line?
I do.
Okay, and where was that specifically located?
Well, the concern here was that the gas meter was directly adjacent to what was identified as a point of origin. So during this investigation, it was critical for us to, we used the process of elimination to consider that as a heat source and or a fugitive gas that might have leaked and found an ignition source and ignited this fire. So that's where our engineers came in, and collectively we did gas line testing. But this particular meter is directly adjacent to this window well.
And did you participate in other testing, like the gas testing by the engineers?
Yes, I was a part of it, yeah.
Now I want to just show you slide 40.
You've got your wall of your house and your eave, like the roof comes down to the end.
Recognize slide 40.
This under part, that's where the soffit
gas
is.
meter located on the east side of the house at the south corner.
And what do we see atop the gas meter?
Plastic.
Melted vinyl siding on top of the gas meter.
Does that play a role, or does that mean anything to you as a fire investigator?
Well, as I look at it, I identify that predominantly, although it's damaged, it's intact over the meter. So my consideration here is if I had a gas leak at this meter and it ignited, I probably would not have, more than likely not have any intact siding on top of that meter.
Now, on the exterior, continuing with other potential sources, things that you would need to eliminate in order to draw a conclusion, did you find something called a mist-away system?
I did.
And what is that?
A mist-away system was located on the south side of the house, and what drew my attention to that is, on a comparative value, we could call it a sprinkler system above ground. So there's hoses with distribution nozzles for this system. I had never seen one before, so I followed it back and found this mist-away system. It's a bug spray, or it's a bug spray. It's a bug repellent in the ground and discharged into the grass area.
Now, just for
You've got
clarity,
an installed bug spray system?
Is that a photo you took?
Yes.
What is that of?
How
That's
bougie
the
is that?
nomenclature label on the system itself.
Can I have slide 42? What do you see there?
Some people
That's the
water their
mist-away
lawns.
system. It's an AC-powered system. The tank you see there would be the product that's dispersed along the grass. And my concern here was if the product was ignitable, a liquid that could have contributed to a spread or cause a fire ignition. And that's what I was looking for, to include or eliminate that as to why this fire spread the way it did.
Okay, did you make any observations or do anything to determine whether or not, or how much liquid was potentially actually in the containers?
I did. This tank was empty, and that's the only mist-away system I located in the.
Does that work for cockroaches?
Now, you also said you did some investigation as to like what it was and what type of liquid would be involved, correct?
I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
I searched the mist-away system. I found out what products were in it. I do have them if you want me to read them. They're very big words, chemical. But all of them, what's known as the material safety data sheets. I located those for each product.
MSDS.
A lot of it is water, and there's small percentages of product for infestation of bugs or eliminating bugs. There's nothing ignitable, there's no flammable or combustible liquid in this particular product.
Okay. So you note that and you move on? I mean, you note that information and you move on with your investigation?
Yes.
Now, was there any electrical in the area of the gas meter or the window to the basement outside?
No.
Okay. Now,
not electrical
is that something
source.
that you would consider as part of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you locate any type of discarded smoking materials, cigars, cigarettes, anything else out there?
I did not. I cleared all the vegetation that was there in the first couple of photos very gently. And I looked through there looking for any smoking materials that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire, which met with negative results.
Because we saw a bunch of foliage outside the window in the original photos, correct?
Yes.
Can I have slide 44?
Foliage?
What does that show?
That's a cleared
Foliage.
area of the foliage where I can now identify the ground. And you'll see when I identified this mist-away system, you'll see the tubes that run here. There's some over here and some in here. So that's what drew my attention to that. And maybe in here that I got identified.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to go see if Mrs. Ari has some storm snacks I can raid. I'll be right back.
Mr. Lightfire, if you could just sit down and do it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you needed to take any measurements or anything outside of that window well.
I did. I took measurements of the window well, as well as the size of the window that enters that basement.
Why do you do that?
To determine, the area and the volume of air that could get into that particular window. And I later looked at another window, and this particular window opens from the top in, made for break-ins, where you'd have to climb in the window, go over in the well over the window. So it's a security type window, in my opinion.
Now, just briefly, have slide 45. Is that just a photo showing the measurements that you're taking?
Yes.
And 46. You recognize that?
Yes, it's the windowsill, and as we have this photo up here, this is what I was referring to, the underside of the windowsill melting because it was being attacked by fire from below. The window is 16 inches from the well.
Now, at some point, do you continue your investigation into the interior of the home?
I do.
And why do you do that?
Now I want a couple reasons. One, you want to document the damage, and you want to find if there's any other areas of the home that need to be addressed. Right now I have two unusual fire patterns that are not connected. Right now in my mind, the first fire pattern at the garage door is not connected. It was caused by this fire. So the verbiage would be, there's two separate points of origin right now, is in my consideration, my hypothesis, with no natural fire communication to the two. In other words, this one didn't cause the one at the garage, and the one in the garage did not cause this one.
You want to go inside and continue to ensure that that hypothesis is ultimately where you're going to land. Is that accurate? So how do you enter the home?
Through the front main entrance.
No. For purposes of just understanding how you did this, we'll run through this, but can I have slide 49?
Can I just correct one thing? I said it was 16 inches. I apologize. It's 4 foot 5 inches from the ground.
We did lose sound just for a minute. It came back.
53 inches. Is that 53 inches? 4
Refresh.
feet, 5 inches?
Okay, yes.
Check it off. Is that the door you entered to the home?
It is. That's the front main entrance that fronts Tilton Avenue.
Now, you enter a lot of homes. Is that accurate as far as your work?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you do it, and I know every house is different, but do you try to do it in a similar manner each time?
I do every fire investigation I do consistent, yes.
Okay, and what's the consistency that you use?
I do the exterior of the property, I document those fire patterns, then I enter the home. As you noticed, I did it clockwise around the house. Unless there's an obstruction where I can't do that, I do that every time, and I've done over 3,000 investigations. In this particular case, I enter the front main entrance, and I photograph the door I walk through, and then I do systematically clockwise photographs of every single room of the home.
Okay, so I'm going to go to slide 51, please. You recognize that?
Yep.
What's that show?
That's after I entered the home. I did an overall photograph of the door that I came through, and you'll see this double door closet is in the north wall of the foyerway.
Okay. Now, beyond that yellow wall, is there another room?
There is. There's almost like a formal living room, or a living room type.
Okay. Can I have slide 52? Can I have slide 52?
There it is. Yeah.
Is that the room you were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you're walking through these rooms, are you looking to see if you can observe any fire damage, soot, smoke, anything like that?
So I'm looking for that in addition to habits of the occupants. So if I suspected smoking, and I'm further buttressing whether anybody at home smokes, I didn't find anything like that as well.
Okay. Can I have slide 53, please? What do we see here?
This is taken from, I believe it's a dining room facing the kitchen, facing north.
Now, north through that door leads to what?
The garage, the laundry room, and the bathroom.
Can I have slide 54, please? What do we see here?
An overall view of the kitchen, which shows the Viking stove and a table. And this particular doorway we just talked about leads to the garage and the bathroom and the laundry room.
I have slide 55, please. Now,
Did you say
take
a
a photo
Viking
of the
stove?
Viking range, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
It shows devices and their type of fuel. In this particular case, we were going to test all of the appliances that use natural gas. And in this case, the Viking stove does use natural gas. And again, we're going to look for any leaks or any problems with the piping that may have contributed to the cause and or spread of this fire.
Okay. Can I have slide 57? We're continuing to where here?
This is clockwise. You see the stove in the lower left corner here. I'm facing now south. And this hallway leads into the, I believe, a dining room and then the living room, first floor where the fire penetrated. That would be the south end of the home, first floor.
And slide 58, turn back in the other direction, correct?
Yes.
Showing what?
The garage entry door, and then I go to the left.
Can I have slide 59, please?
It's the laundry room, which is a gas dryer, and the bathroom.
Now, those gas dryers would be something that ultimately you would evaluate during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I took photographs of that and behind it.
Okay. And then we're moving to that dining room. I'm going to show you slide 60. Recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
I'm taking a photograph from the living room on the south side where the fire penetrated those two windows, facing north. That's the dining room. And you can see we start to develop and see smoke conditions and some heat conditions around the electrical switch, the outlet down here, and then across the top here. And then you see the development of smoke, which is now into the home.
60.1.
And from there, can I have slide 63? What do we see there? Shoot my body.
I step back to take this photo just to show the communication of fire through the windows and if you notice, they're still boarded. Fire came through the upper portion of the windows and then continued this way. And then at some point, fire suppression forces, the fire department, came in and stopped the fire spread on the interior side.
So based upon the analysis that you're doing, the observations, you think that the fire would have continued to spread had it not been for suppression efforts?
Absolutely.
And is that area there where we're looking at the transition from living room to dining room, that's the approximate area where you believe the fire stops on the first floor interior?
Yes. You had extensive heat. You can see that the paint in the header above those windows, as well as the ceiling moving this way, had begun to bubble and burn off and drop.
Don't eat the paint chips.
Can I just have slide 67, please?
The vinyl windows melted too.
63.1.
YouTube's having some issues.
Can you tell us what you see?
So I'm continuing through the living room clockwise, and you can see the other side of the window, the south window, which is right here. That's the south window. And we do have pretty good soot and heat here, but not as extensive to the window on the north. So you can see a line of demarcation here of where the heat and smoke hits the ceiling here. It begins to roll down, and then once it fills this cavity, it starts to bank down and creates this line of demarcation of smoke. You have a clean area here, and you have a sooted area here.
67.1.
Now, was there a point in time, obviously, during your investigation where the plywood were taken off the backside of that living room window?
Yes.
Okay, and at any point, did you take a photograph in a downward direction?
I did. I looked out that window and looked down, and that window is directly above the window well. First floor window's directly above the window well.
Next slide 66.
Do we have that photo?
You can undo those.
Undo that?
Undo.
Just to be clear, how was this picture taken?
I was looking out the window and I photographed down.
Okay.
You can see the window well here, and then here's the gas piping to the gas meter.
66.1.
He's getting good with that stylus.
Now, you testified earlier that you had identified areas where the fire penetrated the rear of the home into the interior, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon observations that you make in that living room, are you confirming what you saw outside as far as that goes?
Yes, I'm confirming the fire pattern that comes into the window. You see, these are vinyl windows, so vinyl windows burn, right? So the fire patterns continue in here. You can see the window sash is burned, and it continues through this window that's glass and into the home. Primarily at a higher level because, again, fire's still rising.
Now,
66.2.
Thank you, Judge. Now, do you at some point continue your investigation to the upstairs of the home?
I do.
What do you find, generally speaking, upstairs?
I photographed all of the rooms upstairs, the bedrooms. As I accessed the second floor, I was told through interviews that Mr. Caneiro's bedroom was the first bedroom center of the house on the left, and directly in front of the hallway is one of the daughter's bedrooms, and to the right is another daughter's bedroom.
We're all out of jerky.
Did you inspect and photograph each one of the bedrooms that are on the second floor?
I got the
So the
crumbs.
first one, you come up the stairs, you make a left. First door is, you were told, Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Yes.
And then one of his daughters was the next.
Straight ahead.
Okay. And then across the hall, going east, was there another bedroom?
To the right, there was a bedroom on the northeast corner, and then you came back the other way. There was the fourth bedroom, I think, was the master bedroom.
Now, as far as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, can you tell us about any observations of fire damage you saw there?
No fire damage.
How about the next, and just to be clear, let me just go, slide 73. Whose bedroom is that?
I believe that's Mr. Caneiro's.
And
Not the master
the next
bedroom.
We're going to go to
He slept in a different room.
slide 78. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what's that show?
It's the bedroom, one of the daughters on the west corner of the home.
Okay. And did you make any observations of significant smoke or fire damage?
There's no smoke or fire damage, and I can attribute that to, I believe the bedroom door is closed at the time as well.
I'm going to go to the next bedroom, slide 84. You recognize what that is?
Yes, another one of the daughter's bedrooms. This is on the northeast corner of the home, second floor.
That. And then it's fair to say, once you examine that third bedroom, You go out to the hallway again?
I do. I turn back around and face the south.
Okay. Can I have slide 91? What do we see in that photo?
So basically, I'm standing at that same doorway facing south, and here is a bathroom, and this is the master bedroom where Mrs. Caneiro stayed.
Now, can you talk about your examination of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was that the area that you would determine had the most fire damage on the second floor?
Yes.
Was there specific parts of it that had more damage than others?
The master bathroom, where the fire penetrated through the window we spoke about earlier, as well as there is fire damage in the attic and the master bedroom closet, where the fire penetrated into the soffit and then burned in that area against the soffit.
Okay. Can I have slide 98?
91.1.
What are we looking at here?
This is a view of the, I believe it's the master bathroom.
Okay. And you make out, or can you see evidence of fire smoke damage there?
Yes, in the ceiling, and soot damage within the bathroom.
Can I have slide 99, please? What are we looking at there?
It's the master bathroom window. You can see where the fire came in this area and caused damage to this. Remember what we said, most extensive damage moving away or intact. So the fires, as you face that from the outside, this is facing down this way is the window well. So that fire from the inside is burning from right to left. As we face it from outside, it's burning from the window well right, causing this damage.
Interesting. It's amazing that they can figure all this out from a bunch of charred remains.
Thank you. Can I have slide 30 just very quick? When we look at the windows on the exterior, the rear of the home, the window you're just discussing there's 3 windows up top. Which window are we talking about?
This window here. That's the master bathroom window. And you can see the fire pattern coming this way and getting into that window, and it continues along the soffit. And the fire department stopped it from communicating laterally at that point.
And again, we talked about earlier, but that leads ultimately out over the garage, correct?
This does?
The progression goes
Yes.
up through the attic and out that vent, correct?
Yes, heat and smoke.
Now, I want to show the slide 103. What are we looking at here?
It's a view into the master bedroom closet from the doorway. Up in here, you can see the trim and fire damage in the corner. Obviously, right outside on the other side of that wall is the soffit where the fire penetrated.
Did you confirm anything you had learned previously from the fire patterns in the master bedroom, closet, and bathroom?
I was confirming that the fire did penetrate into that area, and I confirmed that those areas of fire damage are caused by the fire within the window well in the exterior of the house.
Now, at some point,
Interesting.
you go down and do an examination in the basement.
I do.
Okay. And where specifically did you go in the basement?
So I've documented the entire basement, and prior to doing all this, we also document all the utilities, so that was done as well. Documenting the entire basement through photographs, and most of the fire damage in the basement was directly in line with the window well, and it communicated left and right within the basement. And when we see photographs later, I'll explain how it was in the cavity, the joist cavity, which allowed it to communicate to the north.
Now, the basement, was it partially finished? What did you encounter?
It was a partially finished basement, yes.
Now, your examination of the finished part, what did that reveal as far as the extensiveness of the fire smoke damage?
There's moderate smoke damage there. There was not a whole lot of fire. There was no fire damage, but there was smoke damage throughout, very lightly.
And did your systematic examination lead you to a specific area of the basement?
Yes.
Where was that?
It would have been on the southeast corner of the basement.
Okay. And now, you pointed out your observations on the outside of the house, but are you drawn to that location based upon what you see when you actually go into the unfinished side of the basement?
I'm drawn to that location because of the fire damage. You'll see later there's a double set of doors. This basement had a nice wall that separated the finished portion and what appeared to be storage and maybe a little shop area. Once you go through those doors, there's extensive fire damage right in front of me because I'm in line with that basement window.
Can I have slide 111, please?
103.1 on the previous picture.
So he's saying there's just one fire
Do you
origination
recognize
point?
that photo, sir?
I do.
What's that show?
I'm standing in the finished portion of the basement. These double doors are here. You can see that, the opening. I photograph, and this is, again, I'm documenting. I'm headed toward the utilities, but you can see the plywood is still intact, and there's extensive fire damage. Here's the window, and all of this fire damage is located in here. You can see there's storage and rack storage, metal rack storage that contain combustible materials, ordinary combustibles, wood, cloth, papers, stuff like that.
Now, you drew sort of what's somewhere between a U and a V. And why'd you do that?
Just to show the amount of damage and how it's spread left and right. There's a more predominant V pattern here as you look at it, and it goes behind that shelf in line with this window.
Now, sir, you talk about fire burns up and out, and you talk about, V or U patterns when you were making your observations outside. Why would there be a V or U pattern inside the basement?
There's two potential reasons for that. One, the fire penetrates that basement window and ignites all the materials that are on these shelves, and it drops down and burns back up. Remember, things can burn, drop down, and burn back up. As an example, if the fire were here, across there, and burned this screen is going to fail at the top because that's where all the heat is. It'll fall back down, and if it continues burning, it's going to burn back up. That'll give you another V pattern. So that could be the case here, or if this is later was determined to be intentionally set fire with the use of ignitable liquid, it could have been poured inside the basement as well.
111.1.
Can I have slide 115, please? What do we see here?
We're going to need to change out the toner on that printer.
The photo you just observed, a lot of debris on the floor, which is later cleared by myself and one of my partners, the engineer. And we removed the shelf to expose the backside of the wall system. Now what you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, is styrofoam panels. Its insulation is glued to the block. Okay, so you have styrofoam panel intact here. I later learned a piece of furniture was there during the fire, which provides that protected area. And then on the other side, once we remove this, you'll see that all of the styrofoam insulation that was behind there is consumed. And then as you move to the north, it becomes intact and identifiable again.
Now, we're focusing on this area of the basement, but did you conduct a systematic assessment of all the fire damage in the unfinished area of the basement?
I did.
And I think you may have said earlier, but oftentimes you look to go to areas of least amount of damage to most amount of damage. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is that something that you undertook in this home?
Yes. We're looking at photos before I even started to examine this area. I did this later.
Yeah, we could pursue it.
115.1.
Can I have slide 116, please? And you talked about a V pattern earlier, a better V pattern earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now that's a photo you took in a slide or an image that you created, correct?
Yes.
And what is that showing there?
It shows the same shelving unit, but what I identified as a V pattern in that area. You'll see that you have extensive fire damage to all of the contents from the first, second, and third shelf all the way across. But as we move to the north, although it's fire damaged extensively, you'll see later that the materials in the tubs themselves become intact and identifiable. So my fire is isolated in this area and displays what I identified as a V pattern, a potential point of origin, or again, if there's ignitable liquid poured through the window used to facilitate the spread of intentionally set fire, that could also be a reason for that.
Now, when you talk about potentially ignitable liquids, do you do anything in that regard?
I did. I delayered this whole area. What that means is I shoveled it, I picked through it with a hoe and a shovel, hands and knees, looking for any other heat sources and or other materials. And we removed this shelf, and then I took samples of the debris at the base of these shelves behind it.
And what ultimately happens when you do those samples?
I took 2 samples. I was looking for the potential to have ignitable liquid introduced to this area and identified in the debris by Fast Labs, who's located in Georgia. I sent those materials to them, and they sent it back to me.
Now, was there any positive results for the presence of ignitable liquids?
Not in those containers.
Does that end your investigation?
No.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, I think you talked about it earlier, but ruling out other potential causes. Is that something that you did throughout the home, but also specifically in this area?
Yes.
And what were you doing in that regard?
I was looking for electrical outlets or devices in this area on the floor, or any type of materials that are heat sources within the shelving units. I combed through all that debris on my hands and knees and shoveled it out of the way and continued. There were no electrical or mechanical devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire or this damage here, with the exception of spread. Above this window to the right is the gas lines that enter through the natural gas meter, through the foundation wall.
Could I have slide 120?
116.1.
You recognize what we're looking at?
I do.
What does that show?
This is the natural gas piping that came through the east wall. If you remember the gas meter, the gas comes into the meter on the left. It's discharged through the meter to the home, through the wall system. You have iron pipe coming through the wall here, and it transitions to what's called CSST pipe, corrugated stainless steel tubing. And those are two gas lines that run north to a gas manifold, gas distribution manifold. And you'll see pictures of that later. So one of my concerns, ladies and gentlemen, were as to whether, again, we're still looking for leaks in this, any connection that may have a leak. If I have a leak here and finds an ignition source and comes back here, that could be an accidental fire, a reason for an accidental fire. So we pressurized all those gas lines to include the CSST, the manifold, and the devices to determine the leaks, if there were leaks.
When you say we, you're talking about the engineers that you
Two engineers and myself. That would be the we all day, yes.
That's the we all day.
120.1.
Thank you.
2 engineers and myself.
Here's slide 126. What do we see here, sir?
This is later in the investigation when we did our observations and did our delayering. You'll notice that all of the debris that was on the floor here has been removed, and
Legally
up here
Blonde's
we tagged and identified each
original
CSST
gangsta.
tube and each T-fitting that came through the wall system, and then we followed it back to the manifold.
Okay. And when we talk about different lines of natural gas that kind of spread out from that manifold, what are they for? Did you determine what they were for in this particular house?
Yes.
And what were they for?
So on the manifold itself, you'll see later, there's 8 different discharges. So the 2 gas lines come into a common discharge, and then we tee out. So there's, out of the 8, 6 were in use that we identified there, and I believe we identified them as being the barbecue, the gas stove, the Navion water heater, the HVAC system, the heater. How many is that? 4. And then I think we had the Generac generator and the outside light. There was a gas-fired outside light. And the other 2 were capped and shut off.
Okay. Now, you talk about pressurizing these lines, right?
Yes.
Could you just tell us why you do it and ultimately what you were able to determine based upon doing that testing?
So with the assistance of the engineers, we took compressed nitrogen, we went out to the barbecue, and we pressurized the barbecue, and then we took the barbecue line and pressurized the whole system backwards, which pushed gas through every pipe or distribution pipe and appliance. We had the pressurization to those appliances. We did discover 2 leaks. One was very minor at the barbecue, and one was very minor at this connection, one of these connections here. And that was considered and contributed to the fact that the fire came through the window and attacked what's known as pipe dope, or the putty used to seal those threaded connections.
So it leaked after the fire
It's
started.
our opinion that the pipe dope melted out and resulted in a minor leak. But certainly not enough to quantify or qualify the fire damage that's here, or to spread throughout the basement and result in an ignition of fugitive gas.
Based upon the testing that you did with your team, were you satisfied that the natural gas line was not the cause of the fire?
It was not the cause of the fire, nor was it leaking prior to the fire.
126.1.
Now, as a result of your investigation, or towards the end of your investigation, we talk about ruling out accidental causes, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about that, were you able to make any determinations with respect to the electrical supply to the home?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any evidence to indicate that the electric supply had anything to do with the starting of this fire?
It was not.
Now, the natural gas you've already said, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other potential accidental causes that you considered that, led you away from the suspicious nature of this fire?
I consider natural causes, that being lightning. There was no lightning, no earthquakes or anything like that. Smoke and material we talked about. Incense and candles were not known to be outside, so they were not outside. So we considered any potential heat sources that could have been there, and we eliminated all of the accidental heat sources that could have been included.
And that process you're just discussing, is that part of testing that hypothesis that you've kind of come up with along the way?
Yes.
And based upon that, do you do any other final steps in the process?
So the testing the hypothesis is either conducted personally or known tested. Ignitable liquid is open flame, can be ignited by ignitable liquid. So that's a proven fact, so we don't have to test anything. So the consideration here is, at the conclusion of this, I determined there are two separate points of origin at this home. One that originates on the exterior of the home at the window well and communicates, as we spoke, up and out into the house at 4 different points. The second one was located at the garage door, which showed fire damage, and there was nothing there that would have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire that I observed.
Now, so with respect to the southeast area or point of origin on the backside of the home, okay, were you able to determine what the cause of that fire was?
It's an incendiary fire purposely set with the use of ignitable liquid, in my opinion.
And as far as that second area of origin, the one that we looked at near the left side garage bay, what was your opinion as to the cause of that fire?
Well, certainly was an unusual pattern that I saw. However, I didn't see any containers or anything there. But through interviews with the local authority, I did learn that at one point there was a gasoline container there that had burned. So there was no accidental causes. I determined that to be a second point of fire origin.
Now,
not accidental.
The conclusions and the investigative steps and the conclusions that you've just talked about with respect to 2 areas of origin or 2 points of origin and the fact that this was an incendiary fire are your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, they are.
All right, I have no further questions.
Okay. Lunchtime?
Lunchtime? Cross what?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that you described the fire in the garage as a second point of origin, right? You'd also described that as an intentionally set fire?
Yes.
And obviously the fact that there was a gas can, what is now known to you that there's a gas can located very close in proximity to that fire origin would contribute to that conclusion. Would that be fair to say?
As my understanding is that, yes, there's a burning gas can there, yes.
So with the fire that's located in the window well to the basement, so that I understand your conclusion, that window well is what you've determined to be the point of origin for that fire.
Yes.
And that was an intentionally set fire.
In my opinion.
And that fire was set with the help of ignitable fluids.
I believe it to be true, yes.
Like gasoline.
Ignitable liquid, yes, probably gasoline.
The fire at the garage is also an intentionally set fire.
Yes.
And also set with the help of ignitable fluids.
Based on the fact that I was told there was a gasoline container burning there, yes.
Okay. Were you also informed about a car that was parked nearby that fire origin at the garage?
Yes.
And you were told that there were burn marks on the hood of the car?
Yes.
And were you shown photos of the burn marks on the car?
I was not.
Okay. You were told that there was surveillance video of these fires?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. And were you given the opportunity to review that surveillance video?
I did not.
Did you ask to review the surveillance video?
I had sent OPA requests or FOIA requests for all the reports and any information. However, based on the circumstances surrounding the event, they were denied.
Was there a Mr. Tiberian that you talked to as part of this?
Marshal Tiberian, yes.
And were you told about those surveillance videos?
The state
what they showed
yes.
In general?
A large flash at the back of the house, the southeast side, and then an additional fire near the garage.
Have you investigated fires in the past where you've had the ability to view surveillance video of the fires?
Yes.
And does it make a difference to you in viewing those videos as far as your conclusions are concerned, whether the fires begin slowly and build slowly, or whether the fires begin with more of an eruptive force? Is that distinction important for you?
It could be, yes.
And why would that be potentially important?
If I recall the conversation with Fire Marshal Tiberian, he said there was a large flash which rapidly died down on the east side of the house.
And a large flash which rapidly dies down would be indicative of what?
It's consistent with a rapid and intense buildup of heat at ignition of ignitable liquid.
So in just ordinary terms, it's consistent with the fire being set by gas.
Yes, ignitable liquid, whatever would provide that ultra rapid. For example, gasoline has a flash point of negative 45 degrees. So what does that mean to you? That means that gasoline at negative 45 degrees will provide push-off vapor enough to ignite. It won't sustain combustion without an external heat source. So so when you light that, it's an ultra-rapid ignition. Now, in comparative value, kerosene, that's known as a flammable liquid. Kerosene is a combustible liquid. Kerosene has a flash point of over 100 degrees. The kerosene is 145 degrees flash point. That's why oftentimes you have to have, your oil heaters have to have a very fine dispersion of that oil in order to burn. So if it's used with maybe old gas or kerosene, it would be a slower development and not as a large flash.
Right. But like gasoline that you got from the gas station, you have to
Or
be
your
careful
shed.
with because that's highly combustible.
It's highly flammable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm using the wrong words.
No, it's fine. I'm not trying to insult you.
Yeah.
I'm teaching you.
But it's ultra rapid, I think.
Ultra rapid, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we were looking at a photo of the inside of the house. I think we were in like the kitchen to dining room area. You were looking at towards the origin of fire at the window well, and we saw some damage to the outlets in the house, the light switch. Now, was that electrical or was that smoke damage from coming out from outside the house in to the outlets?
Smoke damage from entering into the wall system. And again, we're pressurized with smoke, right? We saw it come out the gable vent. The same thing happens in void spaces and walls. Once we penetrated that wall in the lower level and got the smoke and soot into the interior of that wall, again, it will push out, it seeks the path of least resistance. And in that case, it's the outlets and the switches.
When you were talking about that, the prosecutor asked you, I think, whether you would have expected without intervention from fire personnel for this fire to continue. And I think your testimony was that you would have expected without intervention the fire would have continued.
I would have.
And that means the fire would have continued to spread throughout other parts of the house.
To progress, yes.
And you're aware that, well, I shouldn't say quick or slow because I don't know what that is in your terms, but there was obviously a response of fire personnel to the location.
Correct.
And they at least responded to the scene very shortly after the fire was reported. That's your understanding?
Yes.
And the fire was reported very shortly after it began. That's also your understanding?
Yes.
But if, let's say, nobody had been home and no one had called and there wasn't an alarm for the fire to bring fire personnel there, this fire would have continued to engulf the house.
In my opinion, yes.
And obviously the damage that you've identified for us here, all of that had a chance, an opportunity to take place before fire personnel, who responded rapidly, were able to suppress the fire, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a term called alligator charring?
Yeah. Okay.
And does that have to do with the burn impressions on wood, or what does that mean?
Alligator charring is a verb, or it's a description of charring of wood that's been debunked in the 70s, early 80s. They no longer identify alligator charring. And what they meant back then was just simply that the wood developed cracks and formulated bridges, if you will, consistent with alligator skin. So that particular term is no longer recognized or identified.
Okay.
Some people would identify it back then as being an ultra-rapid ignition of materials causing that, and that's debunked. That's
okay.
Alligator charring.
So that has been shown to not be scientifically sound.
Well, the description of the pattern, yes.
Understood.
He's like, well, I won't need these pictures then. There goes my alligator charring cross.
That it is just science.
Here's your candy. Red pen.
I just want to show you a couple of photos. I don't think you haven't had access to any of the case photos.
Public photo? No.
Other than what the photos you've taken?
Correct.
Okay.
So this will be new to
I'm
you.
going to show you this. This has been marked as D403 with the prosecutor's permission.
There was no objection.
D3? D1-403.
I'm sorry. D1403. Okay.
Zoom out on this for a second. Okay. We have a little bit of glare there, but can you see that photo clearly?
Yes.
Do you see towards the upper portion of the photo there is some charring?
Alligator charring. Does it look like an alligator to you?
I With the understanding that the term alligator charring is no longer scientifically sound in your field, is that the kind of pattern that would formerly have been identified as alligator charring?
No, and I'll tell you what you're missing on this photo, sir. The char pattern is what it is. You can see it intact here, yes? But here, it's not the same as out here. And the reason why is when the fire department got inside and used an 1 3/4 hose, which flows 150 gallons a minute at 100 pounds nozzle pressure, it washed off that char when they attacked that fire.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying that this would have looked different prior to the hoses being placed into the window well and turned on?
It probably would have looked consistent with what we have over here, with the dishes here.
Okay.
You see the difference? You see the difference how flush and flat that is as compared to this? You can outline that. And this is all flat.
It's been water blasted.
I can see the difference, yes.
We've all been educated today.
We capture that as 403.1.
There's drawings all over it. Can you imagine sitting around a campfire with this guy? He's describing what's happening in the fire. As you can see here, now if you look at your marshmallow, we have some alligator charring.
Now, I'm sorry, you didn't have an opportunity to see the burn mark on the vehicle that was near the fire by the garage, right? Okay.
The attorney knows he's out of his depth on this.
I will show you D1-203.
How you doing? She's the one that keeps all the lights going on and off, and she's running all the tech in the courtroom. She's doing a great job.
Showing you D1-203. You can see the photo clearly?
I do.
Okay. Do you see the area towards the left side of the photo on the hood of the vehicle?
I do.
Okay. Would that be consistent? Have you investigated vehicle fires before?
Yes.
And when you investigate a vehicle fire, is it similar to the methods that you use to conduct the inspection of a house fire, or are they different?
They're consistent. They're each identified as a structure.
Okay. If you noticed damage to the hood of a vehicle that was consistent with fire damage, how would you proceed to investigate that?
I would obviously document this, and I would open the hood and see what's underneath it. I'm not familiar with a Porsche, or whether the engine's in the front or the back, I have no idea. But I would determine whether there's any fire on the interior of that particular area that could have caused that damage on the exterior.
And if you looked under the hood and saw no damage underneath, you could conclude, I'd imagine, that fire damage on the hood must have come from an exterior source.
I would tend to suggest so, yes.
Okay. And is that damage we see in this picture, is that consistent as far as you can tell with heat or fire damage, or would it be difficult for you to tell from a single photo?
Well, single photo is very difficult for me to tell. And the distance between, I don't even know where this car was parked. I know it's parked in front of the garage. The distance between the garage and the gas can, or what that circumstance. So there are a lot of variables that come into play.
Mm-hmm. You were obviously at the house.
I was.
And you did a walkthrough of the property.
I did.
And the gas can was not there when you arrived at the house.
Correct.
But you were told it was near the garage.
And that had been burned.
Show you. This is D1-48.
It's not going to look burned in this picture.
You see the front grille of the vehicle we were just talking about?
Yes.
You see the gas can lying on the ground?
I do.
You see some police tape there as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize this to be the driveway area of that home, 27 Tilton Drive?
It appears to be, yes.
Does that can, I mean, as far as, your opinions about origin and fire cause, does that can appear to be in close proximity to both the garage door and that vehicle?
It's in between, closer to the garage door.
Doesn't look burned from that picture, though.
So, surveillance video of a rapid ignition would be consistent with the fire having an incendiary source?
In my opinion, in this case, yes.
Okay.
Luke,
all right, you know what, sir?
I am your father.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, he waves the white flag.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate it.
Good job. Great job on the witness there. I liked that one. That rushing wind or rushing water sound you're hearing, that is happening all the time, but they have a noise gate that turns the sound off when it doesn't detect voice.
I know how bad you want to say. But no. All right, so we're going to send you home for tonight. We'll start back up again tomorrow morning. Same time, same place, same stupid jokes. 8 a.m. We'll have you up here at 8:30. Have a great night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Don't discuss it.
Judge has a stress ball. He's squeezing. So we're gonna skip ahead. I know it's lunchtime. My only concern here. My only concern is I need to run out and work on the Airbnb and make sure the pipes are thawing out properly. Okay, let's see where are we at. Let me turn that off. That's not it. This is it. Stay 7. Day 8. There we go. We have day 8. So hold please while we get ready. How long is the pause? Okay. Day 8. Pipes frozen Airbnb. Only to the tub. You're above freezing now, aren't you? Well, I'm just looking at the weather. We're at 34 degrees. We just barely got above freezing. It's been 29 for forever. So.
Okay, good morning. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good job, everybody.
I think it looked like I was doing something back there. Are you guys impressed a little bit? Just a little bit. All right.
This judge has great jokes.
All right, we're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 19-020283. Can we have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge. Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mascone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good morning, Judge. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Judge, the state calls Detective Brian Miglerisi.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, once you get comfortable and seated, could you state your full name for the record, spell your last name, please?
Certainly. My name is Brian Miglerisi. It's Miglorisi.
Okay. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And how long have you been with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Just about 10 years.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently assigned to the High-Tech Crimes Bureau. And also I'm assigned to the
Crimes.
FBI New Jersey Regional Computer Forensics Lab.
So can you just break that down for us and tell us what your role is in each of those two different capacities?
Sure. The High-Tech Crimes Bureau is our new computer crimes unit. And I'm pretty much, since I'm tasked out to the FBI, my sole responsibility is at the lab, which is the Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. So I'm an FBI task force officer to the lab.
Prior to those units, what other units did you work in the prosecutor's office?
The Major Crimes Bureau.
And when was that?
That was between 2021 to 2025.
So was the majority of your time with the prosecutor's office spent in the High-Tech Crimes Bureau?
Yes.
It used to be called computer crimes?
Yes, it was.
I like his
What
tie.
prior law enforcement experience do you have?
I was a police officer in the Asbury Park Police Department. where Iowa Patrol Division as well as Street Crimes Unit.
How long did you do that for?
Just about 10 years.
And did you have any other assignments over those years?
In my total career, about 11 years, I worked as a task force officer with the U.S. Marshals New York, New Jersey Regional Fugitive Task Force.
I'm going to run and check the water.
How many relevant
I'll be right back.
trainings
Okay.
did you undergo or certifications to be a detective in the High-Tech Crimes Bureau?
So I attended a few classes and certification courses. The first one was Celebrate. That's like a week-long course where you do a hands-on as well as a practical exam to get the certification. There was another class called In-Case Forensics, which had the same kind of breakdown of a week-long where you obtain a certificate after you do a practical exam. There was Magnet Axiom course as well, same kind of style, so about a week-long practical as well as certification course. I also went to IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, where I received a certification in the mobile device forensics.
As part of your responsibilities in the High-Tech Crimes Bureau, did you ever conduct forensic digital extractions on electronic devices?
Yes, we did.
And what kinds of electronic devices would those be?
Any kind of digital media. It could be cell phones, computers, laptops, micro SD cards, USBs, surveillance systems, anything that had any kind of digital media associated to it.
So over the course of your career, approximately how many digital forensic extractions have you conducted?
Probably over at least 500, I would say.
Now, generally speaking, can you tell the jury what a digital forensic extraction is, what the purpose of it is?
Sure. The main purpose of a digital forensic extraction is to collect, preserve, then analyze that data in an investigation that's going on, either be computer crimes actually had a secondary function as well, where we had investigations that kind of focused on what they call CSAM, which is child sexual abuse material. So a lot of the investigations we had with that, so we would try to preserve all that evidence that we can for digital evidence for any kind of investigation that we're on.
So you can conduct electronic digital extractions in a number of different cases.
Yes, we can.
On electronic. What tool or tools do you use to perform those extractions?
So this changed over the year. Back in 2018, when I was in the unit, we used Celebrate primarily to extract cell phones. Since then, there's Gray Key, Celebrate, Magnet Axiom. They all do the cell phone extractions.
Okay, so we're going to get into that more in a little bit, the difference between Celebrate and Gray Key, but can you just tell us very generally, what are those?
They're forensic utilities, certified forensic utilities.
Okay. Now, when you perform the electronic extractions on digital devices, where does that typically occur?
So with Celebrate, you can actually do that inside the lab, but they also have a function where you can take it remotely as well. For Gray Key, it's a function where you have to do it inside the laboratory.
And just when you say the laboratory, what is that? Where is that?
Sure. It's the Computer Crimes Unit laboratory, which is in Freehold.
Now, is there an evidence locker in that laboratory?
So we have a temporary evidence vault. The purpose of that vault is to maintain security of that device that we have inside the lab. A lot of devices need to be either powered on, they need to be charged, as well as some may have to go into a Faraday box. And the Faraday box, what that does is you put a device inside it, primarily mobile devices. It blocks out cell phone signals, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, so that way nobody can remote in and wipe that device.
So just to be clear, there's an evidence vault in the Computer Crimes Unit laboratory, is that right?
Correct. It's a temporary vault, so that way we can do the forensics and keep an eye on the evidence securely in the lab.
And then there's also a main evidence vault.
Correct. Yes.
And when you log things or take items of evidence, specifically electronics, and you put them into either of those vaults, is there any paperwork that goes along with that?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us about that?
There's evidence property receipts that are filled up from the detective to me.
Okay. Can you take us through the process of how you conduct an electronic forensic extraction?
Sure. So the biggest problem with computer forensics is that it changes frequently. We're always behind the game when it comes to cell phone forensics. We have to play catch up to the manufacturers of cell phones, the manufacturers' operating systems. So it's hard to fully explain all of it, but back in 2018, the way that we did our forensics then is different than what they do now. So in 2018, there was primarily two different operating systems, the Android operating system and the iOS, which is Apple. Each one would Celebrate, you could get a different level of extraction. The Android, you could get a basic extraction, which would be called a logical extraction. And that's like if you were to just open up your phone, you see what you get, and that's all you get in that extraction. Then you would have the next level, which would be the file system, which would be stuff inside the logical, as well as some additional data, databases, file structures, and potentially you can get some deleted information from a file system extraction. The top one for the Android would be a physical extraction, which would be getting every single 1 and 0, every piece of data inside that chip inside the phone, and you parse the data out. Android is different than Apple iOS. iOS you could only get at the time would Celebrate an advanced logical. The advanced logical is, like I said, you literally just open the phone, you see what you get. There was the utility Gray Key, which gave us that next level, which is called full file system extraction. And it gives us that logical extraction, as well as it gives us additional databases, file structures, and potentially some deleted data. in forensic community, we always want to try to get that top level extraction so we can get all the data that we can and properly represent that device.
Okay, so there's Celebrite and Gray Key, right?
Right.
And are those essentially tools to help conduct a phone extraction?
Yes, they are.
So the first step of a phone extraction, does that entail extracting the contents of the phone onto something else?
Yes, it does.
What is that something else?
It's called raw data. So we extract that data from the device and we'll put it on a forensic drive, and it's called raw data.
Now, is there a next step in the process after you get that raw data?
Yes, we will then take that raw data and process that in a forensic utility, usually the Celebrite or Magnet Axiom.
Can you just look at the raw data yourself and understand what it is?
No, we cannot.
Okay, so you said you process it in what?
In either Celebrite or Axiom.
Okay, so each of those, Axiom and Celebrite, when you say that you process it, what does that mean?
So processing, what that does is the forensic utility will take the raw data, it'll parse it out, and then put it in a format that you can understand and see. It categorizes items, creates timelines, it'll build file system structures so you can see it, you can go through the evidence clearly.
And is there another step after that that occurs?
Yes. After we have it parsed out, you can see the evidence. We then create extraction reports from that. And you can make a working copy, which is the actual forensic file, and a reader, which reads that file. And then there's also the PDF copy that we create. And the PDF could be hundreds of thousands of pages. So it's a little more difficult to go through a PDF file.
Hundreds of thousands.
We do both of them at the same time.
And the working copy and the PDF file, do they contain the exact same information?
Yes, they do.
When a forensic extraction is performed using Gray Key, what are some of the pertinent databases that are pulled from the phone?
So there's a few databases that are very important when it comes to iPhone forensics. The main one is Knowledge C. It's a SQLite database. And what that is basically, looks just like an Excel spreadsheet, and the data is stored in individual columns and rows. And then when an app needs that data, it'll actually call that location on the spreadsheet or database, pull it, and present it on the phone so that you can see it as a user.
And does that database, Knowledge C, does that only apply to iPhones?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you know what the purpose of having that database is on an iPhone?
So it's actually created by iOS or Apple. It's a hidden database that actually stores pretty much just about every user activity on the device. It could be your web history, calls, texts. It also stores status of the device, so it could be if it's plugged in, charging, if the screen is on or off. You could pretty much take the data from that and build a timeline of the user's activity on the device.
Now, is the purpose of it essentially to help the iPhone or Apple learn the user's behavior?
Yes.
Is it also helpful, though, to forensic investigators as well?
Absolutely.
I'm going to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Did you respond to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in responding there?
To assist with cell phone extractions.
All right. Do you recall what time you arrived?
It was late afternoon, early evening. I'm not sure the exact time.
What, if anything, did you take into your possession?
There were cell phones, a couple of extractions I did at the Ocean Township Police Department, but there was also a phone that I took back to our computer crimes laboratory.
Okay, a couple of extractions that you did at the police department. Whose phones were those?
Susan, Marissa, and Kate Caneiro.
The last name?
Caneiro.
Okay. And you indicated there was another device you took possession of?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
It was an Apple iPhone X that belonged to Paul Caneiro.
And who did you take possession of that from?
Detective Catalona.
When you took possession of that iPhone, what did you do with it?
I took it back to the computer crimes laboratory and put it in our Faraday box so that way it could be properly secured.
The next day, November 21st of 2018, did you perform a forensic examination or extraction of that phone?
Yes, I attempted to extract the device, yes.
Now, was the phone password protected?
Can we just take a break for 5 minutes? Everyone can hang out for a minute. Jurors, can you go into the jury room for a second?
Judge calls an audible, gives us a quick break, but hasn't told us why. We're going to sit tight for a second and see. Judge says, come on up. He has the universal get your butts up here gesture that all the judges know. Paul's like, what's going on? What happened? What? Can't hear anything. Trick to thawing the pipes in the Airbnb. We ran all of our water pipes in the attic when we redid it, so we didn't have them buried. Ran them in the attic, and I think the pipes, that's where they're freezing up there because they're above the insulation. So we're gonna insulate them a little bit more, maybe tonight if I can find stuff. But I just opened up the vent to the attic, ran the heater a little bit higher, about 72 degrees in there, and heated the attic, and it all thawed out just fine. So
All good. Somebody's about to catch a whooping, trying to figure out what just happened here. They have a juror falling asleep or something? Use pool noodles. I was gonna get the official ones. The pool noodles work really well, but they can be too big, and I've got some very tight space to work with in the attic. Our attic is all joists and beams and nails. You almost have to be a snake to fit in there. So that's gonna be my son's job. He doesn't know it yet. I'd rather re-insulate the attic than in the walls. The walls, we have pipes going through one outside wall, and that's it. But all right, pipe tape. No, I'll do the. It's like a pool noodle, but I was going to get it actually at Lowe's. What's number 72? Judicial displeasure. Yes, he called it. We're taking that up to 72. Thank you for that, Drama Llama. If only we could zoom past this. We can. I just don't know how long it's going to last. Let me cheat and look. Okay, hold tight. Oh, it's almost over. Okay, so give me just 1 second. We're going to skip ahead. It's all of like 30 seconds, but I thought I skipped ahead far enough. It's currently standing waiting for the jury. No mics right now. Sits down. Wait, decides to stand up again. And then decides to sit down again. So there we go. Now we're caught up. Stand up again or sit down.
Detective, did you perform an extraction on that cell phone, the iPhone X, the next day on 11/21/18?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where did you perform that extraction at?
At the Computer Crimes Lab.
And what tool did you use?
Celebrate.
And once that extraction was complete, what did you learn?
The Celebrate showed that the Apple iTunes backup file was encrypted.
What does that mean, encrypted?
So Celebrate, when it would extract a device, especially with Apple iPhones, it would utilize a backup file, which would be like if you were to lose your iPhone today and you go to the store, you would use that backup file to reinstate into the new phone. So that way it looks like your old phone. Could be a little bit of window, depending upon the last time you backed it up, so the information could not fully be there, but it all bases upon when you last backed up your phone. A user can also set a password on that backup file to encrypt that file. So user set password, and it's usually set when you set up your new device.
And were you ultimately able to extract that phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, can you tell us the steps that you took?
Sure. So I started researching on Apple's website about how to reset or the iTunes backup password, and on their site it actually explained that you can go to the settings in the device, reset the settings, and that will take off the password on the backup file and not affect any of the data on the phone.
That's terrible. It's a terrible design flaw.
Yes.
You Celebrate?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened to that information? Where did it go?
That information is stored on a digital forensic drive.
Now, was there a second extraction performed on that device using Grid Key?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall when that was done?
That was on November 28th of 2018.
And where was that done?
Arlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Can you tell us about that process and what your role was?
Sure. In the forensic community, we're fairly small, and once somebody gets a new tool, we all talk about it. We're confessing nerds a little bit. So we knew that Arlington County got the Grid Key device, and it was something that we talked about in the forensic community, that it was good for getting an Apple iPhone extraction, especially with a full file system extraction. You get a lot more data, a lot more of the databases, and also Grid Key at the time didn't need that backup password, and it could pull the same data Celebrate could, plus the databases and file system structure.
Okay, so on November 28th of 2018, what specifically did you do with that phone?
I took it to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And what did you do with it there? What happened to it there?
I met a detective there, Jen Allen, and she then extracted the device. Well, I gave the device to her so she could connect it to the Great Key to extract it.
Were you there when she connected it to the Great Key?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and just how does that work? Is it just a port that gets plugged in, or?
So when Great Key first came out, or at least back then, we were kind of told it's a law enforcement sensitive device. And that was because it was created for law enforcement to help us because Apple was creating features on the device or on the phone that stopped us from doing the examination. So it was kind of something that we tried to keep to the community of law enforcement forensics so that way we can get into the device. So at the time when she connected the phone to the Great Key, there is features the Great Key does to extract that data that we weren't supposed to discuss at the time because it was like a law enforcement sensitive features to that device. But also because of being, it's a new device, it's a newer device that sometimes as updates come out with iPhones, operating systems, our forensic utilities also have to update. So sometimes when you connect the device initially, it may say, all right, well, we need to update this device as well. And sometimes you have to wait for that update to come out. So it could be you plug it in, you could get errors, but then you can also retry it. And then sometimes after an update comes out, then you could connect it and it'll get that extraction.
So how long did that phone extraction take to actually finish?
She told me it was completed on December 10th of 2018.
And on December 10th of 2018, where did you go?
I went to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, what did you do?
I retrieved the phone and the forensic drive, the raw data was all from Great Key.
What did you do with that raw data?
I brought it back to the Computer Crimes Laboratory, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, Computer Crimes Laboratory.
And then what did you do with it there?
I put that through Celebrate and parsed out the data.
Now, once you did that, were any reports created?
Yes, the working copy as well as the PDF.
Okay. Are those two, when you say the working copy, where was that stored?
So that's stored all on a digital. So the other issue that happens in that time era of 2018 is that these phones started getting really large in data size. And originally, back then, we could extract the device, put it on a CD-ROM, DVD, a single-layer Blu-ray, and give it to the detective in like 2 hours. But these phones started getting so large in data that it took a lot of time, and we ran into a problem with how we're going to store that data. So we had to use forensic hard drives instead of doing CD-ROMs or Blu-rays.
The PDF, where was that stored?
It had to go in a forensic drive.
Okay. Was it ultimately put onto something else for purposes of a trial presentation?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
It was on an external hard drive.
Okay. And was the PDF also printed out into binders?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many binders that was?
It was extensive. It was. I'm going to say that it had to be well over 500,000 pages.
500,000
was around 246 gigs of information.
pages?
So a lot of data.
He printed out 500,000 pages? Did I just hear that correctly? That's like more than the lifespan of your printer.
The showing counsel has been marked as S42. The phone itself is S420. S138, evidence property receipt, and S423, evidence property receipt. May I approach, Judge?
You can.
Detective, I'm showing you a couple of different items here. Let's start with item 420.
Yes.
All right. First, can you just tell me if you recognize any of the writing on there?
I do, yes.
What is that?
This is Paul Caneiro's cell phone written on the evidence bag.
Okay. And is there an evidence number on there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
18-0861.
Okay. And what's inside of the bag?
Inside the bag. Is what we call a basic Faraday bag. It's basically like tinfoil, and it protects the phone additionally. And inside that is a black Apple iPhone in a black and clear case.
Paul's like, my
Is this the phone that
phone.
we've
I've been looking for that.
Caneiro cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You can put that back in there. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S138. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a Monmouth County evidence property receipt.
Okay, and specifically, what is the receipt for?
On this one here, it was for multiple items. There's 4 items listed.
Is the phone one of those items?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does it specifically list the identifying information about the phone on there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and this is, just to be clear, it's one page?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the phone is marked item number what?
Number 3.
Okay, and is your signature anywhere on here?
Yes, it is.
Can you just explain how your signature got on there and what happened with the phone when you
wrap it in
filled out this
tinfoil.
document?
Yes, when Detective Catalona provided me the phone, he also gave me this form, and I signed my name at the bottom stating that I received it.
Okay, did you put the phone into evidence at that point?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S423. This is 2 pages. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence receipt from the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, and what does that depict?
This shows when I dropped the device off. The first page shows when I dropped it off on November 28th, and the second shows December 10th, 2018, when I received the phone back from Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And finally, I'm showing you what's been marked as S421. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a USB that contains the PDF and working copy of Paul Caneiro's extraction.
Thank you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S69. And this is S69 is going to consist of 4 binders, but I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. I'll look at the other 2.
Could have carried him over.
Just saying.
Really? I didn't hear that. Is that in the record? No, it's not.
Detective, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are binders that contain the PDF report of Paul Caneiro's film.
And just to be clear, there's for a certain time frame, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that November 19th and November 20th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, these binders, do they have page numbers on them?
Yes.
Okay. And are the page numbers in each binder listed on the front of each binder?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And have you seen the contents of these binders before today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And is this exactly the same information that is on that USB drive that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
There you go. Chivalry's not dead.
I think he said 500 to 1,000 pages instead of 500,000 pages.
To the next day, Thursday, November 22nd of 2018.
Yes.
Were you involved in conducting any digital forensic extractions of any other devices with regard to this case?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was called to the scene in Colsneck to retrieve and receive some surveillance systems that were recovered at the scene.
When you say the scene in Colsneck, is that 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, it is.
When you responded to the scene, what, if anything, did you take possession of?
It was 6 WISE cameras and 1 GE surveillance unit.
Okay, he used WISE cameras?
Detective Steve Oak.
Now, you indicated a DVR system. Is that what you said you took possession of as well?
Yes.
Where was that located?
They're pretty cheap.
I was told that was in the basement of the house.
What, if anything, did you notice about that DVR system?
There was a lot of fire damage to it. Well, and when I say fire damage, it's not just flames, but also smoke. There was some smoke damage to it, and it was wet a little bit, but it wasn't drastically drenched. But there was definitely some physical damage to the device.
Now, on November 23rd, the next day of 2018, did you make any requests with regard to that DVR?
Yes, I requested the New Jersey Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory to try to do an examination on that DVR system.
Okay, and did they try to do that?
Yes, they did.
Okay, were they able to?
No, they were not.
Why not?
They stated that it appeared that the device wasn't functioning properly, and they did not get any kind of data from the device.
So on November 22nd of 2018, when you took possession of those security cameras, what did you do with them?
They were at our evidence vault, temp vault.
Okay, and did you say there were 6 of them?
Yes, there was.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S291. I'm showing counsel. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence property sheet.
What does it depict?
It shows 6 items that were signed over to me from Stephenville, Detective Stephenville.
No. Are those the WISE cameras, just to be clear?
Yes, they are.
There were 6 of them?
Yes.
What is a WISE camera?
It's a small
cheap
camera that actually could be self-contained units. That way it actually will, inside the camera there is a micro SD card that'll save some of the footage that that camera itself is viewing.
Did these cameras have SD cards in them?
Yes, there are micro SD cards.
Did you do anything with these particular cameras in regard to conducting any exams of them?
Yes, I first documented them with photographs, and then I would take the micro SD cards out and utilizing a write blocker, which protects the device, the original electronic device, or in this case, the micro SD card, so I can make a forensic image of that device, and then I can then work off that forensic image without disturbing any of the original evidence.
Why is that necessary?
So that way you don't have to do anything with the original evidence. You can actually write off the image because it's a direct copy of that micro SD card.
Okay. I just want to back up for a second.
Sure.
So when did you perform that imaging of these cameras? Do you recall what date?
It started when I received the cameers, and then that continued because it took some time to do each one. So I would say it was probably over the course of a week and a half to finish all the cameras up.
Prior to conducting those examinations, did you take any photographs of them?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S61. I'm showing you what's been marked as S61B. Do you recognize that?
Yes, these are the cameras. I'm sorry, the pictures I took of the WISE cameras.
Going through those photos, can you tell us how many there are there?
Sure. Six.
Where did you get them from, or where were they located?
The cameras. There was one that was in the sunroom. There was one that was in the kitchen. There was 3 that were in a garage, and then the other one was in the office.
The ones in the garage, were they labeled a certain way?
Yes, they were.
And how were they labeled?
They were labeled north or south wall, and a couple of them are under a shelf.
So you indicated that you conducted a forensic imaging of these cameras?
Yes.
Once that was done, what did you do?
I then parsed that data in magnet axiom, so that way we can view all the camera footage and stills that were located on the cameras.
Was there anything that you did to ensure that the data that you extracted off of those cameras was in fact the same data as was on the cameras?
Yeah, so when I create the forensic image, it creates what they call a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint. And what that does is it confirms that it takes the value of the hash of the initial device and then our image, and if they compare those two numbers together, if they match, then you have a verified image or verified copy of the device or the original media.
Did you do that for each of the 6 cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Once that was done, and I think you indicated you ran it through magnet axiom?
I did.
Okay, and what, if anything, was the result of that?
It produced over 100,000 video clips and still images.
Okay. Those video clips and still images, when did they date back to?
Roughly October of 2018.
Okay. And can you just explain to us how you observed them, how they presented on the data that you extracted? What do they look like?
So on the Axiom has a built-in video viewer, so you can actually, as you're in the program, Axiom, you can actually then replay the clips. And they were set in about roughly a 1-minute clip each.
Are there timestamps on those clips?
Yes, there is.
Were those timestamps accurate?
Yes, they were.
How do you know that?
Those times were compared to events that occurred on the Caneiro cell phone.
Did you review any of those clips, the 1-minute clips?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall about which ones and how many you reviewed?
So with the Axiom program, you can actually make a timeline. So what I did was I went back roughly a day or so from when they shut down. I showed them shutting down right around 2:52 a.m. So then I went back roughly about a day and started reviewing some of the camera footage.
Was there any other detectives that you reviewed the footage in conjunction with?
Yes, there was.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Patrizzillo?
Is he the lead detective from the Major Crimes Unit on this?
Yes, he is.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the kitchen camera, timestamp 3:50 p.m. What, if anything, of note did you review on there?
There was a phone call that occurred.
Okay, and can you tell us anything about that phone call?
It was the camera was set up inside the kitchen, and you can overhear the phone call over the camera system.
Okay, and who was speaking?
Keith Caneiro.
Right. And I want to draw your attention now to 6:05 p.m., specifically to the office camera. Did you note any phone calls there?
Yes.
What was that?
Keith Caneiro was on his phone, and he actually had some of it on a speakerphone as well. You can hear a conversation through the camera.
Now, were each of those phone calls, were they essentially in 1-minute clips?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and for purposes of trial, were those clips put together so they would just flow simultaneously without stopping at the 1-minute mark?
Yes.
Did you review that?
Yes.
And when you reviewed it, was it fair and accurate to the phone calls that you reviewed prior to them being clipped?
Yes.
This is the day before Keith is killed. Keith's security cameras capture this audio and video. Can we just approach, please? Because this is really bad for our client.
61B. Okay, great.
I don't know if there's a microphone on that back prosecution table or if she's just covered it with all of our binders, because we're just having a hard time hearing her. But we did hear this once already. This is the phone call. I think we heard this, was it during open? Seems like forever ago. But now we get the whole story of where they came from and how they were collected, and now it's in evidence. Now the jury gets to listen to this over and over in the jury deliberation room. Quick approach here. This is coming in. It's coming in. There's no way this is not coming in. I objected because it's bad for my case. 100%. This is okay. That's 24 hours before Keith's killed. He's in a verbal argument, a very heated argument with this guy. Him. Like that one up there. So this is Keith's house. One side of the conversation. If you listen closely, you might be able to actually pick out Paul's voice.
Of S66A, which is going to be marked, the transcript is marked as S67.
Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, if you remember, we talked about the transcripts in the past, but we're going to talk about them again now. So you will be provided with a transcript, and that is something that has been reviewed to be supplied to you. But remember, you are the sole judges of the facts. You're going to listen to the recording. The recording's the actual evidence that you're going to make the determination on. This is just an aid for you if you decide to use it. If you hear something different than what you hear on the transcript, or you see on the transcript, you go with what you hear, not what you see on the transcript. Does that make sense? Yes. All right, great. Thank you. You can hand those out.
He ad-libs the instruction there, but he did a great job.
67, Your Honor.
All right.
So we can see the computer ID for his laptop right there.
Just confirm you don't have any objection to the transcripts, right? Okay.
No objection to the transcript.
Judge, I have a copy for the court.
That's great. Thank you.
At this time, the state seeks permission to play S66. No. Before we start it, Detective, do you see a timestamp on here?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
2018, 11/19, which is November 19, 2018, 15:50 hours.
You're going to hear
Is that military time?
Yes, it is.
What is that in
You're
regular
going to hear the bomb.
3:50 p.m.
Content warning.
Counter-like is telling you haven't been receiving money except at April. That doesn't make any sense. Counter-like is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statement ASAP if I want part of the whole pay raise. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere? Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online here. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the password, and I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
I need to access the money. They say they haven't received any payments. I know it's wrong. I just want to verify it.
Accurately portray what you initially watched when you watched this particular call?
Yes, it does.
But at this time, the state seeks permission to play S66B.
I'm going to slow it down here.
6B? Okay.
But like the other ones, the transcript for that is S68.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sync might be a little bit off, but we're at normal speed now, so it's easier to hear. That's the first call saying insurance hasn't received the money. I know they have. I just need to verify it with them. Do you have access to the account? You haven't written it down somewhere? You haven't scanned it in somewhere? I need to access that money. If you can give me the password, I'll research it myself, as the last sentence said. Correct. Cameras did not catch the murders.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek permission to play. I believe all the jurors have a transcript.
Go ahead.
Before we start, Detective, is there a timestamp on here?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
2018, 11/19, which is November 19, 2018, 18:05:01.
And what is that in non-military time?
6:05:01 p.m.
Hey, Tim, how are you? Sorry, they're calling the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him.
I know he's sleeping.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. Yeah, please. I'm on my mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. I'm on my mobile. Have him call.
Pause it for a second. Detective, what's the timestamp on here?
2018, 11/19, 18:06:01.
Okay, what do we just hear?
A phone call.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up there and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see this up. You need to log into your account then. You log into the TV account. Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know yours? You don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just spent half the day. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul.
Wow.
Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. Take it on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. Look a little while, Paul. And I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you, I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul. Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. Alright, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
Can we just go back to get the timestamp? End of that.
An hour or two, Paul. An hour or two. That means by, what, 8 o'clock?
End of the phone call. What is the timestamp there, Detective?
2018, 11/19, 18:09:57.
And again, in non-military time, please.
6:09:57 p.m.
Thank you. Was that a fair and accurate portrayal of the call that you had originally listened to from Axiom and then we clipped for trial?
Yes.
That was Keith, the
Judge, can I
victim,
collect the transcripts?
You can.
the day before he was gunned down in his yard. How much money did he steal? It's in the tens of thousands. The exact number, I'm not exactly sure. But some was taken and given back. So I don't know if that counts or not. Can we turn on all the lights, please? Because this lighting just looks freaky.
Detective, I'd like to go back to the phone extraction that you conducted.
Thank you.
On 11/21/18, did you take any photographs?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically was that of Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
Speak up, ma'am.
Counsel has been marked as S61A.
Judge ruled
Do
the
you
side
recognize
chick
those?
can't come in. You can't know that he had a side piece.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
These are photographs that I took of an overall of Paul Caneiro's cell phone, as well as the active apps that were going on with the device.
Judge, permission to publish S61A.
Can I just approach, Your Honor, to look at these? That's like, how bad does this get for our client? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, when she was introduced, the lady was already on the stand. She was introduced as a close friend who received a car that she did not pay for from Paul.
Judge, can I have a moment?
Sure.
Paul had a friend. That's the official story. That's all the jury's heard. The friend was given a car and may have had help with the daughter applying for college and things like that, or had bills paid.
No objection.
Okay. We publish.
Thank you. Detective, this is slide. Okay, all right. So what are we looking at?
This is the overall of Paul Caneiro's cell phone.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please.
Another image of the front of the cell phone.
Okay. Scroll down.
An image of the rear of the cell phone, or the back of the cell phone.
And are these the photos you're talking?
Yes, they are.
Okay, we can scroll down again.
Why is this important?
Detective, what are we looking at here?
So on Apple iPhones, you can actually see the active apps that are running in the background. You have to kind of do it quickly when you take the photograph, but you can swipe off from the left over and you can see the active apps that are running. So this is a photograph of active apps that are running in the phone.
Is this an app in particular or something else?
They appear to all be apps, and it could be either be web browsing, could be an application. There are various things that are running right now.
Okay, you can scroll down, please. Detective, what is that we're looking at?
That is another application that's running, called Secure Line.
Do you know what application that is?
I'm not aware of Secure Line, no.
Okay, and can you scroll down again, please?
These are all tools to
What are we looking at here?
This is a WhatsApp
communications
application that's open, and it states the name Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and one more, please. Just for the record, this is the last page on S61A. What are we looking at here?
This is QT View Device Info application.
What is that?
That appears to be a surveillance system application.
Okay, and it is open on the phone?
Yes, it is.
When you downloaded the material from the phone, was this something that was already open, or did you open this yourself?
This is already open.
Thank you. Now, you had indicated earlier that what I showed you believe it was S421, the portable drive?
Yes.
That's essentially the same thing as what's in the binders. It's a PDF?
Correct.
Okay. And you reviewed some of that PDF?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, the state seeks permission to publish certain pages from that PDF.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
There we go.
These have page 1.
Screenshots from the extraction.
Detective, what are we looking at here? If you could just tell us.
Sorry, Ms. Wallace. Did you say the number for this? I apologize.
It's S421.
421.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It's the overview of the
Detective, what are we
phone.
looking at here, this first page?
This is the Celebrate Extraction Report initial page, which provides the pretty much the initial settings or information of the device.
Okay, and again, is this page 1 of the 4 binders? There's thousands of pages?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So under summary here, where it says examiner's name, whose name is next to that?
Detective Brian McNorisi.
Okay, and notes.
That's him.
Gray Key Extraction.
Okay, and is that because this was extracted through Gray Key?
Yes, it was.
I should have asked you before, but when you initially extracted it with Celebrate,
Yes.
is the same information from Celebrate on the Gray Key?
Yes, Gray Key actually obtains the same information Celebrate does, and then some. It adds the file system with it as well. So you get database files and some other file structure information, and you could potentially get some deleted information.
Okay, if you can see under where it says source extraction, time zone settings,
Yes.
one above that, decoding start date time, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
That is 7/21/2025. That's when this portable case was created.
The case file was created?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can just go up a little bit, do you see where it says device information?
Yes.
Is there a serial number on there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and is that the serial number that matches the phone, essentially?
Yes, it does.
Is there a phone number listed on there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
732-500-7902.
Right, whose phone number is that?
Paul Caneiro?
And where it says Apple ID, it has it twice. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is the email address next to those?
The first one is pcanero@squareone.com. The second is pcanero@mac.com.
We just saw the Wise camera calls, the first one being at 3:50 p.m. and the second one being at 6:05 p.m. Do you recall just seeing those?
Yes.
Okay, did you see those phone calls specifically? Did they match up with the call logs in here?
Yes, they did.
If we can please go to page 362. Detective, is this a page of the call logs?
Yes, it is.
Specifically, is it the first page of the call logs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you just explain the top of the call logs where it says like number, parties, timestamp, what all of that means?
The parties column states which direction the phone call is going and who the person is either getting the call from or is going to. The timestamp is the timestamp of the phone call. Duration is how long the phone call lasts. The status is if it's going to be answered or unanswered. Country code is where the network or the cell network connects from. Additional information is network name. Sometimes you can get, if it comes across a Verizon network or T-Mobile, it may specify that. And then the source info is where it's found inside the file system structure of the phone.
You can please go to page 364 of the call logs. And Detective, I'm going to ask you, as we scroll up, are the calls going forward in time or backward in time?
Backward in time.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to item 37. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what is the time on there?
11/19/2018, 3:03:50 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay, UTC.
So cell phones, when they extract into a UTC, which is universal time. Then you have to, the program will then convert that time to the Eastern Standard Time, which would be -5. And that's the current time at that time of the phone call.
So the time that we're looking at there, so this would be 3:03 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that that's the accurate time, is that right?
At that time, yes, it's Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Who is that call indicating that it's from?
It's from 732.
Is there a name? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes. Tiffany Riviera.
Okay. Does it indicate whether the call was answered?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And does it have the duration of the call there?
Yes, 57 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to item 36 now. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
That is a incoming phone call from Keith Caneiro.
What is the time?
11/19/2018, 3:49 p.m. UTC -5.
Does it indicate if it was answered?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And the duration?
48 seconds.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to item 35. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And what's the timestamp there?
That one is 11/19/2018, 3:53 p.m. UTC -5.
And who is that? What is that?
That is an incoming call from Keith Caneiro.
Does it indicate whether it was answered?
Yes, it does.
And the duration?
30 seconds.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at item 34. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 4:55:26 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay. And where does that call indicate it's coming from?
A 1-800 number that states it's Discover card.
Was it answered?
No, it was not.
Okay. Item 33. What's the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 4:56:23 p.m. UTC -5.
And where does that call indicate it's coming from?
States Porsche of Monmouth, which I'm assuming is Monmouth.
Was it answered?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to item 31. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 6:05:50 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay. And what does that call indicate, or who is it calling?
It is an outgoing phone call to Keith Caneiro.
Is there a duration of that phone call?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
1 minute and 23 seconds.
And I'm going to direct your attention to item 30 now. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. What is the time stamp there?
11/19/2018, 6:07:38 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay. And what does it indicate? Who, if anyone, is calling?
Is an incoming call from Keith Caneiro.
Was it answered?
Yes, it was.
And the duration?
2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay. You indicated before that when you watched the Wise cameras, you matched up the timestamps to the call logs.
Correct.
Just to be clear, it looks like there are 2 calls here.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine why it looks like there's 2 calls there?
It appears the phone call may have been dropped in between the conversation.
Okay. And do you recall when we watched specifically the last call in the office that there was a little bit of a lag time?
Yes, there was.
Detective, based upon your review of this cell phone extraction, does Mr. Caneiro's phone ever call Keith Caneiro again on 11/19 of 2018?
No.
Now, the next activity in the call log, if we can look at item 29, please. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we're now at 11/20/18. Do you see that?
Correct.
And what's the timestamp there?
4:57:48 a.m. UTC -5.
4:57:48. And what does that reflect?
It's an incoming call from Central Station Alarm.
Was that call answered?
No, it was not.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this page shortly. I'd like it if we can go to please page 564. Detective, is this the first page of the database called device events?
Yes, it is.
All right. Is this the Knowledge C date from the Knowledge C database that you discussed earlier?
Yes, that's the source, yes.
Okay. If you can go to the top and just again explain to us where with the gray bar, each of those columns, what they mean.
Sure. The first column is the number column. Second column is time. The third column is event type, which will describe what is going on with the device. Then they have a value, which could be further describing what's going on with the device. Additional info is there in case there needs to be more further description of what is going on with the device. And then the source is actually showing where that is located on the file system of the phone. And then the last column is deleted, which would show if that information was deleted off the device or not.
go to page 601, still device events. I'd like to direct your attention to item 354. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. What does that indicate?
It shows a start time of 11/20/2018, 1:27, 8 seconds a.m. UTC -5 with an end time of 11/20/2018 of 4:54:08 a.m. UTC -5, and it shows that the device plug-in status was plugged in.
Okay, so explain to us, if you could, what that means in layman's terms.
That the phone was plugged into a charger
When?
at 1:27:08.
Okay, so the phone gets plugged in at 1:27:08 a.m.?
Correct.
And when does it indicate the phone gets unplugged?
At 4:54:08 a.m.
If we can go to item 357.
So he left his phone home.
I'm sorry, this is going to be
on the charger.
Next page. 357, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do we see where it says unplugged there?
Yes, I do.
Is that essentially indicating that the phone was unplugged at the time 4:54:08 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, why is it on there twice?
It's just showing that this is the time frame when it was unplugged.
Okay, and the unanswered call from the alarm company came in at 4:57:48 a.m., is that right?
Correct.
You see where it says display on off?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means the screen of the device was turned either on or off.
And if we can just go back to the previous page. Okay, if we could just scroll up. All the way up. Okay, do you see where it says display on off and there's various times there?
Yes.
Okay, what does that indicate?
That the user of the device is turning on and off the screen.
Between the time frame of 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m., is the screen display on, off, or something else?
It is off.
Okay. Is it off the entire time between 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m.?
Yes.
Any other activity on the phone in terms of apps or any other databases that you saw taking place between that time frame of 1:27:08 and 4:54:08 a.m.?
No.
Now, in between that time frame of 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m., while the phone is plugged in, do we see any text messages from Keith Caneiro? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay, if we can please go to page 1564. I'm going to direct your attention to item 4342.
Yes.
Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, what does that reflect there?
It shows an instant message or a text message incoming from Keith Caneiro.
And what is the time there?
11/20/2018, 3:14:58 a.m. UTC -5.
Now, is the content of that text message, what was said, located somewhere within that column?
Yes, it is, in the second to last column.
And what does it say?
My power is totally out at home. Total AC failure.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 1565, which is the next page over. It's going to be item 4344. Tell me when you see that.
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see there?
It's an instant message incoming at 11/20/2018, 3:15:01 a.m. UTC -5, and it's coming from Keith Caneiro.
And what does the content of that message say?
I used the manual switch in the basement, but nothing is working.
If we can go to item 4346. Tell me when you see that.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
An instant message incoming.
Watching him.
11/20/2018, 3:17:59 a.m. UTC -5 from Keith Caneiro, and the message was, "I'm not even sure what to do."
Okay. And finally, if we could go to item 4348. Just tell me when you see that.
Yes. It's another instant message incoming, 11/20/2018, 3:18:13 a.m. UTC -5 from Keith Caneiro. The generator says AC failure. Going outside to see if the generator is in the right mode.
And that's at 3:13 a.m.?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm going to keep that up. I just want to show you what's been marked as S70. I'm showing council. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate extraction report showing text messages between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and are those the exact same text messages as the ones you just read?
Yes, they are.
Okay, why does it look a little bit different?
So part of Celebrate is you can actually, when you create the report, you can make it look like a text message bubble, so it's a little more easier to understand or easier to read.
Now, on those text messages, does it indicate what time they were quote-unquote read?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says here.
There's a light on the side there if you want to.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
11/20/2018, 3:14:58 a.m. UTC -5.
They were actually, do you see where it says 5:03:28 a.m.?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, is that when they were actually
Yes, they were.
quote-unquote read on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. I can take that back.
They read at 5 o'clock in the morning?
If we can please go back, I want to go back to the call logs beginning on page 362.
Keith was texting Paul. Paul's phone was at home.
It was at 4:54:08 a.m. with the phone being unplugged. Do you recall that?
Yes.
On page 364, we can go back. I just want to draw your attention to item 28. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is a incoming from Watchlight/ALAR, 11/20/2018, 4:59:56 a.m. UTC -5. Shows not answered.
Okay, item 27, what are we looking at there?
This is a outgoing to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:04:09 a.m. UTC -5.
Okay, just to be clear, it's an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Keith Caneiro's phone at that time?
Correct.
Okay, item 26.
It is a outgoing call to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:04:37 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 25.
Is an outgoing call to Corey Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:08:12 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 24.
An outgoing call to Tiffany Rivera, 11/20/2018, 5:10:31 a.m. UTC -5.
Okay, I think we go to page to item 23.
Outgoing call to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:28:53 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 22, what is that?
It's another outgoing call to Corey Caneiro at 11/20/2018, 5:29:27 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 20.
Outgoing call to Jennifer Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:35:23 a.m. UTC -5.
And then item 16.
An incoming call from Chubb, 11/20/2018, 9:12:29 a.m. UTC -5, and it was not answered.
Detective, during the course of your investigation, did you receive some information that was requested for the contents of Keith Caneiro's Google Cloud?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just, if you could summarize, what is the Google Cloud?
Ultimately, it's a cloud service where you can store data. A lot of times people store their photos, or they'll back up their devices, or their email will be stored in this cloud service.
So were you provided with Keith's Google Cloud from Google?
Yes, it actually was such a large data set that it crashed Google servers, and they had to split it in half and send us in 2 parts.
Okay. So when Google sends that
personally crashed Google?
to you, is there anything that you have to do to verify it?
It's verified by Google, and they send as a certification that this is the results that they have on their servers.
Can you describe how that looked, how it was set up?
Yes, each drive had probably hundreds of zip files, which are compressed files, and inside those compressed files was additional files. So you have to decompress those files to see the other files that are inside those files, the compressed file.
Was there any program that you used to help you better see or manage those files?
Yes, I use the Axiom program because that's a utility that's used to unzipping files, parsing out the data so you can see it clearly.
Okay, now was part of that data Keith Caneiro's Gmail inbox?
Yes, it was called a Caneiro Gmail.mbox file. Mbox is the file extension for their emails.
Okay. Did you use any apps to open up that Gmail?
Yes, it was called Mozilla Thunderbird.
What is that?
It's an open source email viewer. It looks just like Outlook or Gmail. Anybody can download it. Anybody can use it as their main email viewer. And the advantage of that service is that it understands just about every single file for emails. So you could easily take that file, the Mbox file, put it inside the program, and it makes it look like an email viewer so you can understand the emails that are in that account.
So it's just an easier way to read the data, the emails. Based on your review of that, did Keith Caneiro use something called Google Hangouts?
Yes.
What is that?
So it doesn't actually exist anymore. It's now called Google Chat. But back then, Google Hangouts was built into they had their own app, but it was also built into their Gmail suite. So as you're on your Gmail, you could have on the side window your Hangouts so you can do chat as well as you're doing your email. Also, part of their feature is you can actually have some of those alerts or Hangout messages sent to your email. So you can also get them as an email as opposed to just a text message.
Now, are the emails and the chats, are they all commingled?
Yes, Google puts them all together because they put it all in their suite of Gmail.
Did you have an opportunity to review Keith's Gmail, including the Google Hangout app?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of your review, were some of the communications that you found on there, chats and emails, identified and tagged?
Yes, they were.
And what was done with those?
They were created, a report was created documenting all of those.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S422. Showing counsel. I'm showing you what's been marked as S422. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a disk that contains those tags, or the emails that were on that Google Drive.
Okay. And did you essentially put them on here, just an easier way to read?
Yes.
And when you open this, what format are they in?
HTML.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S62. I'm showing counsel first. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here, Detective?
Yes.
What is that?
These are some of the emails that were located in the Google Drive.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish S422, specifically emails and content of S62, which is the pages that the detective has up there. How many pages? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Detective, just so you can tell us for the record, how many pages is that?
It's all the pages.
5 pages.
All right, okay. All right, if we can publish. What are we looking at here?
This is the HTML index that shows all the emails that were tagged in that response from Google Drive.
So the email is in front of you as 62. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to draw maybe a box or a line demarcating when those emails end?
9:13. There was a ton of them.
11:18.
On the screen.
Stylus there somewhere. There you go.
And if we could just, for example, can we click on the first 4/11/18 that we see?
Sure.
Detective, do you see that up there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
This is the exhibit that I have in front of me. This is the email that was from the Google Drive response.
I figured out why there are payments
I'm gonna
missing.
ask if you
I
can
selected the
read
wrong
that.
payee from my
Actually, let me ask you
list.
first. It says from who?
Keith Caneiro.
Okay. Are any of these, to your knowledge, were any of these forwards to another email?
Yes, they appear to be forwarded from Keith.
Okay. If you can please read this for us, it's a little bit small, but you can read from what's in front of you on the screen as long as it's the same thing.
I figured out why there are payments missing. I selected the wrong payee from my list and made them but to Pacific Lending, the servicer for student loans, instead of Pacific Life. I changed the name of the account to Trust so that this will not happen again while the account is still open. The BRBR is a break, is a line break, is an HTML characters to show that.
Code.
I asked Ron for the numbers, and I'm going to go over all the payments today at TD. Break. I am selling off some of my investments today, and once the transfer is completed, I will make a single payment plus interest to the trust policy. Break. There's some characters there. I'm sorry about that, and we'll make it right. Break. Let me know when you create a new trust account with Bonnie so we can set up the direct deposit from payroll. I can pay the balance of the existing trust account and close that account.
You can go to the next one, please. Oh, can you just remove that red mark?
Yeah.
You know, that's on the right. It's a little button.
It says undo.
Yep.
Okay. If you can please read that.
Sure. I didn't sleep most of the night trying to sort this out. I know you were stressed, and I'm sorry. I am stressed out more than I've ever been. Break. I understand your decision, and I am not upset. I know I failed you on this, and I am sorry and embarrassed about this. I have had my head up my ass, and now things are clear.
One on the next page.
I can sleep clearly now.
We are going to separate and move on with our lives. We talked about divorce, and I am sure we can work something out without strife.
And finally, the fourth page.
I don't know where I will live.
And was that the content from that 4/11/18 date?
Yes, they were.
All right, we're going to take our mid-morning break now. The jury's been at it for a while. So I'm going to give you guys your mid-morning break. We will start back up at around 10:25, 10:30. All right, thank you. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research.
All right, as they go to break, we're going to fast forward and we're going to turn this back up to 1.25 speed. We've been on 1.0 for just a little bit here. Let's see. Speed goes back up to 1.25. Okay.
Please don't speak to anybody. You're in the middle of being on the stand, okay?
Yes, sure.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
But have a good break.
All right. We won't speak to anybody. He's on the stand. Now we have to fast forward just a little bit. 15 minutes. It's a quick break. We're going to try to get through all the way to their lunch break if we can today. Hoping I can still get to the post office today as well. So. There we go. All righty. Any second now, door opens, judge comes back in, break is over.
But can I just get the witness? I thought he was in the bathroom.
I guess we'd all beat the witness back. Come on up, sir.
He'll bring out the witness.
Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, two things I just want to clarify first. So S62, what you just read, that corresponds to the April 11th, 2018 date?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and that said from Keith Caneiro, is that right?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that that was just a message from the defendant that was sent to Keith and then Keith forwarded it to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. And then, based upon your review of this case and phone records, is it your understanding that Mr. Caneiro's cell phone never left his house that evening at all or during that time frame?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as S63. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, these are the emails that are inside that Google Drive response.
Okay, so would you please have S422 again? Detective, I'm going to ask you again to just demarcate maybe where the date starts and ends, so 9/13 of 18. And when you get to the bottom, we'll scroll down.
So many different mood lighting scenarios set up here. Did he just use the stylus all the way down the side trying to scroll?
Okay, if we can just scroll back to the top.
He's trying to scroll with his stylus.
The next series of messages are between who on 9/13/18?
From Paul Caneiro to Keith Caneiro.
Back and forth, essentially?
Correct.
Okay, so between Keith Caneiro. And is Keith Caneiro's name listed where his messages are?
Yes, it is.
And then whose number is 732-500-7902?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. If you could just undo that red mark. Now, is what you have in front of you, if you could take that,
using the stylus.
63, September 13th. Do those correspond with all of the September 13th that we see on the screen?
Yes.
And you've read these prior to today multiple times, right?
Correct.
Some light reading.
Detective, if you can, I'd like you to read these for us, but indicate who is speaking first before you read each one, and we'll click into them. So starting with the first, September 13th, 18.
From Keith Caneiro, did you talk to the Terminex people? From Paul Caneiro, yes, they aren't budging. From Paul Caneiro, I will explain when we talk. From Keith Caneiro, is it worth it at $850? From Keith Caneiro, yes or no, based on the business. From Paul Caneiro, I can't stay tonight, I have a dentist appointment. From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro, what did Weinstein say about the number? From Paul Caneiro, they are still interested. From Keith Caneiro, but they aren't budging. From Keith Caneiro, so it would be $400K each, minus the car expenses, etc. From Keith Caneiro, I'm still in. From Paul Caneiro, they want us to let them know what the numbers are like. From Keith Caneiro, what do you mean? From Paul Caneiro, at the end of the year. From Paul Caneiro, I'll call you from the car. From Keith Caneiro, what are the projections? Can't we work off that and see what it would be like? From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, different topic. From Paul Caneiro, T-Mobile is out of stock on the V2 routers and they found one for me at a store in Shrewsbury, and it's on hold for me. From Keith Caneiro, cool. From Keith Caneiro, I'll take the 1 if you need the 2. I'm not picky. From Paul Caneiro, do you want me to head down that way for lunch? From Keith Caneiro, where is that exactly? From Paul Caneiro, we are getting another one. From Paul Caneiro, when they are in stock. From Paul Caneiro, I can't wait. From Keith Caneiro, is that the mall? From Paul Caneiro, no. From Paul Caneiro, by the Grove. From Keith Caneiro, I guess we can meet there. Alreno, I bought lunch last time at Chinese, so I'm not buying shit today. Bring dollar signs.
Bring the money.
I'm sorry. From Keith Caneiro, bring dollar signs. From Paul Caneiro, we can get it after lunch. From Paul Caneiro, let's meet at your house. From Keith Caneiro, okay, let's meet here. From Paul Caneiro, I don't have a lot of money. From Keith Caneiro, me neither. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is giving you cash. We can split lunch. From Keith Caneiro, what did Weinstein say about the $850K? From Keith Caneiro, so they are basically giving us one-time revenue. From Keith Caneiro, or a bit above that. From Paul Caneiro, he thought it was good, but we could get more next year. From Paul Caneiro, I'm packing up now. From Keith Caneiro, time/money calculation. From Keith Caneiro, I'm curious to see what the numbers would be at the run rate and if it is worth going in that direction. From Paul Caneiro, yes, the growth of the business. From Keith Caneiro, IDK, abbreviation, I don't know. From Keith Caneiro, I would have to see the projecting. From Keith Caneiro, so we ended up giving them wrong numbers at first based on Pest Pack. From Paul Caneiro, because Pest Pack runs 2 reports with the same name with different options. From Keith Caneiro, so the net result was that we give them inaccurate information, and that is why the number didn't jump up after the first offer. From Paul Caneiro, the number went up 100K. From Keith Caneiro, from 750 to 850? From Paul Caneiro, yes. From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, have them put their offer in writing to me so I can see what the TCs are.
Terms and conditions?
From Paul Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, let's see what it is. From Keith Caneiro, so EchoStar owes Square One money. We could take in the money, say 800K, and pay back Square One the money owed from the past, and then export it out to the loans to officers. I have 150K from last year, which could reduce the tax burden. From Keith Caneiro, did you talk to Weinstein about that? From Paul Caneiro, yes. From Keith Caneiro, what did he say? Do we have a list of the money owed between companies that I can look at? From Paul Caneiro, your loan to officer is being reduced on the Square One side. From Keith Caneiro, I get that. I'm curious as to what EchoStar owes to Square One for salaries, etc. From Paul Caneiro, I will ask Tiffany. From Keith Caneiro, I want to push that money through to that, to reduce it as a taxable capital gain. From Keith Caneiro, don't ask Tiffany, I'll ask Weinstein. From Keith Caneiro, these are numbers we should have because it can really frame how we do a deal like this. From Keith Caneiro, the company, EchoStar, wasn't paying its fair share of the rent, resources that it was directly using, etc. From Paul Caneiro, we don't have to. From Paul Caneiro, all of the proceeds will be to pay back loans to officers. For Paul Caneiro, no tax. From Keith Caneiro, So we have loans to officers on that side of the company already documented? From Paul Caneiro, yes. From Keith Caneiro, okay, I want to see that. From Keith Caneiro, for EchoStar. From Keith Caneiro, get something in writing from Terminex. From Paul Caneiro, I spoke to Steve and he said that was very easy. From Paul Caneiro, I already asked them. From Keith Caneiro, what was very easy, the documentation that we have, or creating the documentation now. From Keith Caneiro, we should have had documentation all along. From Paul Caneiro, we have whatever documentation we want. From Paul Caneiro, we are not a public company. From Paul Caneiro, and the buy-in was sweat equity. Excuse me. From Keith Caneiro, gotcha. From Paul Caneiro, YTD 402.2K. From Paul Caneiro, last year, same time. From Paul Caneiro, time. From Keith Caneiro, I just want documentation to stand up to any light that is shown on this transaction. I don't want assurances that this is the proper way and that we have complete documentation to show otherwise. From Keith Caneiro, what is the number 402.2K? From Paul Caneiro, 397.3. From Keith Caneiro, revenue, loans to officers, etc. From Keith Caneiro, I don't know what that is. From Paul Caneiro, revenue. From Keith Caneiro, so they are two-time revenue? I thought you said we were higher, 500 going to 800K. From Keith Caneiro, so we're basically flat in revenue? From Keith Caneiro, make the deal. From Paul Caneiro, no, we can wait a quarter and see how much more we can get. From Keith Caneiro, I'm not interested in waiting. From Paul Caneiro, that is a YTD.
Year to date.
From Paul Caneiro, 2018. From Paul Caneiro versus 2017. From Paul Caneiro, the rolling 12 months is this. From Keith Caneiro, you can project it. From Keith Caneiro, it's not going to be much better, and waiting isn't something that makes sense. Money today is worth more than money tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, and we are within 5K of last year. We can look at last year's numbers, YTD number, and add 5K. From Paul Caneiro, past 2 years revenue, 17 and 18, YTD, 936.7K. From Paul Caneiro, prior full 2 years, 16 and 17, 813.4K. From Keith Caneiro, like I said, add 5K to the current run rate, and we are exactly where we should be. From Keith Caneiro, let's walk on this shit, take the money, pay down your situation, and get back to normal baseline. From Paul Caneiro, I don't understand. From Keith Caneiro, I'll take the money, put it into my 401k, and move forward. From Paul Caneiro, we are 5K more than last year. From Paul Caneiro, you can't put it in the 401k. From Keith Caneiro, okay, I see it. From Paul Caneiro, there is a max per year. From Paul Caneiro, and you are hitting it. From Keith Caneiro, what do you mean? I have to pay back the loans? I can get a shit ton of it here. I'm sorry, there. From Keith Caneiro, then I'll pay down my loan to my insurance policy. From Keith Caneiro, and I'll put it into the kids 529. From Keith Caneiro, but I have to plan for the future. From Paul Caneiro, rolling 12 months. From Paul Caneiro, August 31st, 2017 to September 1st, 2018, 583.6K. From Paul Caneiro, August 31, 2016 to September 1st, 2017, 552.1. From Keith Caneiro, this isn't what they are looking at. From Keith Caneiro, they are looking YTD estimate. From Paul Caneiro, yes it is. From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro, what is the J-D YTD number?
This could have been a phone call.
From Paul Caneiro, rolling 12 months. From Keith Caneiro, so why isn't the number higher than 850K? From Paul Caneiro, for 2017. From Keith Caneiro, give me 2017 final number and a 2018 estimate number based on the run rate, not the 2016 through 17 rolling number. From Keith Caneiro, give me a solid 2017 and an estimate 2018. From Keith Caneiro, what is EBITDA number for the trailing 12 months? From Keith Caneiro, I see what you're selling. Excuse me. I see who are saying LTN. From Paul Caneiro, 586.3K. From Keith Caneiro, so we are like 1.2 times revenue, which isn't terrible. From Keith Caneiro, look, 1 hour and 5 minutes in. From Paul Caneiro, that is only money collected. From Paul Caneiro, do you want me to see what was billed? From Keith Caneiro, so it is 850 plus the receivables. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is here. From Keith Caneiro, you on your way. From Paul Caneiro, that was a number they are most interested in. From Keith Caneiro, yes, send me what you sent them and I'll read it over. From Paul Caneiro, I am sending it. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is here. From Paul Caneiro, this is a number from June 31 of 17 to July 1 of 18, $626,785.05. From Keith Caneiro, so they are at 1.2 times roughly. From Paul Caneiro, we are almost done with another quarter. From Paul Caneiro, 1.4. From Keith Caneiro, 1.4 isn't bad if you watch that video I sent you. From Paul Caneiro, it was 1.2. From Paul Caneiro, at the end of the quarter, we should be higher. From Paul Caneiro, closer to 700K. From Paul Caneiro, I'm leaving now. From Keith Caneiro, okay.
Okay.
Was that the extent of the on the screen of the messages from 9/13/18?
Yes, it is.
That was 1 days back and forth.
Actually, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S64.
Probably in real time.
Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are the emails that correspond to what we have on the screen.
Okay, just specifically what date on the screen?
9/17/2018.
Thank you. And I hate to make you read more, but I'm going to ask you to read starting with the first 9/17/18 email the same way that you did with the two in the from.
From Keith Caneiro, I need to know where we are at with this ASAP. From Paul Caneiro, I made the offer and I am waiting on a callback. I'll follow up with him later. I can't talk on the phone. From Keith Caneiro, what about the other people who you said were good? From Keith Caneiro, we're actually putting the 300 AD out. I'm concerned here. From Paul Caneiro, I reached out and nothing yet. I'll post the ad today. It's ready to go. From Keith Caneiro, so you spoke to the guy and made him an offer? When? From Keith Caneiro, when did he say he would get back to you? From Keith Caneiro, she is questioning the utility of the third person, exactly what I was trying to get ahead of. From Paul Caneiro, over the weekend. Today, he's getting back to me. From Paul Caneiro, I have to go back inside. I'll talk to you later on my break. From Keith Caneiro, break?
Break. Who gets a break
From
around
Keith
here?
Caneiro,
Get to work.
what the fuck are you doing? From Keith Caneiro, this is total bullshit. You have time to email me when you need money for your insurance, but you don't have time to follow up with me. I'm fucking dealing with an issue that affects our only large client. From Keith Caneiro, don't put your insurance on my fucking card. I'll find my own fucking employee, and put my own fucking advertisement out. From Keith Caneiro, I'm done with chasing you down your fucking schedule. From Keith Caneiro, so fuck off with this shit already. From Keith Caneiro, 100 fucking emails and conversations, and you can't follow up properly on any of them. From Keith Caneiro, where the fuck is my one-page explanation from the 401k fiasco that I asked you for months ago? From Paul Caneiro, I'm at the doctor's for my back in Philly. I told you yesterday I wasn't going to be around. I'll call you shortly. I've called all the people that were good and made an offer to Joshua Scott. He's getting back to me today. I'll follow up and find out if he wants the job. If not, I'll reactivate the ad. I didn't want to spend the $300 if we didn't need to. I called Joshua from my mobile and then asked the office to follow up with him, but he wasn't around, on vacation abroad, and called me back on Friday. I made the offer and he told me he would get back to me on Monday. The ad is ready to go if he doesn't accept. From Keith Caneiro, so you risked all our business for $300? Are you fucking kidding me? From Keith Caneiro, don't call me. From Paul Caneiro, I called a bunch of people from the previous bunch. From Paul Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, I'll post the ad now. From Paul Caneiro, post it. From Paul Caneiro, I'll let you know what comes in. From Paul Caneiro, from the previous bunch, no response, or they took other positions. From Paul Caneiro, both ads are posted, and I will let you know what I get. From Keith Caneiro, question, regarding the insurance payment, why can't we put it monthly? Why do I need to put the $5K on the credit card? From Paul Caneiro, because it's late and I don't have the cash right now. I have to pay for Katie's admissions, and I was not expecting that. From Keith Caneiro, this is what he told me. From Keith Caneiro, because it's late and I don't have the cash right now. I had to pay for Katie's admissions, and I was not expecting that. From Keith Caneiro, can we do the monthly payment instead? From Paul Caneiro, yes, but this needs to be paid in full. From Keith Caneiro, because it is late? Why because it is late? From Paul Caneiro, because it's past due. From Keith Caneiro, who is the agent? From Paul Caneiro, Allstate. From Keith Caneiro, how late is it? From Paul Caneiro, I sent Tiffany the info. From Paul Caneiro, I got a cancellation notice. From Paul Caneiro, either yes or no, I am still in the clinic. From Keith Caneiro, hold.
Hold.
From Keith Caneiro, hey, send me the cancellation notice for Paul's insurance via email ASAP. From Keith Caneiro, did you send her the cancellation notice? From Keith Caneiro, how does it normally get paid? Does he pay it himself? From Keith Caneiro, I just noticed that I paid your entire thing last year, remember? From Keith Caneiro, last year, Paul, put it on Amex. From Paul Caneiro, 6 months. From Keith Caneiro, I paid 6 months. From Keith Caneiro, last year. From Paul Caneiro, I'm asking for a loan. From Keith Caneiro, you took money last year for insurance. From Paul Caneiro, I went to pay it and the check bounced. From Paul Caneiro, I'm late and received a cancellation notice. From Paul Caneiro, is that a no? From Keith Caneiro, I'm working it now. From Keith Caneiro, I'll let you know in a few, trying to figure something out with Allstate so I don't have to do the entire amount. From Paul Caneiro, we lose a discount, I'm going to give you the money back by the end of the month. From Paul Caneiro, as soon as my check arrives. From Paul Caneiro, where I get the $10K from you. From Paul Caneiro, I usually get my check on the 27th. From Keith Caneiro, how much did I give you for the insurance last year when you charged it? From Paul Caneiro, I will have to look. I don't have that information with me. From Keith Caneiro, I'm taking that off the 10K. From Keith Caneiro, I'll pay this and we are done. I don't owe you 10K. From Keith Caneiro, you okay with that? From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro. Then no. From Keith Caneiro. You didn't pay me back for that money. From Paul Caneiro. Why would I not get paid for the rest of the 10K? From Keith Caneiro. Paul equals 5K plus 5K equals 10K. From Paul Caneiro. Because the company was paying it. From Keith Caneiro. I'm the company. From Keith Caneiro. The company wasn't paying your 5K from last year. You put that on the credit card at the last minute. From Paul Caneiro. And I get 10% of the business. From Keith Caneiro. Keep the fucking 10%. From Keith Caneiro. But I'm done paying you anything for a salary. From Keith Caneiro. You are on your own. From Paul Caneiro. Okay, thank you. From Keith Caneiro. That's your W-2 since 2011. We are done at this point. From Keith Caneiro. I'm not going to do this dance with you. From Keith Caneiro. So you are okay with me paying the 5K in the business because it is business, quote unquote? From Keith Caneiro. When I look at it, that I could have spent that 5K on something other than your insurance. From Paul Caneiro. And I worked up until the end of 2012. From Keith Caneiro. You aren't entitled to anything. You should have just been happy that I was trying to help you out since your accident. From Keith Caneiro. So? From Paul Caneiro. Okay, thank you. From Paul Caneiro. I'm sorry I asked. From Keith Caneiro. So do you want me to pay the 5K today and add it to the 5K that I quote-unquote owe you? From Paul Caneiro. Nothing else is needed to say. From Keith Caneiro. Or you want to play fucking games? From Keith Caneiro. Okay, I won't pay it. From Paul Caneiro. No, I said I'll pay it. I'll pay you the money back for this. From Paul Caneiro. I would have had it if I didn't have to pay for her school applications. From Paul Caneiro. So I'm asking you for a loan. From Keith Caneiro. You owe me 5K from last year. I'm taking it off the 10K. From Paul Caneiro. That's all. From Keith Caneiro. So I owe you 5K? From Paul Caneiro. How is that? From Keith Caneiro. I made a $700 payment to keep your insurance in play for now. From Keith Caneiro. Ed is going to call Tiffany tomorrow. From Paul Caneiro. The company paid for it and got deductions for it. From Keith Caneiro. Deduction? From Keith Caneiro. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you know the difference between a deduction and a tax credit? From Keith Caneiro. A deduction is 30% that amount. From Keith Caneiro. I don't get 5K off my taxes. I get 0.30% of that number off our taxes. From Keith Caneiro. Whatever, Paul. From Paul Caneiro. I understand that. From Paul Caneiro. And I am paying plenty of taxes for the company. From Keith Caneiro. You are paying your taxes based on your ownership. From Keith Caneiro. Paul, we are done. I'm not paying you moving forward. You have to find a way on your own. From Paul Caneiro. I said okay. From Keith Caneiro. Okay. From Paul Caneiro. I want my 10% of the profits and or money you took from the business. All of your quote-unquote cash payouts reduce the profits. From Keith Caneiro. Fuck off. From Paul Caneiro. Ask Steve if you don't believe me. From Paul Caneiro. He will tell you. From Keith Caneiro. Paul, we are done. I'm going to stop paying you this week. From Paul Caneiro. Okay, I said that was fine. From Keith Caneiro. You don't get to strong-arm me. From Keith Caneiro. I'm going to put that money towards paying down the fucking debt. From Keith Caneiro. And I just put $150K into the business. Your kids are done with college. I need to start saving for my kids' education. From Keith Caneiro. I can't do it by putting $150K into the business, never to see that again. From Paul Caneiro. I'm not. I'm just telling you that you don't take other factors into consideration. From Keith Caneiro. I'm taking it all into consideration. Trust me. From Paul Caneiro. You're getting paid back for every cent. From Paul Caneiro. Ask Steve. From Keith Caneiro, I'm not asking Steve shit. From Paul Caneiro, the entire 401k loan is paid back to you as an expense each pay period. From Keith Caneiro, and if you would have just been mindful about how difficult my situation is, or even thought once how I did for you, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. From Keith Caneiro, I'm paying taxes on it. From Keith Caneiro, it was a loan on the books. From Paul Caneiro, no, you are not. From Keith Caneiro, whatever, Paul, don't threaten me. You wouldn't like where that goes. From Keith Caneiro, trust me.
That was
from Paul
Keith.
Caneiro, and the payback is not taxable. From Keith Caneiro, I put Susan on the books. I match your taxes for your kids. You give yourself a giant raise in 2013. Our employees didn't get raises for years while we were losing customers. From Keith Caneiro, then you quote unquote helped me by never helping me, making me fucking crazy, undermining me with the people. From Paul Caneiro, she was doing that for the first few payments and changed it to a reimbursement against loan from officer. From Paul Caneiro, like who? From Keith Caneiro, we are done. You want me to be the villain? I'm the fucking bad guy. From Keith Caneiro, every single thing I've asked you for, hundreds of emails, did you ever get me the 401k one-pager? From Paul Caneiro, I'm not saying anything about you. From Paul Caneiro, I am just pointing out things which you may not have considered. From Keith Caneiro, saying you don't have to say shit, you just have to ignore every single thing that I quote-unquote ask you to do. From Keith Caneiro, I have considered it all. From Keith Caneiro, if we can get $850 for EchoStar versus 1M at the end of the year, I'll wait, otherwise let's sell. From Keith Caneiro, I want to put the money off the table before some other screw-up, taxes, 401k, etc. Cost me another $100K. From Keith Caneiro, like when Tiffany forgot to pay my taxes properly, cost me $150K, tax lien on my house. From Keith Caneiro, I'm done, I want out. If I could get a decent job in the marketplace, I would just fucking walk. From Keith Caneiro, you will get your percentage as a bonus at the end of the year. From Paul Caneiro, as for the paper, I've been focusing on getting the transition from creative planning to paychecks with almost zero cost. I made creative planning eat all of their costs. From Keith Caneiro, they're lucky I don't get a fucking lawyer and sue them. From Keith Caneiro, for their general incompetence. From Keith Caneiro, they should have checked those numbers from day one and audited them over time to ensure that they were correct. From Keith Caneiro, that's called assurance, something they don't even fucking understand. From Keith Caneiro, would have been really helpful for me to have a one-page document so I could figure out where things really fell apart. Apparently you don't think it was necessary after I asked you 20 times. From Paul Caneiro, that's up to you. The damages won't be substantial considering that we didn't pay any penalties, just timing of the payments to the employees' accounts. I agree with you on that, but Paycheck was the one who dropped the ball with the adjustment. From Keith Caneiro, yes, they dropped the ball. It wasn't creative. Who didn't figure out that the money they were getting wasn't correct until 2 years later? From Keith Caneiro, but Paychecks is at fault. From Keith Caneiro, and the damages, I had to take $150K out of my 401k. I paid fucking bonus based on wrong numbers. From Keith Caneiro, I'm done. This is water under the bridge. From Paul Caneiro, I've been working on other things like interviewing for both companies, managing EchoStar and accelerating the collections process, dealing with clients, and heading out on proposals. From Keith Caneiro, you are my brother. I'll help you as best I can, but I'm not doing this. From Keith Caneiro, as far as square one, you were getting paid for the work that you did, interviewing and all that. From Keith Caneiro, EchoStar is 50% yours, so it is not going to pay off when we sell.
Just to clarify, so that is going to pay off when we sell, right?
I'm sorry. If you go back to it, I'll clarify. EchoStar is 50% yours, so that is going to pay off when we sell. From Paul Caneiro, thank you for helping me out with the $700. I appreciate it. From Keith Caneiro, it's not the $700, Paul, it's the rest of it. From Paul Caneiro, agreed. From Paul Caneiro, agreed. From Keith Caneiro, You never even offered to pay me back the $5K from last year's insurance bullshit. But because it was from the company, but the $10K that you let me years and years ago, that is something I should dig into my pocket for now? From Paul Caneiro, not 150K. From Keith Caneiro, this is just total bullshit. Like I didn't give you the 10K back over and over again. From Paul Caneiro, it was 80K. From Keith Caneiro, so leave me the fuck alone. From Keith Caneiro, 80K? I don't even know what you're talking about, and I don't give a shit. From Keith Caneiro, 80K out of mine, the rest of Jennifer's. From Keith Caneiro, so yeah, I don't really care, and it isn't your concern at this point. From Paul Caneiro, I never hassled you over the money. From Keith Caneiro, 80K for the 401k problem, the rest removing debt, but yes, 80K. It is what I want to do at age 50, remove money from my savings to fund the business. From Paul Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, nope, you never hassled me because I thought I gave you the 10K. From Paul Caneiro, and all the interest went back to your account. From Keith Caneiro, but apparently the money that I gave you over the past few years doesn't compare with the 10K that I owed you from 2011 when I couldn't make ends meet. When I was at graduation in 2014. You know what I remember? From Paul Caneiro, it's not like it was just quote-unquote lost. From Keith Caneiro, my fucking wife not being able to buy a fucking coffee at Starbucks. She sat outside with all of her credit cards expired. From Keith Caneiro, and waited for the ceremony to end. From Keith Caneiro, but yeah, you made almost 350K that year. From Paul Caneiro, all the interest collected on the loan is yours and goes back to you. From Keith Caneiro, and I have my credit destroyed, tax liens, debt, and not even the ability to get a coffee. From Keith Caneiro, I know that, Paul. That is, if Square One is a going concern. If it isn't, if I lose my only big client, we are done. From Paul Caneiro, and what about all the times that I went without to make sure you had money? From Keith Caneiro, then what? The money comes from where? From Keith Caneiro, we helped each other out. This is what brothers do. From Keith Caneiro, I can't help you anymore. From Keith Caneiro, I need to start thinking about paying for my kids' college. From Paul Caneiro, and I didn't complain, and I'm not starting now. From Keith Caneiro, I'm putting away money for retirement. I don't have insurance policies to pay me if I don't work. From Keith Caneiro, you have that, so figure out a way to restructure things to live within that. I'll do what I need to do to ensure that my kids will be able to afford college without giving them loans, which is exactly what you did. From Paul Caneiro.
Right there for a second. Can we go to the next one?
So we're beginning to see the picture of the back and forth between the two
Keith
brothers.
Caneiro. So I just want the same for my family. From Keith Caneiro. Okay, nothing I can do there. From Keith Caneiro. Because that money is something that I can use to pay for my kids' college and towards my retirement. From Keith Caneiro. At this point. From Paul Caneiro. I know that and don't expect anything less. From Keith Caneiro. And I'm sorry that you had an accident, and I have supported you in as many ways as possible, but I can't do it anymore, and we have to move forward.
I don't have puppets. This is the
From Paul
best I can
Caneiro,
do.
and I get it. From Keith Caneiro. So let's take the EchoStar cash and move forward. From Paul Caneiro. Thanks. End of discussion. From Keith Caneiro. Okay. From Paul Caneiro. I'll think about it.
Is that the extent of September 17th of 2018?
It's the best I can do.
Last one, and it's much shorter. I'm showing you what's been marked as F65.
Pringles, please sponsor me.
Detective, what is this?
Here's the emails from the Google Drive on 11/5 of 2018.
Thank you. Please go to the first one, 11/5/18. And this corresponds with F65.
From Keith Caneiro. Hey, can you check with Block to see where he is at with that information? I want to start reviewing it before the meeting. From Keith Caneiro. I also want to see if we can do something to get cash for EchoStar. From Keith Caneiro. In case Duke doesn't renew. From Paul Caneiro. Okay. From Paul Caneiro, how are you feeling? From Keith Caneiro, tired. From Paul Caneiro, rest. We can talk tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, I'm thinking that if shit really goes sideways, I cash out my 401k and insurance and get rid of my mortgage. From Keith Caneiro, even if I lose money doing that. From Paul Caneiro, relax. From Paul Caneiro, please. From Keith Caneiro, that's me relaxing. I'm planning ahead just in case. From Keith Caneiro, I have OCD. I can't help it. From Paul Caneiro, go to sleep. From Paul Caneiro, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm almost asleep.
I'm asleep now.
From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, let's see if we can a call going with the people interested in Echo Star tomorrow. Even if it is 900, I would do it. From Paul Caneiro, fucking relax. From Paul Caneiro, go to sleep.
I'm trying.
From Paul Caneiro, we don't need to do this tomorrow.
Quit texting me, I'm sleeping.
From Paul Caneiro, we don't know what the future is. From Paul Caneiro, really relax. From Paul Caneiro, we can talk tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, I know what the future is. They're going to cut 2 people. I'm going to have to kill the new guy that we just hired, okay?
Is that the extent of the conversations on 11/5/18?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further.
He said the K word, but I don't think. No.
Counsel, sidebar, please.
Judge says, "Step right this way." Have a quick little discussion. Wow. New guy. I hope the new guy got out safely. I think he did. He meant fire. Yes. Yeah, he meant fire, but he said the K word instead. Have to get rid of the new guy. So, all right. The discussions back and forth. If you missed it, Paul needs money. Keith needs money. Keith has more money than Paul, so Paul's going to Keith for a loan, but Paul owes Keith money, and they're arguing over past exchanges back and forth when one person was owed something or owed something else, and back and forth, and so they're basically saying, Keith says, I'm done with this. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to pay you anymore, Paul. You're going to have to figure it out on yourself. And Keith, at the same time, is panicking, saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, if I could just get a job and work and quit being a business owner, I would. Make the deal, sell the company, let's get out of here. Paul knows he can't sell the company because things might come to light when the books are scrutinized closely. So he's like, oh, let's wait for a better number. Terrible business ideas. There's debt all over the place, and this is elective debt. This isn't like business debt. This is consumer debt, right? Which is incredibly vicious on the finances. So we've got cars being paid for, Porsches being paid for, houses being paid for, and money is just too tight, and so everyone's sort of robbing from Peter to pay Paul. It sounds like the books were a little bit loose in the company, that everybody whoops, we made a mistake on the 401k and forgot to be putting money into our employees' 401k for 2 years, but then we caught up, or something like that. I don't know exactly the details on the 401k situation, but Keith has been asking Paul for a one-page report on that situation for who knows how long, and Paul won't give it to him. It's a mess. It's a hot mess for sure. Paul didn't want him to sell the primary company and cash in his 401k. Maybe you don't have 3 Porsches and an Audi. Choices. I'm not gonna tell you which ones are good and which ones are bad, but you've got to make some choices. Paul the Stallmeister. He did appear to drag his feet, and he, according to Keith, didn't do anything. Like you never
I send you all hundreds of emails and you never do anything. And it's always just catch up a day late, dollar short. All right. I have 3 motorcycles. It means nothing. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But they were in dire straits. Sidebar's over. Let's see what.
I ask you to retire into the. Should I just say retire?
Yeah.
Leave it there. Wow. Or me retire. No, we're going to just take a 15-minute break. I got to deal with the legal issue here, and I don't want you to have to sit out here while I'm doing that. So go take a break, and we'll come back as soon as we can. Thank you so much. Hopefully it's 11:45, no later.
Ooh, we have to take care of a legal issue out here. Hopefully, the jurors are going out. We're going to judge already anticipating this afternoon. Says, when does the Excedrin kick in? Let's see what happens here. Let's let the jury go out and see.
You got 15 minutes.
And everyone leaves. It's break time. Who would have thunk? All right, let's see what happens after this break. I'm going to be faster at doing this. Is that cool? All right, let's do that. See how fast that was? Wait for audio from the judge.
You got our witness, please.
Go get our witness. Have no idea what that was about. It was a definite displeasure head rub. Are we going to count that one?
So I want to take a step back and just start with extractions, generally speaking. I think you had testified on direct that you've performed many extractions.
Yes.
And you explained how you extract the information from the phone and use certain programs to basically parse out that data.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear for us what exactly that means. So correct me if I'm wrong, but when you take a phone and you extract the information from it, essentially what you're doing is you are plugging the phone into like a program, and that program basically takes like a mirror image of the data on the phone. Is that right or wrong?
It's sort of right, and the thing that you connect to the device then goes and extracts the data from the device. It securely takes it. It's not writing anything to the device. It's not modifying any of the data. It's simply going in and carving out the data that's inside the device, putting it in a raw data package that you'd have to use another program to see all the data.
So the data is a mirror image in the sense that it's not altered, modified in any fashion once it's copied.
Once it's extracted from the device, correct.
Okay. And the data that's extracted from the device is essentially, it's raw data, right?
Correct.
And when we look at a cell phone, you know, there's a lot of data inside of this rectangle, right?
Absolutely.
So the data abstractly is not something that you can just look at and understand, right? It needs the program.
Correct.
Read it.
Correct.
And one of the programs that
can.
you mentioned, I think, was like Celebrate.
Yes.
And so there's something called Celebrate Reader.
Yes.
And again, tell me if I'm wrong, but Celebrate Reader is a program where it takes that data and it puts it into a program where the user can interface with it and understand what that data means.
So there's one level that's missing there is that there's a Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where we take the raw data first, parse it out, so we have that in front of us. So it parses all the data out, so we can see it as examiners, and then we make the extraction reports. When we make the extraction reports, that's when the working copy has that reader file included with it. So that way we give it to defense, or we give it out to detectives so they can open it at their computers or wherever, and they can review the data.
If you're referencing the PDF?
There's a PDF and there's a working copy. There's two versions. The working copy is a reader file, like you described, and then there's the forensic file that's associated with the extraction. That's the data. And that reader accesses that data and parses it out so you can see it.
Okay, so the reader program is set up so that when the user clicks into the program, it sorts the information somewhat similarly to how information is sorted in the phone. For example, it says, text messages, and then you can click into the text messages. It says photos, and then you can click into the photos. It might say other applications or calendar. You can click into the calendar, things like that?
Yes.
Okay, so the user has the ability to basically see what's inside of the phone by using this program.
Correct.
And then I think you mentioned also another way that the user can understand the information that's on the phone is by either receiving or creating an extraction report, which is the PDF.
So when the detective has, or as an examiner, when I extract that data, I put it through that cell. In this case, we put it through the Celebrate physical analyzer, so I could then have the data in front of me. Then I make the extraction reports, which create that working copy, and it creates the PDF.
But I guess what I'm saying is, as a detective, you're not the only one who can make an extraction report, correct?
If anybody's going to make a report, they'll make a report off of the working copy. It wouldn't be the extraction itself. It would be from the reader version, which is a version that's separate from the original evidence as well as the original raw data. It's just a working copy that they have. They can go through and make any reports that they want.
Right, so let me see if I can help clarify. So earlier you mentioned under REC that if you wanted a PDF version of what's on the phone, it could be hundreds of thousands of pages.
Absolutely.
But another option is you could just select that you want text messages between these two people between these dates, for example.
Yes.
And you could create a report based on that, right?
Yes.
And that report would be, instead of hundreds of thousands of pages, it could in theory be anywhere from a few pages to maybe 100 pages, depending on how lengthy their conversations are.
Yes.
Okay, so you can create separate, and when I say you, I mean you as the detective or you as a user of the Celebrate Reader, can create these extraction reports that parse out certain information so that the report isn't hundreds of thousands of pages.
I wouldn't say parses out. It's representing the data that's in the reader and a report.
Okay.
Then you select.
That was a technical term.
Okay.
Colloquially, I mean, pick out information. So pick out text messages between these two people,
yes.
Or pick out text messages between everyone on this specific date, or a call log, or something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. Now, extractions are a useful forensic tool for law enforcement, correct?
Absolutely.
And I think an obvious reason, if you agree with me, is because it helps law enforcement understand what and ascertain what is on a person's in a person's phone, which is essentially indicative of what's going on in the relationship.
She's just saying words.
And law enforcement, you don't just do extractions or phone extractions of a suspect's phone. You do extractions of witnesses' phones and victims' phones, and it's not exclusive to a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, there were numerous extractions done, correct?
Yes.
And the extractions that were done in this case included Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro.
Correct.
Also,
Corey?
you mentioned that you did an extraction for Susan Caneiro, Caitlin Caneiro, and Marissa Caneiro.
Correct.
And you also are aware that there were additional extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, Sophia Caneiro, Giselle Restrepo, Elisa Caneiro. Is that right?
I wasn't on some of the extractions I did not do. I'm aware of the ones that I extracted, yes.
The ones that you didn't do, were you still aware that they were performed?
I was told there was other extractions performed, but other detectives in my unit did.
Okay.
Do this.
And did you ever review that content or no?
No.
Okay. So the extractions that you reviewed included Paul, Keith, Susan, Caitlin, Marissa?
Correct.
Now, did you review all of the information contained within those devices personally yourself, or did you just review some of the material and give everything to the lead detective in this case?
Because of the data that's there, the volume of the data, I couldn't review every single aspect of the devices, but we did try to focus around certain dates around the incident of 11/20 or 11/19. So we kind of focused on those dates.
When you say we, are you speaking for yourself and Detective Petrozello?
Yes.
Who was this we you
So do
speak
you have
of?
knowledge of whether Detective Petrozello looked at everything, or are you indicating you don't know, or are you indicating that, to your knowledge, he only looked at certain parts?
I can't speak for Detective Petrozello now.
Okay. But you did give him the full extractions?
Correct.
And so he had access to all of the information?
Yes.
But you don't know whether he reviewed it all or not?
No.
And you personally, your role was you just reviewed some things with Detective Petrozello?
I was also showing him some of the features and how to use some of the programs as well.
When you say that, what do you mean? What were you showing him?
So, not many people use Celebrate Reader, or they use the Axiom program. So just to get a knowledge of the basis of what the program is, I showed him, this is how the timeline is set up. This is how things are broken down. You can tag things if you like things as evidence and push that report out like you stated before. You can make that separate report. So showing him how you can use that program.
I'm glad you brought up timeline. A timeline is another way that you can, essentially, that the program can organize the data, is that right?
Yes.
So we talked about how you can see just text messages, you can see just photos, you can see just calendar or internet searches. The timeline puts every single thing, every single action that's basically occurred on the phone, and it puts it all in chronological order.
For the most part, yes.
So it would say, like, a text was sent, this is like as an example, it might say a text is sent, and then another text is sent, and then a photo is taken, and then the screen turns off, and then it turns on, and then then the person has a calendar invite or something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. And just so
Little
that
yes fest
we understand
is,
the types of information that can be extracted
not
from
adding
the phone. We've
anything
talked about a few of them. We've
to
talked
the
about
case.
text messages, right? You can also get phone call logs
Yes.
and the contacts that are saved in the phone.
Yes.
And we talked about calendar events, right? Internet search history
Yes.
is a common one. Emails.
Yes.
And also the media files, like photos and videos
Yes.
that are taken on the phone. Messages on social media apps, like Facebook. You can sometimes see the Facebook or WhatsApp messages sometimes.
You can't really generally speak because of the fact that some of these programs now have encrypted data, so you actually can't get some of the messages extracted from the phone because they are encrypted. So some of these apps now encrypt the data, so you can actually get it. That's a newer feature now. A lot of these apps have that feature where you can actually see the message on an extraction.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the encryption has increased over time?
Absolutely.
Back in 2018, there was probably less encryption than there is present day.
I would say yes.
And, but there have been occasions, I'm not saying every occasion, but there have been occasions where you can get social media messages like Facebook and WhatsApp
Yes.
in the past.
Sure.
And also, you can get location data from inside the phone.
Sometimes, yes.
Metadata, and I think you called it, what is it, like C data or something? What did you call it?
The knowledge C database.
Knowledge C database.
That's actually not metadata, that's actually a database that's inside an iPhone that stores the data of the user activity. That's correct.
Okay, right, yeah, no, metadata is a separate, I'm saying you could also get metadata from the phone.
Potentially, yes.
For example, like the date and time that a photo was taken.
Correct.
But the knowledge C, that tells you things about the actions of the phone itself.
It tells you a lot of user activity. It could be phone calls, text messages, device status. It has a lot of data inside that database.
And one of the examples, I think, an example is when the screen is turned on or turned off.
Correct.
And that would suggest that a user is like interfacing with their phone.
Yes.
And what you testified to on direct, if I'm understanding correctly, is that with respect to Mr. Caneiro's phone, it was plugged in at approximately 1:30 a.m. or so, 1:27 a.m.
1:27.
And we know that from the knowledge C data.
Correct.
We also know that the phone was unplugged at approximately 4:54 or 4:55 a.m.
4:54, correct.
4:54. And so that would suggest then that the phone was plugged in for that duration, correct?
Correct.
Because otherwise it would tell us it was unplugged sooner.
Correct.
And the, I think the prosecutor elicited this on direct, but just to be clear, in addition to that information, in conjunction with working with the FBI, it was determined that, and confirmed, that Mr. Caneiro's phone was at the location of his home during those hours as well.
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no indication that that phone ever left the house during that time?
No.
The timestamps in an extraction, right? We just talked sort of about metadata. If an extraction, like let's say you get the PDF report, or if you're looking in the reader, either way, when it tells you the date and the time of a phone call or a text message, are those reliable?
Yes.
Okay, so when we, when the prosecutor was showing you an extraction report with some messages earlier, and they were referencing the dates and the times, those are accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how do we know that?
That pulls from those databases, especially the knowledge C database, it actually pulls that data from there. So it's a timestamp that the cell carriers as well as the phone will actually timestamp the phone calls, put it in that database, so when the Celebrate parses out that data, it pulls out that whole call data sheet, so then you see the exact time.
Okay, so you would trust the date and time in the report?
Yes, out of most extractions I've done, I've always seen that time come out accurate.
Okay, and then the extractions you've done in this specific case, they're accurate?
Correct.
So, just to put it into context, with respect to investigations, the reason why, again, this information that can be extracted from a phone is helpful is because if you wanted to look at whether it's a suspect or a victim or a witness, if you wanted to look at their phones, you can ascertain, relevant to, let's say, an incident, who was in contact with who.
Yes.
And who sent who a text message and who read the text message.
Correct.
Who called who received a call, how long those calls lasted for.
Yes.
And if you look at location data, for example, you might even be able to see who's in the same area at a certain time.
You see an area, you see some GPS location, potentially, yes.
Law enforcement has even used, I think, health app data to try to see how many steps a person took at a certain time.
Yes, if they have that feature turned on, yes.
And emails and internet search history might also be insightful to an investigation.
Yes.
And relevant questions can be helpful to a jury.
Now, you mentioned that you were trained in Celebrate.
Yes.
And Celebrate has different levels of certifications.
Correct.
And it has beginner, intermediate, and advanced.
Yes.
The highest level is the CCNE Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst.
Yes.
Do you have that certification?
Not currently, no.
Okay. Which ones do you have?
At the CCO and the CCPA. So the Celebrate operator and the physical analyzer.
And the advanced.
Correct.
Okay. And there's different types of extractions. I think you talked a little bit about those. There's a logical file system, physical, and advanced file system.
So to really go into different kind of extractions, you have to talk about the different operating systems. That's really the difference. Is Android operating system, as I stated, we can get 3 different kinds we're used to in 2018. A lot of things have changed. Anytime you get an update on your phone, it's adding another layer of security that we have to bypass as a forensic detective, or the forensic utilities have to get around. So every time you get an update or a new phone comes out, their biggest thing is, let's make it secure, which then puts us behind the 8 ball. We then have to catch up to those security features. So a lot of these extractions do change over time. What we can and can't get, depending upon phone manufacturers and operating systems. The Android at the time, you could get potentially 3 different kinds of extractions. Is that logical, file system, or the physical? And then for Apple, for Celebrate, it was just the advanced logical, and if you got to the gray key, you get the full file system.
Okay. And so for Mr. Caneiro's phone, for Mr. Paul Caneiro's phone, you were ultimately able to get both of those?
I was able to get the full file system, correct.
Okay. All right. And you said that on that one, you can even find some deleted items.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And just again to put it in context, if you can ascertain what a person deletes off their phone, that also can be insightful to an investigation, right?
When you say
someone
just
sends
again,
a text message
objection
that
asked
says,
and answered.
I don't know. I'll meet you in 10 minutes, and then deletes it. That might be indicative that they have something to hide.
Sure.
Other than you and Detective Petrozello, are you aware of anyone else who reviewed the information in these extractions?
I am.
You were involved in this case beginning on November 20th of 2018.
Correct.
And you responded to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Correct.
And you guesstimated what time you arrived there?
I was just more towards the late afternoon, early evening.
Are we approaching a real question?
5 or 6 o'clock by the time I actually got to the police department.
5 or
roughly.
6 o'clock. Do you know how long you were there for?
Off the top of my head, no. Probably, I did a few extractions. I'm going to say at least 2-3 hours. Extractions do take time, depending upon the data set.
And that was for Susan, Marissa, and Katie?
Correct.
And do you know what time you left the police station?
Not the exact time.
Okay. It's not in your report, is it?
No, it's not.
No?
No.
So, you did review the extractions for Katie, Susan, and Marissa, correct?
I reviewed them to make sure they were working correct.
You reviewed some of the content?
Minimal, just because of the time, and like I said, the time it took to make the copies.
With Detective Petrozello, did you review it?
No, I did not.
Did you look at the call logs that day?
I provided
the information that day.
As the report states, I provided the extraction to the detectives so they can review it themselves.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So even though you performed the extraction for Susan, Katie, and Marissa, you didn't look at the information.
All I make sure is that it works, that the extraction completed.
You just plugged it in and pushed the button.
And then the reports then give it to the detective, or to the detective so they review it.
So you extracted the information and gave it to Detective Petrozello?
That was Detective Weisbrod. He was at the Ocean Township Police Department.
You gave the extraction reports?
It should state that in my report as well.
Okay. So you did not personally review the information on Katie, Marissa, or Susan's phone?
Like I said, it was solely just to make sure that those extractions are working, and I made those working copies and gave them to the detective.
So no, right, okay. And you gave them to Detective Weisbrod?
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Detective Petrozello ended up with them at all?
I have no idea.
Can we turn the lights off and look at something else?
But the information that you did extract, again, you acknowledge is accurate, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't be providing Detective Weisbrod or Detective Petrozello with anything that's not accurate or anything that's been compromised in some fashion?
No.
The information you gave them is reliable?
It's the data from the device, yes.
have some pictures to put up or something?
Now, you testified on direct about some of the things that were found on Mr. Paul Caneiro's phone, right?
Yes.
I think the prosecutor was showing you some calls from that day, some text messages.
Yes.
Some security apps.
I want to talk about what was not found on Paul's phone.
Let's.
So.
Oh, good.
What we don't have on Paul's phone are any incriminating internet searches, for example.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, in other words, in some cases, right, internet searches can be helpful because the suspect might be Google searching, how do I bury a body, or how do I get away with murder, or something to that effect. We've seen that before,
Top
right?
10 ways to dispose of a body.
And a lot of times the internet searches can be helpful to kind of uncover a person's motive or a person's plan, because sometimes people try to Google how to assist in committing a crime, right?
Sure.
Okay. In this case, there was nothing like that on Mr. Caneiro's phone.
Not that I'm aware of.
There were no searches about how to get away with arson or how to get away with murder or anything like that. There were no communications between Paul and Keith where Paul's threatening Keith or that are threatening in nature.
Not that I'm aware of.
And
just that one new employee.
There were no photographs or videos in connection with what happened here from Paul's phone that were in any way helpful to the investigation.
Photos of videos?
Like of the crime or something like that.
No.
And there's no communications in his phone where he's conspiring with another person.
Didn't film himself doing it.
Keith had a variety of different chat applications on his phone. Do you recall that?
I did actually not do Keith's extraction. I'm not aware of what Keith fully had on his phone.
Oh, you didn't do his extraction? You just did the Google Cloud?
Cloud Drive, yes.
Okay, so just so we're clear, so at some point someone extracted the information from Keith's phone, right? And
Correct.
You're saying you did not do that?
Correct.
But what you did do is you were involved in reviewing information that was received from Keith's Google Cloud.
Correct.
And because he had an Android phone or a Google phone?
Google phone, yes.
He had a Google phone. So in his Google Cloud, correct me if I'm wrong, he had like text history and call history and things of that nature.
Most of the stuff that was in there was photographs, and then they had the email file in there as well.
But the messages that we saw just before, those were from the Google Cloud.
They were inside the email inbox file.
Okay. But they were originally text messages?
They were from the Google Hangout application.
Okay, so the message application.
Thanks for paying attention, ma'am, to my TED Talk.
So
You're getting it all wrong.
You're not aware of the variety of other applications that he had on his phone for chatting?
No.
You are aware that there are a variety of other applications a person can have, right?
Yes.
Those might include Skype, Snapchat, Google Duo, Instagram, Signal, WhatsApp, things of that nature?
Sure.
And like you said, a lot of times those applications are encrypted so you can't actually see the information.
Yes.
We talked about the cell phone extractions that were done in this case, and whether you did them or not, you were sort of aware of which ones were done?
Not fully, because my full focus was on the phones that I did and the landscapes.
Okay. You never extracted information from Jennifer Caneiro's phone?
No.
And you never extracted information from Corey Caneiro's phone?
No.
Did anyone get Corey's phone?
Do you have anything to review?
I did not review that, no.
These big nothing burger cross-examinations are just a waste of time.
Now another thing that you did pursuant to this investigation was, did you attempt to get a SIM card from the Porsche McCann?
No.
Ooh. The vehicle history?
Were you involved in discussions with respect to that with Detective Petrozello?
There was discussion, but I never made actually to the Ocean Township location. I was at the police department.
Okay, so you weren't involved in that at all, in that aspect of seeing if information could be extracted from the SIM card?
No.
Okay. There were also a variety of electronic devices that were searched through the RCFL?
Yes.
Okay.
Help yourself, ma'am. You got all the moments.
The Asbury Park business location was searched, right?
Yes.
And a lot of electronic devices were seized from there.
Yes.
And that included a variety of, like, maybe different types of computers and stuff.
Yes.
And generally speaking, those were sent to the RCFL, which, what does that stand for?
Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory.
Okay, and what do they do?
They do forensic workup on any kind of electronics. They have an ability to perform higher level because they can handle more data. They can rebuild items if need be if they're destroyed. They have just definitely a higher level expertise than you would have at our lab.
And so they were given the task of searching some of these, or some or all of these devices for certain things.
Yes.
And is it fair to say nothing of evidentiary value was found?
I'm not sure exactly all that they found. I didn't review what they found, but I know that they did examine a lot of devices from multiple places.
Did you ever review any reports or anything from them?
I did not know.
There was an exhibit,
Oh, we're getting exhibity now. Here we go. Let's turn the lights off. Now that you've talked us to sleep, let us rest without the lights in our eyes.
We saw this photograph earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you can see on the photograph it says QC QT View.
Correct.
That's an application that was open on the phone.
Correct.
And are you aware that that's in reference to the DVR system that Mr. Caneiro had in his home?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an application that Mr. Caneiro can access on his phone that would enable him to see video from the hardwired system.
Yes.
And that's something that would be connected over Wi-Fi.
Or cell service.
Or cell service. She doesn't like that answer.
But obviously, the application works through not like in order for the hardwired system to communicate data or information to the application, the system is not plugged into the phone.
No, you can do it remotely.
Remotely, over cellular. They wanted to say Wi-Fi because they want, Paul's got, I've had all these problems with Wi-Fi. I have to unplug things because of the Wi-Fi.
We saw the video, the WISE video calls.
Yes.
There were a total of 3 calls that we saw.
Yes.
And the first call was between Keith and Paul, right?
Yes.
The second call was between Keith and Susan.
Yes.
And the third call was between Keith and Paul again.
Correct.
Now, and just, I don't know if this is clear, but these are, I don't know if you're aware, these are the same 3 calls that we saw earlier this week from Detective Bassender. Are you aware that the jury's seen them?
No.
Okay. These 3 phone calls, though, the very next call after Keith is speaking to Paul is Keith calling Corey, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You reviewed all of you stated on direct that you reviewed all of the WISE calls during the time frame?
No, I said that there was over 100,000 clips that we reviewed some in that time frame. That we could not go through all of them because it would take hours upon hours to go through every single clip that was there.
But the last call we saw, you would have watched the very next call after that, right?
We tagged that one, we left it as evidence, and then that was all we got to.
Didn't you make a compilation of like 2 hours worth of calls as part of your?
Well, all the SD cards were imaged fully, so we have from till October of 2018, you have videos all the way back till that. So you have all the videos in that file.
And for purposes of this investigation, you compiled the most relevant calls into like a 2-hour video, correct?
I did not put that together, no.
She's up against the wall.
There's a 52-page transcript that was prepared by Detective Petrozella with respect to these videos. Have you seen the transcript?
No.
No.
So you're not aware that the next call was to Corey or what the content of that call was?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, with respect to the text messages that we saw, right? The ones that came from Keith's Google?
Yes.
There were messages from 3 different dates, correct?
Correct.
And those 3 dates were April 11th, right?
Correct.
And there was only a few messages from April 11th.
Yes.
And then there were messages from, what was it, September
13th?
September 13th? And then it was November 5th?
Correct.
So, and with respect to the April 11th texts, right? We saw a couple of texts that talked about divorce, right? Or one text that said divorce.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Do you agree we saw that? You read it? Okay. That was back in April of 2018?
Yes.
You don't know the context of that statement, correct?
No.
You don't have any personal knowledge as to what is being referenced in that text message?
No.
And obviously, that was April of 2018, correct?
That was in September. Emails of the divorce.
The divorce text was April 11th?
That was an email.
Email.
Correct.
It was April 11th?
Yes.
And you're saying it's an email, but isn't it like a text that's forwarded as an email?
Well, an email has text inside of it, yes. So it'd be just, but the documentation that we show here is on the other ones were text messages because you can show the phone numbers going back and forth. The other one was just an email, and that's the email format that was provided.
Okay. So, again, you don't know the context of some of those messages or emails.
No.
And, in fact, it's January 2026, and Mr. Caneiro has
Sustained. Don't, counsel, you know better than that. Do not. Come on. Next question.
Judge,
He has no idea what happened to of Mr. Caneiro's relationship in 2026. He doesn't know that.
Can I be heard, etc.?
Come on up.
Somebody needs to use the whooping command real quick. Meanwhile, I'm just going to click on this right here because that was some judicial displeasure.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
There you go. Someone's going to get a
Have
whooping.
them send someone with more experience.
Now, all those people who sat through an hour and a half of boring cross-examination got to hear some spice. And those of you that wandered away or turned the volume down are wondering what just happened.
Sir, in those text messages that we saw from April and September, you mentioned in direct that they were being forwarded, correct?
Yes.
And they were being forwarded by Keith to Corey Caneiro.
They were being forwarded, yes.
So, in other words, whatever communications Keith and Paul were having, they were being relayed to Corey by Keith.
I'm going to object to that question.
Go ahead, counsel. Do you want to respond? She objected, so I don't know if you wanted to respond.
Well, Judge, I don't know what the objection is.
It was the specific April emails that were forwarded, not all of the conversations.
Oh, I can rephrase them.
Okay.
To be clear, not the entirety of everything was forwarded, but pieces of the April 11th conversation and pieces of the September 13th conversation were forwarded to Corey Caneiro.
Yes.
So Corey Caneiro had knowledge of some of this information.
It came across meaner than I intended. I'm sorry. You guys are all wonderful.
And
it's
what
been
we
really
saw,
boring.
these 3 dates, right? This is information that was deemed relevant to your investigation, correct?
When I sat down with Lieutenant Brazilius.
But it's not the entirety of everything that existed in the universe of Keith's Google Cloud or Keith's phone or Paul's phone.
Correct.
Without going into any of the content specifically, there's many messages between Keith and Paul and Keith over the course of, let's just say, 2018.
Sure.
And prior to that.
Yes.
And there's many phone calls back and forth.
Yes.
And one of the messages that the jury heard indicates that Keith said something to Paul like, you never helped me or something to that effect. Do you recall that message?
Yes.
Okay. But we do know from the messages in the phone that that's not true, and that Paul does help Keith with things, correct? Objection.
What's your objection?
It's what the messages say, not that he knows if Paul helps Keith or Keith helps Paul. We need to talk about focus on the messages, that's one thing, but not his knowledge of whether they help each other out. You would have no knowledge of that.
A message was read to the jury that suggests the state's trying to create this picture that Keith felt Paul didn't help him, but there's information in the messages where Paul is helping Keith with a variety of things.
So why don't you be specific? You can be specific with that, and then I'll allow you to ask those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. It's almost 12:30. I don't want to slow you down from your lunch break. Please don't discuss this case or do any research. I'll get you back up here at 1:35 so that you guys have a full lunch hour.
Oh my goodness. It got a little spicy. Here's the problem. I can't pause and go back while we're doing this because we're syncing to get the audio good and the video good and everything. We're syncing so many different sources that I have to basically redo everything. So I can't go back. That's my excuse. I didn't mean to crack down on you guys. But it's getting a little spicy. They're just going to lunch right now. It is 3:12 right now our time. Let's see. Let me see how far. I think we have. Let's go here.
I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
Let's skip ahead just a bit.
Could we approach sidebar either now or before we start in the afternoon?
They're about to go to lunch. And instead they start a little sidebar. We're going to skip through lunch. I think we only have, let's finish this day out. Should we do that? Let's finish, because it got spicy. There's some tensions in the courtroom. It's gotten a little spicy. We've started to have some objections back and forth. The judge has weighed in and come across a little heavy-handed, reprimanding one of the lawyers in front of the jury. So let's go here and pause. And now here. And they just went to lunch. So we're going to skip lunch. I think we've just got a little bit left. Less than an hour, actually. Hold tight. There we go.
All rise. Superior Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemme presiding.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. I really got to learn how to tell time, don't I? The worst. You guys could have been downstairs, maybe got something to eat. That's terrible. I apologize to all of you.
I'm good.
So, we are ready to continue with the cross-examination. Ms. Massalone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Before I proceed, can we just approach briefly?
Can we approach again briefly? All right. Another sidebar. This is going to be short. Oh, not me. You felt the judge yelled at you. I did sort of chide those of you who had stepped away, saying you were can't listen to her. And then all of a sudden we had a moment of spice. It came out of nowhere. We were not expecting. I'm doing all I can, short of toothpicks, to keep my eyes open because it's so boring. And then all of a sudden we're like, the judge like, you know better than that. I'm like, whoa, what just happened? So, all right. Good times, good times. That would be a good soundbite. You know better. Let's see. Let me joke so you like me, and then when I disrespectfully address counsel, you think I'm right and she's wrong. I don't know how long this sidebar was. I didn't check. We are less than an hour from being done on this day, on the catch-up. And we anticipate that tomorrow is back to the au pair trial. Lindsay Ross, I heard that. Yeah. This is a very, very long trial. I don't think it was I don't think it's going to go till mid-March. Like, my gut feel is that it's going to go faster than that, but I don't know what their schedule is. We're probably going to cut away from this one for, Corey Richards. Doesn't that start in February? We're like a little over 2 weeks away from Corey Richards, aren't we? I think the jury's already been summoned. We'll see how long it takes to see the jury in that one. Anyway, what happened to the judge being neutral? The defense lawyer was really crossing the line. I've been waiting forever for Corey Richards. They're starting to make some decisions in that case going forward. I think it's starting to shape up. Let's see, jury selection beginning February 10th. That sounds right. Testimony beginning around February 23rd. So yeah, I would like to see this case done before Corey Richards starts. I know they've slated it into March, but I can't see that. Can't see that. All right. I don't think the judge is biased. I think it's the attorney's things out of her. This attorney is doing things out of her professional scope. Her tactics. It is a tactic to do what she's doing. This is a court strategy that she's employing. And I think it is what I've said before, that if you talk to the witness, this is a state's witness that you're cross-examining, so you can lead, and you're basically walking them through almost everything that the state was walking them through, but sometimes even getting more information, like more evidence against your guy. You're just confirming everything. Right? I just want to confirm. I want to make sure. So just to understand, to clarify, all the way through this, it leaves the impression that this witness was beneficial for your team if you weren't paying attention to the details. Because there's almost nothing new that's come out here. She's not got a revelation of some, yeah, it's true that, we found this other piece of evidence over here that we haven't talked about yet. None of that happens. How long before they see the light and take the plea? A lot of people don't. They want to fight it till the bitter end. It's their only chance. Corey's the one who allegedly poisoned her husband and wrote a book on grief for children. That's going to be spicy. Oh, that court's going to be spicy. If the state doesn't object, the judge shouldn't add his 2 cents. But the state did object. The judge was responding to the objection from the state in this one, when he said, you know better than that. He sustained it. I doubt they offered him a plea with how heinous the crime is. They don't always offer a plea. It could be for a lot of different reasons. My Quilt Projects, the defendant you see on the screen here is charged with murder. He's charged with murdering his brother, his brother's wife, and their 2 young children, and then burning their house down, and then burning his house down, all in one busy night. All allegedly because of money, because of his money troubles and their money troubles and all that. Our local news, they were talking about her attorney filing a new motion that could set her trial back. Oh, no. Again. Do you know what the motion was? So much of that's been filed under seal. It's hard to keep up with the latest on Corey Richards. But looks like sidebar's over.
I love that noise. It's your favorite noise.
No idea.
Don't you sleep? Do you hear it now?
It's really needed.
I apologize. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective, where we had left off before the break was we were discussing how the jury had the opportunity to hear, when you were reading the conversations from 3 different dates, correct?
Yes.
Those dates were April 11th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
September 13th of 2018, and November 5th of 2018.
Yes.
And as we discussed, those aren't the only conversations that exist in the universe of what you reviewed, correct? There's many conversations back and forth between Paul and Keith, and there's many phone calls and things like that.
Yes.
And one of the messages that was read to the jury is Keith seems frustrated and he says, Paul, you never helped me with anything or something to that effect. Do you recall that message?
Yes.
Okay. But we know from other messages that are in the phone, on or even just on or around that time period, I'm talking about September, October, November of 2018, but also previously, that Paul does help Keith with things, with a variety of things.
I'm not aware of that, but
Well, you did review the information, right?
on the cell phone?
On the Google
Drive,
Cloud,
yes.
And so on September 26th of 2000, so September 13th is the date that we saw that was a very lengthy conversation.
Yes.
Right? And about 13 days later, a little less than 2 weeks, Keith is asking Paul for help with his school, with his lab work. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, Keith is saying to Paul, asking Paul to log in for him to perform a lab because Keith tried it 3 times and failed, and Paul agrees to do it for him.
Yes.
Okay. And on October 11th, Keith is having an issue with his AC unit at his house, and he's explaining to Paul what the issue is. Paul, do you recall that?
Which date was that?
This was October 11th of 2018.
October 11th of 2018?
I can pull up the conversation if that would.
If you could, please.
While she's doing that, Corey Richards, her team did say 2 witnesses came forward asking for protection, thinking they're being strong-armed. I think one of them is her mom, honestly.
Do we have this table? Oh, okay. Do you want to read the conversation? You just have to start at the bottom and then go up, because the oldest message is on the bottom. So on October 11th of 2018, Keith says...
This is coming from the cell phone instruction?
This is from the Google Cloud.
Okay. October 11th, 2018, at 17:34, Keith Caneiro wrote, Paul, I went to turn the AC on when Joanna was here. Thermostat doesn't see the AC. I checked the connections, and it looks like one of the wires isn't showing up on the wiring screen, but the Nest can display. Here's what I tried. A, I removed the thermostat and put it back on again. B, I removed the offending cable and placed it back. C, I checked the switch next to the AC unit in the basement. D, I checked the fuses. All are on. E, I checked the fuses outside by the condensers. F, I ran the fan, which works, so I know it sees one of the 2 wires. I don't know what else to try, but I might need you to look at it. I thought that maybe Big Toe shut something off or not. Or out. Is there another switch besides the one next to the unit in the basement? I also thought he might have shut the unit down when he was working on it. Something might be disconnected by the unit. I'm not sure. Thanks. Okay.
And then Paul responds to check the switch on the air handler in the unfinished basement, correct?
On October 11th at... So that actually does 6 p.m. is actually before... I'm sorry, yes. I'm sorry, correct.
17:34 is military time, so that would be, what time, 5:34?
5:34, correct. So at 6 p.m. on October 11th, 2018, there was replies to check the switch in the air handler in the unfinished basement of Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and then if we scroll up, and Keith responds, I did, it's in the correct position, why would the fan work then? If that was the wrong position, would the fan still work? And the conversation continues.
Yes.
And
this is the
if we go
example
all the
of
way
Paul
up,
helping Keith.
ultimately Paul says, I'll swing by on Saturday, and Keith says, okay, let me know, I'm free in the morning. Is that a fair recitation of that?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, on November 16th of 2018, there's another conversation between Paul and Keith where Keith needs assistance with something, and Paul's identifying it's an issue with his missed away and is trying to assist him with that. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. So we can agree that clearly Paul's helping Keith on certain occasions, and even after and in between the times that the brothers appear to be having a more heated discussion.
Yes.
And I say a more heated discussion, but can we also agree that within those conversations, Keith appears to be the one that's a little bit more hot-headed in the moment?
I guess with the language, yes.
And Paul seems to remain pretty calm throughout.
I guess based upon the language, yes.
And the only other thing that I want to discuss with you
had me at the only other thing.
Sir, Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as D121. State has seen it. Do you recognize this as a extraction report from Paul Caneiro's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, if we look at this extraction report, I'm referencing these emails that appear to be from the November 19th and November 20th from Sense Support.
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically, during that time frame on the November 19th and November 20th, Mr. Paul Caneiro is emailing this Sense company indicating he's having issues with his Wi-Fi.
Well, on this 2 a.m. one is an unread email, and this one on here on 19th at 4:13 is a read email.
Okay, so now this is the extraction report, but there's attachments contained within this, correct? Within the emails, where you can actually look at the email.
I would have to see the extract. This is going to read it. See if there's an attachment on this report here.
This one here. It's November 19th, 2018 at 11:46 a.m.
I don't see the attachment thing on here as well, because if you look at this one shows an attachment like it shows here. That one does not show this attachment.
So I think maybe I misspoke. What I'm saying is, here in the extraction report, you can see the language from the body of the email, correct?
Yes.
And so this is the email that was sent, right?
Or received, yes.
But this is not the original format. This is how it's being placed into the PDF extraction report, correct?
Yes.
What you have the capability of doing when you're navigating like the Celebrate Reader program is you can actually see the original email.
Yes, you could.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as D122, and this is a copy of the original email, which, can I assume you've seen this email since it's contained within the extraction report that you indicated you reviewed?
Appears to be, yes, an email. Doesn't say where. Yes, it appears to match up.
It matches up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we say it matches up, we're talking about in the extraction report, we can see the timestamp of the email, correct?
Yes.
We can see who the email's from, right?
Correct.
We can see who it's to, right?
Yes.
And we can see the actual body of the email.
Correct.
And then what you have, what's marked as D122 is the email itself. And you can see that the time and the to and the from and the body matches the extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in this email, Mr. Caneiro is indicating that he's having issues with his Wi-Fi, and he's talking about access points, and he's seeking basically technical assistance.
Yes, it appears correct.
Okay. And this is, again, something that you reviewed, right?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
There's no objection.
Sure.
Let's take a look. The lady in red makes everything happen. I like to think she has a stream deck over there. She's pushing all the buttons on it.
is what's been marked as D122, and we can see from the top that it is a email from Paul Caneiro to Sense Support, correct?
Yes.
And this is again, that kind of goes backwards in time, so the most recent email is from November 19th of 2018.
Yes.
And Mr. Caneiro is indicating to, looks like a customer service representative, that he's having issues currently, that the Sense app is starting, that the unit is offline, or stating, it says starting, but stating that the unit is offline. I can log into a single frequency, but why would that make a difference? It likely changes when the access point restarts, where there's interference in the channel that the AP was on. I can disable this, but frankly, this is really not an ideal solution. And then the email goes on.
100% packet loss.
Again, where it looks like there's some screenshots that Mr. Caneiro is embedding in the email, and he's concerned about some connectivity or Wi-Fi issues. Is that a fair recitation of the email?
It appears to be, yes.
And then again, if we can go backwards in time, but basically the original email is at the bottom from Mr. Caneiro, and then it goes into the customer service representative's response, and then that was Paul's response to that person. But the original email dates back to November 18th, so it's over a 2-day period, correct?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just briefly, Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about whether you found any incriminating evidence in the defendant's phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall, I believe the phrase was something like, any Google searches about where to hide the body or something to that effect? Do you recall that?
I did.
The hundreds of times that you've performed cell phone extractions, how many times have you found something like that in a suspect's phone?
It's rare.
Now, based upon your review of Keith's Google Cloud, as well as the defendant's cell phone, did it appear that there were many times, when Keith would ask the defendant to help him with stuff around his house?
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, the email that we read was from October 11th of 2018, where Keith was asking Paul to help him with things in his basement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then again on 11/16 of 18, Keith was asking Paul to help him with his mist away system outside of his yard. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Anything else?
Just, you indicated that it's rare to find in a suspect's phone something as overt as how to bury the body, right?
Yes.
But it does happen, right? It happens.
I don't know if I've actually ever found that kind of evidence. It's usually if somebody's going to be committing that crime and may delete it or remove that, so it's not on the device.
But we know that we can also retrieve deleted information on some occasions, right?
Unfortunately, it's getting rarer to get deleted information, but yes, it's possible.
Okay. Regardless of whether you personally confronted it, we do know that generally speaking, law enforcement sometimes finds those types of searches.
Objection.
Your objection is sustained.
Regardless of how overt it is, having access to a suspect's internet searches can be useful because sometimes there are things that may not be overt, but nevertheless lead you to understand or find out, that person's involvement in a certain crime. Correct?
Sure.
And in this case, there wasn't anything even more subtle, such as where to purchase arson supplies or things of that nature. There was nothing in Mr. Caneiro's internet search history that was incriminating in that way.
I've just been directly asked and answered.
It's been asked and answered, but there was a lot in that question that is hard to unpack. So, if you want to try to break it down, you can, but there was just a lot to unpack.
I'll ask a different question. Today, during your testimony, you presented a call log and some text messages, correct?
Yes.
You did not present to this jury from Mr. Caneiro's phone any incriminating videos, correct?
No.
Or photos?
No.
Or internet searches that relate to this case at all?
I'm not sure if I... No.
Did you present to this jury today any internet searches for Mr. Caneiro's phone?
Internet searches, no.
Okay.
You stepped out, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
You go home now. You've been here 2 hours.
I got some bad news. You're done for the day.
Oh,
You gotta build it up before you lay it down. And it feel good, then it's like, it's not that bad, right? All right, now all kidding aside, that's number one, all right? Number two,
storm.
It appears that because of the weather on Monday, that the court will be able to handle things virtually, but they're not going to be allowed to handle things in person. You can say I don't have a say because, I would drive to your houses and bring you in. But, so we're not going to be able to have court on Monday. Kind of a bummer, right? Yes. Again, bad news. So
we're one day
you won't be
behind.
back until Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. One thing that I just want to make sure that is clear between us, and I said it to you in the beginning, and let me just say it again as we go through the course of the trial. There's objections that go on back and forth, as we know. And it's my job to deal with those objections, how I understand the law to the best of my knowledge. It's also the attorney's job to make any objections that they feel that they need to make. I just want to remind you that any interaction between the attorneys or the attorney and the court should have no impact on you one way or another. It should never come into your mind ever, when you make your decisions as to what are the facts in this case. Even if I may sustain an objection and do it in a certain way, I need you to understand that cannot impact one side or another, and it's not an indication of how I feel about this case. I can tell you that it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter if I had any feelings, and I'm not saying that I do. It is for you solely to make the determination in this case based upon your understanding of the evidence as you find the credibility of each person that comes in here and testifies. And then I'll give you the law and you'll decide it. It won't be based upon objections. It won't be based upon anything other than the facts and then the law that I give you at the end of the case. Can everybody continue to follow that?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so now I lose control of you. I expect videos of the snow angels for Tuesday. Somebody better get one. If not, at least the snowman. Something. You gotta give me something. Is that fair? Can we get at least one? All right. So everybody have a good weekend. Please be safe. I'll see you back on Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. And again, don't discuss this case and don't do any research. Have a nice night and a nice weekend, everyone.
All right, and that's how we're going to end that one. That we caught up. We did over a day. Oh my goodness, we did a day and a half, which means we're only 1 day behind in this trial right now, because while we were doing this, court was in session, and so we have that to catch up on. We will see. I'm looking for the schedule. If anyone knows, we rocked it. We did. You guys, Red Pen, thank you, appreciate you, Josh, Samantha. We've got some great people that made it all happen here on the back end. Do we know for sure the au pair trial is happening tomorrow? Can anyone up in the Virginia area? Amber, I'll include you on the list too. Thanks for the documents about Corey Richens. I got double duty again. Yes, Kim, you did. You should think twice before you're first in chat. That's what happens. I like this judge, and I bet he was a good lawyer when he was doing that. Oh yeah, I imagine he was as well. Still like this judge. I agree. Fairfax County government, including the courthouse, is closed through Wednesday. That means we have to catch up tomorrow as well.
The trial.
Hang on one second.
The state has been updating the court.
Wait.
With an exhibit list.
Hold, please. We need to hear what's going on here. So that means we get to come back tomorrow to more of this. As everyone leaves, as the jury leaves, I think the judge is going to talk to us a little bit. So.
Okay, everyone take a seat.
If Fairfax is up, we'll do au pair tomorrow. If not, we'll be back, and we'll try to do a day and a half tomorrow.
So, throughout the course of the trial, the state has been updating the court with an exhibit list that details
8:30
every exhibit. It also, I appreciate it, but I'm saying this to the defense so that they don't feel obligated in that regard. It also includes what witness and what day that it was used. But here's what I'm going to say.
I have that list.
I need, by Tuesday morning, to be supplied to the court a D exhibit list that includes every single exhibit and what exhibits that you have actually used on which particular day, so that I can cross-reference to my list. I try to write down every single one. Anna also tries to write down every single one. But I want to make sure that we are all on the same page to include the point ones, the point twos, the point threes, or whatever we have done up until this point, so that we're all on the same page. So when we do get to a point where we're talking about moving items of evidence, that we're not doing it all at once. So that needs to be supplied to the court no later than, especially with now that we don't have Monday, on Tuesday morning at 8:15 to my clerk, so I can look at it before I come out on the record. So that's number one. Number two, before the trial started, we have, on more than one occasion, I believe it was probably 2 or 3 times, we have discussed the final charge. But out of fairness to both sides, we've all indicated that as we went along, we may have to consider
amend it, adapt,
additional model jury charges and/or to modify some charges. So I am telling you now, by next Friday at lunchtime, I would like your version of the latest additions. Everybody has the court's version, so I want your versions. If you've updated it, you can do it in a highlighted form. You can do it in red. You can do it however you want. But I want it so that we can start having some meaningful conversations. So we're not waiting until the end of the trial, and then I have to send the jury home for a day because we lose an entire day just to talk about the charges. So please make sure that you update me with that information. Next Friday, I would need that. Number 3, there may be, including some things that may come up next week that everyone in this room knows what I'm talking about, that I may have to give limiting instructions as to certain testimony that may come out. In doing that, I'm going to be asking for a charge as to your proposal for that. I don't know exactly what's going to come out, so I'm going to ask for that charge as it deals with third-party guilt. And I will need that on Monday, by 12 o'clock noon on Monday, so that I have time to read yours. If I have any discussions, we can get together on a phone conference and discuss anything that I may see based upon that. So those are the 3 things that I wanted to hit right now as it relates to that. Also, I'm going to ask the state and the defense, if you have an intention to move certain items into evidence, we have to make sure that they are going to be submitted to the court somehow electronically. The court is not going to make your exhibits for you. The court is not going to make copies for you. If you have photographs that you've used on a particular screen or whatever it is, you have to duplicate the copy, and it has to be given to us in a digital format. So please, you may have to ask your staff for their help. But I'd like to have whatever that we have used so far by next Friday. Let's get it into the system so we don't, again, I'm doing this for all of you. You may not think so because it's a lot right now, but we're 2 weeks in. If I wait to 4 weeks, it's going to be even worse for everybody. So I want you to take the time, get your evidence, put it together in a digital format so that it can be with the court, so then I have it. So when we're dealing with the issues later, and again, there's other things that are going to come up, I get it, but I at least will have where we are right now, and it'll be one less thing that everyone else will have to do later as we continue on with this trial. So that takes care of that. Lastly, what I'm going to do is I'd like to, we're going to have a conference as it relates to some testimony for next week. It will be an off-the-record conversation. Mr. Caneiro, you will still be present so that you have the opportunity to speak to counsel once we're done, so you know exactly what's going on, to make sure that you have the weekend just like everyone else to prepare whatever that you need to do based upon things that I say. So we'll do that now. But for the public, for the rest of the day, there will be nothing else that's going for the rest of today. We will be starting back, as you know, you just heard me say it. It will be on Tuesday morning, and that will be we'll start back up with testimony at 8:30 in the morning due to the snow. It's not because the court didn't want to proceed on Monday. So anything before I shut the record for today?
No, Judge.
Okay. Anything from the defense? All right. So we'll shut the record down. Everybody have a good weekend. Please be safe. Sure. Everything.
All right. That's how it ended last week, and they have 1 day still ahead of us. But it looks like tomorrow we're going to be back in the O'Hare case, which Brendan may be taking a stand. I mean, no matter which one we go to, which trial we go to, it's probably going to be spicy. Corey was not a business partner. Corey was the brother that the defense is saying, have you looked at this guy? We think he did it. I don't know why Paul would take the blame and let Corey skate if Corey had any part in it.
All right, same lecture. Good lecture. Hope he goes back and reads the Code of Ethics. I think he's good. He's probably covered it. Let's see. Do you think Paul would take the stand? No, I don't think Paul will take the stand on this one. But we'll see. Are you ready for the snow next weekend? I have a house with a roof. I guess I'll have to say yes on that one. So, and I'm just worried about the Airbnb right now is what I'm concerned about. But let's see. No way Paul would take the stand. I don't think he will. We're going to be back with the au pair. Can you guys even remember what the case is about? Oh, yeah. It was the shooty and stabby. It was a pew-pew and stabby case. I think Brendan will. I think he will. I think that's the kind of that, like the same way where the defense is blaming the brother. I think they are. That's what the judge was sort of hinting at, the elephant in the room. Max Velocity is saying the next storm is worse. It's not worse for Texas. It's worse for us on the East Coast. The way I see it, it's a nor'easter that's going to hook around and just pummel us right in the jaw. Spicy, not yet named. We're going to get caught up soon. We're caught up on au pair. We're a day behind on the other one. So what happened? They both started a day apart, and we've got 8 hours of court a day. That's all we can do. All right. That being said, it is time. It's 3:47. A little bit early. This gives me enough time to run to the post office, which is great because I have to go there. All right. Thank you all for being here. It's a wonderful day. I appreciate all of you. It was a little slow at times, got a little spicy at the end. It's good. We're making progress. Might have to work this weekend as well. I'll check with Mrs. R.A., see if she's on board with that. That's 3 weekends in a row. We do. Man, that's a lot of weekends. All right, I'm going to go out and check the Airbnb and make sure it's A, not flooded, and B, not frozen. But tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. Don't know what time au pair starts. Is it 10? I think they're at 10, which means we're probably going to start at 9:30. 9:30 tomorrow. Back with the au pair case live. Get here early. We're going to sing happy birthday to everyone as we normally do. Remind Mrs. R.A. of the train yesterday and then say, I need to stream this weekend. She'll probably be on board. All right. Airbnb or indoor pool. Hey, I could add it to the listing. Maybe charge a little extra. Mm-hmm. All right, you guys, I am a camel. I need a break as well. You guys are the best. All of you, thank you very much. To my mods, thank you. You're wonderful. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Be good to each other. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Because he's the guy.